According to an Italian like you, it's cold in Canada. Oh, that's fair. I mean, I'll put it this way. The thing I like... Whoa. Sorry, whenever I see those freak me the fuck out. I completely missed that, Corlo. Thank you very much for the 101 months. I don't know how I entirely missed that. I was looking at weather, I guess. Jesus Christ, dude. We had one of those yesterday, and it, like, tripped me up. Bah. I'll put it this way. The thing I like about living in Canada versus living somewhere like, I don't know, California or somewhere south, I guess. Texas. Far, like southern Texas, I guess. Is there's actually seasons. And yeah, the sun goes down at 3 p.m. right now. Like, it's basically dark by 4. Not even. It's like 3:30. It is like practically pitch black outside. But it makes me value the summer, and it breaks up the monotony, I guess. Like, if I lived somewhere with a very mono season, I think it would be unhealthy for me, having spent most of my life living somewhere with pretty drastic seasonal change. Like, in the summer, like, you know, we hit 29 degrees Celsius here, and then the mainland Vancouver, where I grew up, hit 38 Celsius. And then in the winter, like, you know, it goes below freezing, but not that much. Yes, we adjust for daylight savings. There's, like, a few spots and places in Canada that don't. I think Saskatchewan doesn't. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, exactly, Nutty. It's sort of like most of the US does, except for, was it Nevada? I don't think Nevada does, and I'm pretty sure Hawaii doesn't. How curses work? It's when something is destroyed in a temple. If it doesn't need to be an altar specifically. People used to say it needed to be a statue, Denji. If a piece of furniture is toppled in a temple, then there's a % chance that they get cursed. So if somebody tantrums and breaks something, and they knock over something in a temple, they have a % chance to get cursed. You get a pop-up when it happens. It snows in Texas from time to time. It depends on where in Texas, but I know that northern Texas, it does actually get cold. Like the higher altitude areas in Texas. Like when I'm talking about Texas, I'm mostly talking about like Austin, but I mean, it snows in Vegas once in a blue fucking moon. But yeah, no, it is wild actually.
Hello everyone, happy Wednesday.
DS, thank you very much for the 27th month. By Vegas local standards. I will say this. I've been to Vegas more times than I should have in too short a period of time. It was really, really cheap to fly there for a little bit there. It's not so cheap anymore, but... and I had a lot of reasons to go for a couple years. And the nicest weather I ever had was when I was there late November, right before Dwarf Fortress launched. Because I got the news that Dwarf Fortress was going to be launching, like, December 2022. I was broke and hadn't had a vacation since before the pandemic. So it had been like 2 years since I'd taken more than like a day off. And I had a friend who was one of my mods who was living in Vegas taking a cooking class for like, it was like 3 months or something. Because he also hadn't had a vacation in a really long time and needed a break. So he like went and took a cooking course in Vegas. And was just like renting an apartment there. So he's like, fly down. You can sleep on my sofa. Because we were watching, I want to say the Japan Formula 1 race on Discord. And it was like 1 in the morning. And we had like a couple drinks. He's just like, how much are flights to Vegas? You should come down and hang out for a week. And so I flew down for like 5 days. It was like $300 for the round trip or something. And like during the day, it was 20 degrees Celsius. And like cool. And nice. Like, because like dry 20 is like very pleasant. So like, I don't know. What is 20 Celsius in Fahrenheit? I don't actually know. Off the top of my head. Okay, so like 68, 70, something like that. And in the shade, it was cool. So it was like t-shirt weather for me. Light jacket for most normal people who lived there. For most people who lived there. And then in the evening, it went down to like 10-ish. And again, it was just like windbreaker, light fleece windbreaker, and it was lovely. It was actually like maybe some of the nicest desert weather I've ever experienced, because I feel like deserts are often like insufferable for me. I kind of hate them generally, but Vegas in like late November, kind of lovely, actually. Diaz, thanks for the 5-pack. You're very kind. I feel like it's too humid in Florida to ever really feel chilly. Like, Florida, people describing Florida in, like, the winter, to me, is like me talking about, oh, hey, it feels like early summer. Because, like, late spring is, like, Florida winter. Late spring here is, like, Florida winter. Gets dry in the winter? That's not true. I've looked at the humidity in the winter in Florida. It does not get dry. Maybe it gets dry for you, but mate, does not get dry. Dryer? Sure. I have a dryer as well. It has semi-dry laundry because I'm still doing laundry. You know, I'll be honest, the one thing I really want to... I think the big upgrade I'm going to do to this apartment the next year is I'm going to buy a new washer dryer. That's the big upgrade I'm going to get for this place. Because this washer dryer, it ain't it. It takes me 3 days to do laundry and like 12 loads. Not quite 12 loads, but well, actually pretty close to 12 loads because I did all my bedding this week. Like surprisingly not disastrous. We lost like 9 or 10 dwarves or so, Kadranos, and which was very unfortunate, but we cleaned it up. It's gone. So I always thought that Boat Murdered would be like very wet outside, like disgustingly humid, like you walk outside and immediately you're dripping wet, humid, and like stank, and then inside would be like hotter, less pleasant, and very, very dry. You know? Like, you know, it's Tropic, is it Tropic Thunder, the scene where the guy's sweating so much he looks like he's got a bucket of water dumped on his head? It's like that scene. You know the scene I'm talking about? Like that meme template of the guy that's just sweating and he's like brushing the sweat off of his forehead and he's like still sweating? I think that's Tropic Thunder. Speaking of like cold, did you know that Predator was filmed in the winter and like some of the actors got like almost got frostbite? Was that Key and Peele? Is that a Key and Peele sketch? Okay. For some reason, I always think that that's a scene from Tropic Thunder. So I've seen like 2/3 of Tropic Thunder, but never all of Tropic Thunder, and that seems like something that would be in Tropic Thunder. Anyway, it's that sketch. There's a scene like that in Airplane? Probably. I've never actually seen Airplane. I've only ever seen memes from Airplane. But anyway, like that scene is kind of how I imagine Boat Murdered being outside. It's mostly memes and puns. Yeah, I don't know. I'm currently in my horror movie era. What, that I've never seen? That's a quote from Airplane, isn't it? T-Dog? You know, yeah, stop calling me Shirley. I know that bit. When it comes to movies, I feel like I've seen most cultural touchstones. Like, there's a few that I haven't, and the few that I haven't, I've kind of intentionally avoided because I know I would hate them. And Airplane is one of those. It's like, I've seen enough movies that are from that era with a very similar sense of humor that I fucking hate. That I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I think I'm happy with the memes because I think the memes out of context are funny. Like the references people make, which I get because I've been on the internet for my whole life. I think are funny. But actually tolerating that movie for more than the period of time it takes for someone to type a meme post into a chat room is, I think, too long for me. Managed to make your first capital, and all the dwarves are happy too. Hell yeah! Well done. You done did it. Event Horizon is #1 on your list of science fiction horror movies? The Thing is #1 on mine. Event Horizon's up there. Ton of horrible shark movies. I have a question. Is there that many? Like, I can think of, like, a handful of terrible shark movies off the top of my head that I've seen. And I'm sure that there's definitely more. Really? Okay. I guess it's like a direct-to-video special thing. You know, when it comes to shark movies, Tommy Wiseau, why haven't you released Big Shark yet? Where is Big Shark? I'm still waiting. Speaking of terrible movies. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? House Shark and Sand Shark? Is there Land Shark? Land Shark was my favorite skit in Scouts. I mean, okay, I forgot about Sharknado. I did forget about Sharknado. So early on in my streaming career, there was somebody in my chat who claimed that they were one of the cinematographers on Sharknado who hung around for, I don't know, maybe 6 months to a year. And he, like, every now and whenever, like, bad movies would come up, he'd be like, oh, you have no idea. There was one time when he was like, did you know that the biggest portion of the budget for Sharknado 1 was the food? Like, catering for the actors. Cost more than the movie. Which is really funny and also kind of believable because the budget for that movie is like 30 grand. So, Tommy Wiseau of The Room put out a trailer for a movie called Big Shark, Mr. Mondays. And Big Shark was purported to be most of the cast of The Room, and it was a movie about a tsunami that washes a shark into the downtown areas of LA, and there's some of the worst CG I've ever seen in my life. And a lot of scenes of, what's the name of that actor? Greg, I think it's Greg, the other guy from The Room who plays Mark. And Tommy Wiseau standing in like knee-deep water trying to run. And it looks awful. And the trailer released in, I think, 2019. And I don't think that movie ever came out. Like, in a world where Tubi exists, why haven't you released Big Shark yet? At least, like, the 45-minute cut. Whatever you got, man. There's a trailer. I'm presuming it still exists. And before it's, like, out. I need to go look up Big Shark. Yeah, there is a trailer on Rotten Tomato trailer. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, hold up. I think they actually did release it. I think it released in 2023. This is all that you need to know about Big Shark. Oh, so it did actually release. Okay. What's my favorite werebeast? Also, isn't that New Orleans? And that's definitely a green screen street. This and this are not in the same shot. Anyway, my favorite werebeast is probably the werepanda. Or the weremoose. Yeah, especially if they're 1920 by 1080. Romanoid. Still enjoying the goatee? I don't know. It's made me stop biting my nails because I just play with it. So maybe that's a good thing? It's like I've learned I can't get rid of my nervous habits, so instead I just have to replace them with different nervous habits. Werecamel? The werecamel's pretty good. But I'm partial to the werepanda. Weremammoth's actually the were-elephant is pretty good. I don't know. It's hard to pick a favorite. We've before talked about doing a Like, I don't know. On, like, some sort of event day, I should do a, like, werebeast tier list. Oh, true. Yeah, the were-giraffe. They'd all end up S+ tier at the end. That would be the problem. We'd have to, like, set pretty strict rules by how many could be in each one. Cursed spread a bit and has killed, like, 50 dwarves so far. I don't know. I never watched them, so... Like, honestly, like, tier list videos are the video that I find myself watching, Zapperson, because I fell asleep on my sofa watching something I was interested in, and then woke up watching that because it was just up next on the same channel. Mark Hamill, the were-camel? I feel like Mark Hamill would do a great were-creature voice. I want to say the Were-Loris is, like, kind of fucking terrifying. Is it the Were-Loris that's terrifying? I'm just looking at the full list. Yeah, the Were Monitor is pretty good. Were Turtle's also pretty good. I like how it's Were Turtle, Were Turtlist, asterisk, asterisk, because they're the same sprite. I wonder if they ever fix the, which one is it? There's a Were creature that just has the Were Coyote sprite for some reason. That shouldn't. I want to say it's like the Were Iguana or something. And I remember, like, sending Putnam a screenshot going, that's not an iguana. It was one of the lizards? Yeah. It may have been the Were Chameleon, actually. Because I don't think I've seen that sprite in game. I've definitely not seen the Were Rat. Okay, actually, no. Were-Loris is my favorite. He's all thumbs. He's got 2 big thumbs. He's like, nyeh. He's got pinchy fingers. It's probably my favorite one. Definitely Were-Loris. Sorry. Were-Loris is my favorite. S tier. Were-Gopher's pretty good, too. He's so cute. He's the huggablest of the Were creatures. The Were-Squirrel is just a normal squirrel with red eyes and shading in the front, which is also kind of funny. Like, if you look at the Were-Squirrel sprite next to the normal squirrel sprite, they are literally the same sprite. Yeah, the Were-Panda is great, though. Pangolin looks like a Pokemon. Although real pangolins look like a Pokemon, so honestly, that's fair. It's like they took a pangolin and, like, chopped its snoot off and then just, like, replaced it with big teeth. But, yeah, the Were-Panda is my favorite one. I think the reason the Were-Panda is my favorite is because there's a video... Ooh, I think it might be the first part of the Kit Fox documentary where Zach is asked what his favorite Were creature sprite is. Or not Kit Fox, the No Clip documentary. Where Zach's asked what his favorite sprite is, and he goes, oh, Were-Panda. Because apparently when they were, like, shown that sprite for the first time, they just died laughing. And I would, like, imagine, like, you created this thing, like, 20 almost years ago, like 15 years ago, and you just, like, threw the word panda in, and then you're like, I need a Were-Panda sprite. They send you that. Like, oi. Because you obviously have, like, this image in your head of, like, what it looks like, right? Mr. Mondays. Least favorite person of Garfield. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Brand new sub. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that brand new subscriber? Werepig's pretty good, too. I almost lost a fortress to Werepigs. Zombie Werepigs, actually. I had a Necromancer Werepig show up. And every single limb that flew off of a dwarf turned into a full-size zombie Werepig. Because, like, if something is bit and they're a were creature and their arm flies off, that arm gets resurrected, that arm also becomes a were creature once every full moon and then goes back to being an arm. It's not really a flex, my Riz. I once sent a Actually. This game, I sent like 4 or 5 pages worth of like, could you make this menu better? And they did. They made all of the improvements that I asked. This game, I used to have a lot of trouble with because the UI used to be made for somebody with an extremely high resolution Mac and very good eyes, and not somebody with terrible eyes and a low resolution monitor because I need bigger text. Like, I'm using a 32-inch 1920 by 1080 monitor. Higher refresh rate, lower resolution. It's the hill I die on. It is 144 hertz though. And then the other one that I did, well, I mean, this one I gave fuck tons of feedback on. I don't know if I've definitely done like I have vision problems. It's not a flex. Like, I think saying that like, if somebody has like as an example, if somebody's colorblind, right? And I know that like Ubisoft games have a lot of problems with this. Like like Assassin's Creed games tend to. A lot of puzzle games often do. Games that are very focused on color. Like Blueprints was another one. I don't think that it's like a flex to be like, hey, I can't play this game well because you've designed it in such a way. I think that's like the most important feedback a developer can get. So, yes, I have, but I would never call it a flex. Is there a weresloth? I'm too slow to see it if there is. Yes, there is a weresloth. This guy. You know, it's funny because I've heard that, Romanoid, but I've also heard very much not that. So I don't have colorblind problems and I don't play Ubisoft games. So take that for what it's worth. But I've heard that they add they have a lot of options that look good if you're not colorblind, but if you are colorblind, they're useless in a lot of cases. And I've heard that from a lot of people over the years. I think like for me, the most important and actually best okay, so the thing that I have the biggest problem with are real-time games that require extreme precision in chaotic moments. And I think like in Dwarf Fortress, that doesn't really apply because I can just pause, right? I must have sold an emote or something because I've got 88 cents pending on my Steam account. Look at that. No, but and the 2 games that I can think of off the top of my head that did this best, one of them I don't own. 3 games, actually. One of them I don't own. Celeste lets you do this. This random game that I played a bit of lets you do this. Scourgebringer. And so does Brigador. Except Brigador lets you do it on an engine level, which is you can literally slow down the speed of the game. So, like, most of the levels in this game, I can just beat. Like, no issue. Like, I can just play through them because the majority of them, you're playing a pretty slow vehicle. And as long as my character is moving slowly, I can focus on everything else enough to be okay. But the second they put you in a hovercraft in this game, the game gets very slidey. And at full speed, I can't finish the easy levels in the hovercrafts. Because I just can't see well enough to like spot hazards on the ground. Like, you're looking out for mines, you're looking out for lasers, you're looking out for rockets, you're looking out for enemies, you're looking out for suicide bombers that move 5 times the speed of you. You're trying to dart around and point in all these different directions while doing like clunky tank controls because it's a vehicle sim. Like, for those of you who haven't seen this game, it looks like, you know, banger of a soundtrack, but like this is what the game looks like, right? And like the really fast vehicles, like that's one of them. But the slow vehicles, kind of fine. But like the best thing that games like that can do for me is just give me the option to slow the game down and don't turn off achievements, which this game does. So, and so does this thing. But the difference is with this, if you turn off achievements, if you slow down the speed of the game, it locks you out of one achievement, which is basically just like the hard mode achievement, which is fair because you can still set the difficulty to the hard difficulty, but you don't get the achievement for the hard difficulty unless you're running at full speed, which kind of blows, but I get it. You know. You have visual, auditory, static. Any stressful moment in a dark environment is hell because it mostly looks flat. Any game designed to be dark is a bad time for you? I would actually have to ask, how would a game like Darkwood play for you? Because, like, hold up. Because, like, Darkwood is a game that gets dark in places. But it's, like, intentionally designed to fuck with you. This game's interesting, though, because, like, it's so audio-focused that you can kind of just get around a lot of it. You know what's funny? One sock, two sock, and just chat in general. I have better vision in the dark. But there's, like, a line there where my vision is terrible. So there's a bar downtown called Refuge Tap Room. It's a beautiful little it's not a speakeasy because it's just a normal bar. But it's lit and decorated like kind of that era. Like all of the light bulbs they use are supposed to like emulate like oil lamps and stuff. Like it is a neat aesthetic for a place. But the result is it's extremely fucking dim in there. And there are certain times of night where if I go there, I have to hold the menu up like this so I can see it in the light of the light from the lights outside. Because like I can't, it's like light enough that my eyes don't work, but like dark enough that I can't see. But I do see better in pitch dark because my eyes don't dilate properly. So in bright light, it's hard for me to see because my eyes don't dilate fully. But in the dark, I don't have issues. It's that weird like middle line where it's like not dark, but just dim. Use your flashlight on your phone? That's extremely rude in that bar, Ranger. Like I would rather ask the like the server to tell me what's on the menu than use my flashlight in that place. Cause like that's a place where if you're there, you're either on a quiet date or you are quietly talking with friends over a beer. It's like the low vibes bar. And if you turn on a flashlight, you're just kind of being a dick. Because then nobody can see. And it all starts to blend together. That's interesting. I have visual blind spots, so there's points where I straight up just can't see parts of things that I'm looking at. One sock, two sock. How about a phone screen? If you make a light source in that bar, you are an asshole. I will just say that. And I'm somebody who can't see well in that bar, one sock, two sock. If you go in there and it's dark out and you make a light source, you are an asshole. Period. Don't do it. It's like not a rule and they won't kick you out for it, but if you ever go to that bar, don't do that. Just wait for your eyes to adjust as well as they can, and if you can't see the menu that well, ask a server. Or sit next to the bathrooms because there are like normal lights near the back. Or like I can't see shit. Well, not even just like just talk to them. Like you don't even need to say that you're blind. Competitive multiplayer FPSs don't interest you at all, which is nice having moved to Linux because kernel anti-cheat is not a problem. Yeah, now I have an excuse to play the games I don't want to play. I'm reading their username. Jurazik. Just lost 110 out of 260 dwarves to 6 forgotten beasts before I could secure the caverns. I love how nobody explores the caverns all the way, is what I'm learning from this patch. Like, there's somebody in chat named One Sock, Two Sock. That's why I'm saying One Sock, Two Sock. If streamer is saying something really silly, it's probably because they're talking to somebody. Saw that Tarn Adams interview. You look younger than you did then for some reason. Which one? Sorry, but like I've done like 13 of them. And for life. Well, that's neat. I hope you enjoyed it. I probably just hadn't shaved. Like I shaved this morning, right? Like there are times where I just don't shave for like a month. What does the crown next to your name mean? Hover your mouse over it. If you have one. It means you've been subscribed for 16 months. The badge changes periodically. It's like every 3 months, I think. Like if they start off just like hats and then eventually there's no hats and then they have hat and glasses and then eventually there's a hat and 2 glasses and then I don't even know what it becomes after a while, but you're on mobile at the moment? Yeah, it means you've been subscribed for 16 months. Not in the slightest. Yuksha in YouTube chat. They asked if I like factory building games. You know, for every person I've seen say that, Weirdodo in YouTube chat. For every person who says that they like me more with the goatee, I have 2 people say that I look terrible with the goatee. And for every 2 people say that I look terrible with the goatee, I have 3 people say I don't give a shit. So I kind of don't know what to think. It's like a 30-30 split right now. Because I don't know if I like it all that much. I will keep it until I get tired of the upkeep, and then I will shave it off. You get carded when you don't wear a beard? Have mostly gray hair down to the center of your back, and you'll stop getting carded. Like, it isn't actually all that obvious right now how gray my hair really is with the headphones on, but like, I don't know, man. Like, it's gray. Like, especially underneath, like, my hair is gray. Like, I'm not quite able to just do a Sephiroth, but we're getting there. I was also amazed by how many people hadn't realized that I have long hair. I feel like I just aged 25 years. I was kind of amazed how many people didn't realize that I have long gray hair until I made the Boat Murdered video. So I got kind of a lot of comments saying, wow, I had no idea you had long hair. It's because I keep it tied back most of the time in the angle that it's at. You know, I get that. I get the only comments that are positive that I ever get from women are, I'm jealous of your hair and can I steal your eyelashes? And it's like, sure, take them. They make my glasses dirty all the time. It's like fucking annoying. Sky Sura, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the hair. I look like a wizard? I need a wizard hat. I don't have a wizard hat. But yeah. I'm like old Harry Potter. I hate it. Now chug a potion and slay some monsters? No. I'm supposed to brew a potion, which I sell for a lot of coin to a silly adventurer so that they can go kill the monsters for me. and die in the process, and then I'll go loot their corpse and get my vials back. And then I will leave a sticky note on them that says, haha, you died. Took too long to get back, your loot timed out. No, adventurer, you can't handle my strongest potions. Did you know that guy's an author? The potion seller guy? Potion seller! He's like written books. I went to his YouTube page recently because he made a bunch of videos during the pandemic because everybody who had a YouTube channel at one point started making YouTube videos again during the pandemic because everybody was bored. And it's like, he's an author. He's like also a script writer and has like gotten episodes of movies made or episodes of TV shows made that you may have seen. He made/wrote challengers. I don't even know what that is, but sure. Check out Epic NPC Man. This sounds like something on TikTok. True. I could be old Ron Weasley, but I'm not a ginger, so, and I don't have freckles. So those are like the two main qualifiers, I think, which I failed. Potion sales barely cover vial expenses, but it's an honest job, which is why you've got to bring your vials back to your local potion sellers so that he can reuse them. Okay? It's like the milk company here that has the very expensive milk, but if you bring the jar back, you get $1 discount on the next one. You know, honestly, I've heard people say those words in that order before, Bastet, but I have no idea what that show even is. And I'm okay with that. Thanks for the 90 cents, by the way, Wilmer. But yeah, I don't know why I've chosen to be a wizard. I just have. It's also like kind of a waste because I literally never let my hair down. Although the main reason for that is I don't like having my hair down while I have these headphones on. I've had these headphones longer than I've had this hair, and I really like these headphones, but I don't like having my hair down while I have these headphones on because, to be completely honest with you, it makes me sweat. And it gives me, like, it gives me the feeling of being in a greenhouse. Ambiguous Britain in YouTube chat. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. I took your advice with last question on fort design with a, I don't know how to pronounce that word, insulae style of housing. All the streets are too high with the top floors being luxury bedrooms over workshops. Oh, hell yeah. Make a cool looking fort. Post screenshots on the Discord. It's good stuff. I mean, the last metal show I went to ended with me on one knee circle headbanging. So, you know, for like a solid 10 minutes. And what's amazing is I know how to do it at this point where my neck doesn't hurt the next day. My back feels great though. Like, whenever I do that at a metal show, I realize the next day, oh, this is why they tell you to like limber up before you work out. Because it won't make you crumple up into a ball the next day. It's like, I'm ready to go for a run. I let my hair down a lot when I'm outside walking, though, Idle Villager. All right, give me a hot second here. Hot second as opposed to a cold moment. Bring it back and you get 25 cents back. I don't think you get quite 25 cents here, but if you bring those to the recycling depot, you do. Or, like, recycling drop-off places. There's a few of them. I don't know what that means. Big the Viking. I'm also not going for wizard. I'm just kind of doing what feels right and ending up looking like wizard and being informed that I look like wizard. Like, it's not something that I'm intending to look like aesthetically. I'm not like the guy who volunteers a lot downtown here with all of, like, the markets and stuff who looks like a Quaker. He's got, like, hair down to his belly button, like a beard down to his belly button, and, like, longer hair than me, and he wears a big Quaker hat and, like, a black, like a long black rain jacket, but not like the ones they wear in the Matrix, like the short, long black rain, like not a trench coat, but like almost a trench, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean. And then like dress pants and like a white shirt and suspenders. I see this dude downtown all the time and he can't be older than me. Like he's pretty young looking. A Quaker hat. Hold on, let me look up a Quaker hat for you. I was about to start, but you're delaying me for... Quaker hat. Like these big, black, wide-brimmed hats to buckle. Terry Pratchett, yeah, kind of, actually. You envy young people that can actually grow a long beard? I do and I don't. Because I feel like that almost always goes hand in hand with balding. But maybe I'm stereotyping too much. Also, I don't want a long beard, so. No beard and balding? Oh, man. Hey, there's something to be said for, like, the, Captain Picard or Mr. Clean aesthetic, okay? I refreshed Twitch, and my thumbnail is just the big shark sea. Whew, okay. No, I was talking about a guy who lives close to me, because I see him downtown all the time, Megalodon, who wears one of those. And chat was confused as to what it was, so I was like, that's what it looks like. Quaker hats. All right, so the next ad is going to run in 25 seconds. We'll just let that run, and then we'll dive in. I don't actually know what they're called. I just call them Quaker hats. Hats that Quaker wears from the Quaker Oats container. I mean, it's just like Final Fantasy. We don't know what the zippers are for, but they're there, so we don't question it, right? Aesthetics, probably, honestly. Although, no, Kree, you could just be like a ska fan. The cool skinheads. You went to a Quaker high school for a while? This guy in YouTube chat says. I mean, it's an aesthetic vibe. I can't imagine that I would enjoy going to a Quaker school, though. Any kind of heavy religious, kind of restrictive cultures are often stuffy and unfun. Although the thing that I will say about the guy who dresses like a Quaker who lives here is I don't think he's actually a Quaker. Or at the very least, he ain't a strict Quaker, because I've seen him out late at night, like, in nightclubs before, dressed like that, and he stands out like a sore thumb, but, like... It's pretty laid back and diverse. Well, that's good. Because, like, I remember learning about Quakers when I was younger, and they were, like, the people that moved to North America because Britain wasn't religious enough. Like, they were the people who were largely, as I understood it, to be, like, The religion isn't taken seriously enough, people. It was also the Protestants, but the Quakers fit in with that. Because the Quakers were a sect of fundamentalists. They just had a very different worshipping style. It was very much like, kind of like the Amish, but not as extreme. It's also an oatmeal brand, yes. Quaker Oats is an oatmeal brand, but it was a type of religious worship. It's been a long time. They fled to have religious freedom to suppress all other religions when they got here. Sure, yes. Playing EU5 has taught you anything. Colonies are a great way to deal with your most annoying citizens. Isn't that like just Australia? Like why Australia exists? The circus is possibly bugged. I have no interest in going down there right now, but what's wrong with the circus? I know that you were digging around down there, but what's going on in the circus? Christian, pick your distro. Wait, hold on. They're infighting? Silver Sheet? So hold on. Are you telling me you go down to hell and everything is dead? So, okay, stop with like the spoiler-free bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, but you're putting too many layers of nonsense above like what you're actually saying. Can you just say in plain simple words why it's bugged? Because like you've confused me. Okay, so the demon. Okay, so they infight. Huh. That's. Has that been reported? Went from 10-ish types of demons down to 4. Did you get the chance to click on any of them while they were alive? Check if they've joined factions. Like, if you have a save, go back and see if they've joined factions. Because I remember seeing a patch note about something like that once, but not with demons. It was with angels, where certain angel types could join factions, and then if you visited them, they would kill each other. I like that idea, actually, just like Demon Civil Wars. Like, just from like a weird, like, headcanon lore perspective, like, the endlessly fighting creatures in the depths that are coming out of the great pools that will just battle to the death for all eternity is kind of a neat concept. Instead of being, like, entirely united to destroy everything on the surface, it's like they exist in, like, for eternal battle and destruction, and if you stumble in on it, guess what? You're caught up in the chaos, motherfucker! But yeah, I guess from a gameplay perspective, that kind of sucks. I had to make it a 5x5 to get a river. Just check, no groups? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, report it, I guess. So, for the visually observant of you, myself not included, there is a Etten in the middle of the screen. This Etten has 3 artifacts, the first of which are some steel greaves, which are sized for elves, oddly enough. The second of which is a sword, and then the third of which is this. I want to make a statue of these greaves to know who made it, because this is steel greaves that are sized for elves, which is neat. And it's encrusted with yellow sand and bonds of opal cobaltite cabochons, and adorned with hanging rings of more sand. So that's really cool. It's also got a silver short sword, which is also an artifact. And it's also got this dress. And because it doesn't say it's sized for somebody, dwarves can wear it. So these are cool to me. I'm very happy to see these. Now, the problem is it's an Etten, and it wants to rip my faces off. And we have several faces, and we need them to not get ripped off. They're very delicate. And for those of you who missed yesterday, I have a YouTube short to show you. Although I'm not actually going to show it to you on YouTube. I'm going to show it on the video on my computer because it's easier. So this is a video that I made last night of a thing that happened yesterday. So I'm just going to crank this up in volume. I'm going to mute Dwarfort for a hot second here. Please nobody use sound commands because you will blow your eardrums. Unless you like your eardrums being blown. I'm whatever you're into. All right, we'll let that do its thing. We'll get our first bedrooms up. Why, where, when, what, who, how, what? Oh, Jesus H. So that happened yesterday. Well, I'm stupid. And it's now a YouTube short if you want to watch it 50 times in a row and help me make money. Otherwise, that happened yesterday. As you can see, we cleaned it up. Now, the way we cleaned it up was I built a little platform. I'm very proud of that short, by the way. That's some of my best work. I had this stair here, and while I was digging this out, I accidentally, like, clipped this corner to be dug out while I was digging this layer up. And clipping that corner made them mine through this because there was some stairs here that went all the way up to this pump at the top. Now, the problem with this was they mined through that, and one dwarf went and turned into a ball of charcoal. Also, we're out of food, apparently. That's not good. I'm just going to butcher some animals. Oh, I don't really have any animals to butcher. I'm going to butcher a warthog, and that'll solve the food problem. So our population just went up, so a lot of things have changed. Anyway, also, apparently we've got dwarves that are starving to death. That's not good. Where was I? Right. So I dug through that, and that caused lava to flow down both sides of this and completely fill up most of this and flood some areas that weren't supposed to be flooded. But the good news was I was able to block it off by putting pumps in front of it and getting rid of it. That's all. The next thing is we need to make this burrow better. So let me just go down to here. Go over to here. Just go all the way up. So that's where that burrow is supposed to go to. Except I'm going to remove kind of this area. I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to add in this. Add in this. I'm going to add in this. Okay, that's fine. Also, this. Now, the situation here isn't all that bad. We're about to have a bunch of plump helmets, so that's good. The situation here isn't all that bad. I do need to get all of these dwarves into the burrow, which I will do right now. I'm just going to check and make sure I don't have any super problematic tasks. I can probably unforbid these construction jobs. And I'm going to go down to here, and we are going to take advantage, I think. Oh, maybe not. I don't actually have much ammo. If I had ammo, I would do this, but we currently have enough ammo for my Mark Dwarves. I don't have enough ammo for my bolt throwers, which is unfortunate. I will just queue my squads to go here because, as you can see, all of them except for one of them have ammo. We're just in the process of getting a bunch of ammo made. I should just start making bone bolts, actually. We should just do that. Bone bolts. Whenever there's bones available. I don't know. Actually, we'll just say 10 and just say whenever there's more than 10 bones. Whenever amount of bones is greater than 25. Like 40, maybe? We'll do that. It sticks out on the right, the burrow. Oh, is it too many layers over? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's fine that it does this. There's nowhere really for them to go. It's not the biggest deal. I just don't want them picking up body parts from the active combat zone. Like, they're allowed to go outside, but I just don't want them running out here to pick up body parts while fighting's happening. That's the issue. So that's kind of the fortress. It is this great volcano thing. We are on year, I think we started on the year 260 or 256, I think. I need to actually go back and check. So we've actually been here for quite a few years. It might have been 257 or 8. I need to check the actual date. And we have very few bedrooms. This is all I have for bedrooms. So we are in the process of building out some bedrooms. I do have this area kind of walled in, which I think looks like a dick. A very stubby dick. But it is what it is, and we're going to try and make it look as nice as I possibly can. We're working with what we got, okay? It isn't the size that matters, it's what you do with it. And up here we've got this awesome little tower. And a part 2 of, actually, you know what it looks like? Megalodon? It looks like a doorstop that I bought for my manager years ago, which was shaped like a phallic cock. A flaccid cock. Very... She loved it. She thought it was one of the funniest things she'd ever seen in her life. It was just like a big piece of silicone. But maybe not that big, is it? Maybe. It's like the size of a softball. Am I Lucifer or Crowley? Oh. Okay, so Crowley, I need to preface this. Hockey player. Crowley is a piece of shit. Horrible fucking person who did a lot of garbage things. But I would be Crowley because he's funny. To, like, read about as a person, he's funny. But, like, when you actually read about what he's done... you want a bearded dwarf? Got it. I'm amazed it lasted that long. These are the dwarves that actually died during the flood. So I do have memorials to all of them. The living dwarves in the fort currently are Zapper, Glass Half Empty, Gaia, Darut, Alf, Television, whose partner died in the flood, unfortunately. Toast Cat, Fishbone, Snail, Sleepy Lobster. Also, Television was the Fortress Expedition leader, so I might give him a custom role. Really Swifty, Ilmirin, Lanix, Shady Shopkeep, Tubby, Geotrack, Hunkwat, which apparently means rascal in Polish, I've been told, Kenton, Manbeardorf, and I think that's everybody. So, Darius wants a beard. And dwarves are hungry, and so we're not in the best spot at the moment. But let's follow this Etten. There is a not zero chance that they just get stuck in a cage trap. Oh, also there's some elves here to trade at the moment. I will get you named in a second here, Darius. Or read your dwarf after this fight. Oh. Rip the armadillo. Rock me armadillo. Armadillo. Rock me armadillo. I don't know where I'm going with this. Alright, so you're running to the... Uh-oh. Well, you found a dwarf. Run in... Okay. I was gonna say into the fortress, Ilmirin. I was worried about this. Ilmirin, no. Ilmirin lost their partner during the flooding. Their partner melted. Oh shit! My Monster Hunter! Or an unrelated Monster Hunter! Save these dwarves and I will let you live here. I don't think that's gonna happen though. Hold on, they're wielding the moving sun for everyone. That sounds like a kid's parable. The moving sun for everyone is a green Tourmaline-bound codex. The written portion consists of a 22-page manual entitled The Moving Sun for Everyone, authored by Idella Markemavufa. It concerns the theory that the sun moves around the world. the writing has a touch of melancholy because they know no one will believe them. But the prose is great. Anyway, so the engraver bites them. Well, that's good. The human maceman strikes the Etten, but the shot was deftly parried. Wait, hold up. Parried by Tuatha Kakpoth? Which one is Tuatha Kakpoth? Okay, so they are actually wielding the sword. I like to think that they're wearing this dress as a glove. I feel like sending my dwarves out to go fight manually might not be the best decision, but I am doing it. And just like that, Adil was found dead. So was Ilmirin. I'm sorry, Ilmirin. At least, you know, you did get to witness your death. Oh man, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, hold up. Let's see if I can turn them around. Okay, this one is loaded. Also loaded. Okay, I'm actually going to use this new menu. So in places, there's a siege engines menu. So anyone that's loaded, I will set to fire at will. Okay, here comes the Etten. Bolts are already flying. Seeing many bolts heading out. My Mark's dwarves are standing in front of them as well. Doing a lot of missing. They're not very trained. The very brave Dr. Mestos runs straight into the fighting. Who shares the name with the god that everybody has. It wasn't meant to be. Absolute shame. More bolts are flying. The creature is injured, having taken many bolts that have missed and probably at least one or two that have hit. Unfortunately, the creature is not close enough to the fort to be able to fire out bolts, to be hit by the bolts being fired from up here. My Mark's dwarves do seem to be firing, though. It just needs to be slightly closer to be hit by those. But unfortunately, we're not having such luck. It is getting tired, which is the most likely we're going to get to killing it. The administrator, Bambool here, is continuing to dodge. Same with Doran, who's trying to construct, and is mostly just leaving. This creature's doing a very effective job dodging. This is the best training we've had yet, which is very good for us. The dwarves are continuing to fire bolts. We've got a chief medical dwarf as well as a woodcutter trying to help with the punching of the creature who is exhausted now, which means they'll have more luck. And more bolts continue to fly, and it is now nauseous and winded and probably not going to live too much longer, hopefully. Very high bleeding. The woodcutter is punching it. The dwarves are dodging out of the way. My Mark's dwarves are actually getting some training, which is nice. And they're not close enough yet to get hit by the bolt throwers still. Hopefully it gets a little bit closer. There's a dwarf with a pickaxe, which is actually a weapon. And he's bleeding, but the creature is winded and cannot breathe and will die of suffocation momentarily. Which one of you got the kill? The woodcutter. Is it I-N? Yes. Slayer. What a good kill. Well done, dwarf. So we lost, what, 4 dwarves? 5. 5 dwarves. I don't think bolts can friendly fire. If they can, I haven't seen it happen yet. Let's just go places, siege weapons, load them if they can be loaded. And now let's turn this off and go get us some food. It would have been really ironic if Darius just died right away. And let's read Darius. Darius is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often feels envious of others. He rarely feels discouraged and is slow to trust others. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and exhales sharply when he's exasperated. needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of raising a family. He likes chert as well as rose gold and alexandrite, moose leather and elephant ivory and narwhal bone, and the color blue-gray. Maces and scepters and flasks and alpacas for their wool and the sound of the intricate berry and the sight of the couple of glossing. And then Paul prefers to consume yak cheese and turnip plants and pomegranate wine and caper leaves, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Fly safe. Make sure that you remind the pilot to flap. Yes. And also, someone's probably thinking, man, you really could have done a better job with those burrows. Yes, I could have, but where's the fun in that? He personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, doesn't care about raising a family. He likes, I already read all that. You worship Levin, which is the less popular of the gods, and you're a member of the Snarling denomination. The said less popular god is the god of fish. Well, I understand now why they're not popular. Welcome to the fort. Now, before I fully unpause, I'm also going to go up to here, and I'm going to do this at a higher priority. We're going to harvest everything that's oh, no, that's chopped trees. Harvest everything that's harvestable up here, and harvest everything that's harvestable in the fortress at a higher priority. I also should really, what are these? Custard apple. Should really, like, set up a few trees in here as, like, an orchard kind of deal, because like I do just straight up have trees growing back here, but just looking for somebody who I can assign to be an additional woodcutter. All right. And not just at the start of the season. Oh yeah, no, I saw that in the patch notes. I mean, I haven't seen it personally, but I've seen it in the patch notes. Because the patch notes said that enemies can attack at random intervals now, basically. Which is cool. Like, I'm here for that. So, 1... 2. Well, actually, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 1 there. 1 there. I'm just gonna manually assign these for the moment. And Ilmirin, I'm very sorry. I didn't want you to die, I swear. That wasn't intentional. The dwarf did it. Name the dwarf. Adil Limul. Actually, hold up. Yeah. Engraver. What was the last one? It was on. Does the volcano have a name assigned? I shit you not. It's the Hills of Murder. So you can name it whatever you want, though. I could not say that confidently, no. This is not, in fact, this playthrough of Dwarf Fortress is not defined as a blind playthrough, but my username on the internet is blind, and I am playing Dwarf Fortress. YouTube chat's asking if this is a blind playthrough. Which, like, okay, fair, but no. Not technically. I want this to... Well, I can actually leave this. I need stairs. Because who doesn't need stairs? I'm going to make a structure on this volcano for sacrificing things. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, I mean, it was at 0 a minute ago, bioactive. It's because I've literally told half of the fortress to go get food, and I also told them to butcher a bunch of things. Which they've already done. The butchering part. Volcano tap. Well, I was gonna make it like maybe a temple, like a sacrifice place or a library or something. I do have 2 dwarves at a hospital. Let's see. Do I have dwarves tending to them? Because I did just lose my chief medical dwarf. Lanix. Literally nobody left alive. I lost all of my doctors in that fight. Just for reference. Actually, you know what, Lanix? We're going to leave you as the bone doctor because you're competent at that. Trial by fire. Time to learn how to doctor. We're out of soap, though. Oh, also, I can make this tavern bigger. Because this area is about as good as it's going to get for now. The breakfast of beers. My tavern. I don't have a surgeon, though. That's the thing, right? Nobody had any skills in surgery unless I missed one. I don't. So. Is it a toilet lid? I mean, no, it's just gonna be a way of getting rid of bodies. Do I have any cut gems? That's the important question. I do not. Let's just go to gems and say, don't put cut gems here. Just leave them in the workshop. I mean, I could build a lava toilet. To me, a lava toilet's something pretty specific, but... I should actually trade with them. Just so that I can get... I should trade with the elves just specifically so that I can get some animals from them if possible. But the problem is I don't really have much that I can sell them at the moment, especially. Has anybody done the tomb thing? Actually, are all those bodies buried? That's the other question. No, none of them have even been finished. All right, let's just pause all of this, except for maybe 2. Turns out I got a lot of rock blocks jobs running right now, which honestly I personally think is fair. actually good on drinks right now, so I'll pause one of those. I'll keep you making pots. Everything else, on the other hand, though, let's keep making bolts. Everything else, on the other hand, though, let's pause. Let's get constructions made. And the squad up here, I'm going to set you to off-duty for the moment. Or no orders, rather. Because we're building this slowly. And we should be cutting gems, amongst other things. Have I sealed Cave 1? Yes. Although, I started this fort the day before that patch hit. Where, also I missed a bunch of the ad break, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. I sealed this fortress, I started this fortress before that patch hit, so I shouldn't be affected by the fixed beasts. I could sell bugs, but those are valuable. I don't partake in the bug economy very often. I mean, Tarn doesn't make the music for this, Jeff. It's two different composers called Dabu and Simon. They do all the music for Dwarf Fort. So, but they just added a new song with the Siege update. They're doing like 1 or 2 songs a year, from what I can tell. And now an ad for us, Panda Express. For some reason, I don't think those are going to be related, Gunmetal, but in my heart, they're related. You know, honestly, like, the easiest way for me to do this would just be to do silk. Just bring a cloth bin over. Do they? Okay, no, they don't, but they do have a bunch of like fruits and vegetables. So I just want to get these. I do really like buying a couple grown cages from the elves and then selling livestock to them. In fort mode? Sure. In your lifetime? How long are you planning to live? Because, like, Dwarf Fortress, I don't think people do this intentionally, but Dwarf Fortress, the way people talk about the development of this game makes me extremely nihilistic for my own life expectancy. Because people are just like, do you think we'll get this in our lifetime? It's like, yeah, duh. Because, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress hasn't been around that crazy long. Like, yeah, it's been around for a while, for sure. But, like, it's not like it's going to take 100 years or something. You know what I mean? Like, to me, like, Dwarf Fortress hasn't been around that long. Like, I know it's been around since 2006, but, like, I don't know. I could see another playable faction coming in the next... within the next 10 years. Like, you do need to remember, like, how small of a team this is. And the reason I don't really care about other playable faction mods before somebody's like, oh, that exists, which I know, is the other playable factions in Dwarf Fortress are supposed to have their own mechanics and restrictions. Like, the humans can't dig as much as the dwarves, as an example. Like, they're not as good at it. And because of that, because they're not as good at it, they wouldn't be able to go as deep. There we go. And so you'd end up with bigger sprawling cities because you wouldn't have as many vertical Z levels that you could dig through mechanically. So then the game would have to restrict the player's ability to go vertically up and down. And I think that that's a really neat idea, which is what they want to do with it. But, like, you know, it'll take a while. Yeah, even if they wanted to, gunmetal. But that would also result in you being able to do, like, I don't know, 28 by 28 maps, right? Because you'd have so much more space. But all that stuff's on the stuff. I did not cap my population at 50 dwarves. I have 50 dwarves because I had 54 dwarves and then 5 died. If you want to cap your population, go to your game settings right here and scroll down until you get to strict population cap and set it. Mine's at 220. This is just a pretty young fort. I did not cap my population, but you can. There's a setting to do it. The dead walk. Hide while you still can. Great. Did we get those bodies inside? No, we didn't. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Great. But yeah, there's 2 population caps. There's strict population cap, and then there's baby child cap, and you want to set a baby child cap. This isn't too bad, but it's going to be a bit of a pain. For the next little bit, although I will leave this inner area in the burrow for right now. Well, that's bad. All these dwarves are caught out, so we've got Gaia, glass half empty, and Adil that are all caught out. So here's hoping they'll get back into the fort. Make good choices, dwarves. Okay, they're going up and over. It's 2 in. You're not going to make good choices, are you? What's your name? You're Adil. So if I go to tasks and find Adil. You're right here. Pause. Just try and get inside. Ah, Jesus. Here they come. Here they come. Let's go to places, siege engines. It's a good thing we got the ammo we did. Stop you, stop you. Stop you. Stop you. Let's keep these 2 loading. Because I don't have enough bolts still. I'm also going to go back to the standing orders, other hunter ammo. Cool. There's no hunter ammo this side. D-Dog. Can you get a dog? No, I don't have any dogs. You can have a dwarf. Or, I mean... I was gonna say, I guess you were one of the first dwarves that died in this fort, weren't you? I'm going to restrict the amount of times you guys can redeem that. You can have that redemption, but I'm just going to go change that setting. I'm going to set it to once per stream. I might even restrict it more than that. Because, like, the idea with me making it cheaper was that more people would get it. And I think actually less people are getting it over time. Because people aren't looking for it as much, because it's... the people who really want it are just sniping it more often. So I'm going to actually restrict that a little bit. There's no way in hell I can do it once per fort. Because I would literally just be able to say that you can only do it once. Basically. And then I'd have to reset the whole thing, so... I'm just going to set it to once per stream. I didn't want to do it that way, but I'm going to do it that way. What kind of dwarf do you want? I mean, it's not up to you, Elmiran. Mark's dwarf? Which one? One that's not named. It's one that doesn't have a nickname next to them already. It was 3 per stream because my idea was that because it only has a 25-minute cooldown, more different people would get it. I'm seeing less variety of people getting it now. Like, it's like looking at it statistically, historically, scrolling up the list, like there's less variance in the people getting it, and I keep having to be like, come on, man, like you've named 2 things and then like somebody died and you named yourself a second time in one day. I keep getting that, and it's like, the idea is that more people get it, but you know, everything's in beta, everything's a work in progress. All right, nil is what you're getting. D-Dog is a pessimist and is prone to strong feelings of lust. Or sorry, not lust, jealousy. And is friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Has a calm demeanor and rarely feels discouraged. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is slow to anger, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She does not go out of her way to help others and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She's curious and eager to learn, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Nil, T-Dog, likes tin glaze and steel and red tourmaline, as well as billaboo leather, and mule hoof and hyena tooth and sheep's wool and picks and amulets and guinea fowls for their social nature. And the sound of the desert of luxury and the sight of the fuchsia quintessence, and when possible prefers to consume asparagus and longland beer, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Mesthos is the god that you worship. You're a member of the hateful communion, the most popular religion, and you're satisfied at work. Welcome to the fort. Are there any available to name? Chat, you explain the story, friend. I've got zombies to worry about. Do they have a clear leader? They do not, from what I can tell. So I'm going to send the Marks dwarves over here. So I'm not seeing many ranged zombies. And hopefully... if they can't get in, we can go pick some of them off. Although maybe they can't access that area for some reason. Let me tell them to just go here. Let's also unforbid that bolt. Did I? No, I didn't. I was like, did I close the front door? Are you one of the ones that bolts? Yes, you are. So let's see what happens. Holy shit. Okay, that's kind of what I was worried about. They start climbing and fording the walls, but we were able to kill them, as long as they come in one at a time. And a pike dwarf zombie fell into the lava. My dwarves start picking at another one. Just make sure it's only these dwarves fighting. Another one comes up, and that's terrifying. Where did it go? I lost it. Okay, let's see if we can get the dwarves to move over to here. Are you bleeding? No. Standing on a pile of blood. That's different. Let's get them over to there instead. That's a better place for my dwarves, but they're gonna keep fighting here until they stop seeing zombies. But the zombies are getting picked off pretty quickly by the iron bolts, so that's good news. And I'm trying... They are moving a few at a time. Have they regrouped anywhere? That's the big question. Yeah, so they're just like kind of scattering around and spreading out, which is good for me. Which is kind of exactly what I was hoping the zombies would do, is just spread out. Because they don't really have any solid reason to jump my walls unless they see us, right? Because kind of what I'm planning to do, they've always jumped, Geotrack, that's nothing new. What I'm planning on doing is making this side like 2 or 3 levels higher, and then building battlements, but obviously we're not there yet. So right now it's just a deterrent, and it's not a like actual thing that stops anything. But yeah, no, baddies have always been able to jump. Intelligent undead, unintelligent undead, random goblin soldiers, everything. They've always been able to jump. That is nothing new. Let's try and get this one down. Okay, that zombie's dead. Let's get them back over here. I'm actually kind of amazed that none of you guys have seen them jumping before. Actually, let's get them over here. That zombie goblin looks funny. Wait, hold up. Why do you only have 1 sandal? Maybe because his foot's missing? Unfortunate. So where's the majority of the zombie army? Because they usually regroup somewhere. That, or let me just check something. Let's check my equipment. Okay, let's see if I can update equipment. Where's my... Okay, nobody's in hospital. Nobody is forging iron bolts. Okay. Bars, 43, okay. Let's get these dwarves inside. I hope they don't jump the wall. Iron bolts. 20. Let's do 30. Do I have put item in tomb laborers available? Let's unforbid that coffin. Oh, there's a zombie right here. That's not good. There's 2, actually. I'm sorry, what? Oh, great. Well, the good news is the elves were killed by the incumbent goblins. And that resulted in, or at least spooked by the goblins. And that seems to have resulted in the goblins scaring away the elves, which made them drop all their stuff, so I got a lot of food now. I'm going to make a new burrow, which is just going to be in here. And here, which is our food, farming area, and this, and out to here. Nope, not out to there. Right here. Accept that, turn this on. Move everybody from here. Move them over to here. Turn this on. Yep. Okay. There isn't much I can do at the moment. I got my cloth back? Yeah, no, I'm actually really upset about this whole situation. This could not have gone any worse, so... that is all I have to say about that. This could not actually have gone any worse. This is quite literally as bad as things could have gotten for this siege. This is horrible because I have no properly armed soldiers. And if I make a squad right now, they're all just going to go die. So, revel in your happiness for me, but realize that it is nothing but absolute failure, and we're probably fucked. Like, this could actually end the fort. This could end the fort. Was that a zombie running through the fort? No fucking shit, dude. That's literally what I'm talking about verbally. Sorry if I'm not communicating it well enough. I apologize, but Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, they found a way in. They're skipping the wall somewhere. Because I haven't finished building it, obviously. Work was in the way. Not my problem! God damn it, man. Okay. Rampant zombies isn't clear X3. Absolutely. Clearly enough. And also, I have no ammunition, is the other issue here. So there's zombies in the fort. Zombie. And I have no ammo. My squads are not armed. Or at least not armed enough to do much. Armed enough to do a little, not armed enough to do much. So they're trying to get ammo right now, and they can't. My forge, which is making more ammo, is right here. Do you see the problem? And that's why this dwarf just got cut to pieces. Because we have no ammo and no way of making more. Where's the zombie in the fort at the moment? Okay, well, I'm seeing the dwarves recouping a little bit. All the ones without ammo are just going to run away until they can get more ammo. I'm actually just going to go to places and go to siege engines and just unassign all of them so that I can use that ammo. Let's go places, siege engines. Just use that ammo. So what I'm going to do right now, once this dwarf gets inside, is I'm going to turn this area off on the burrow, and I'm going to lock the door. We're going to try and make some ammo. Dwarf, if you don't come back inside, you're dead, so come back inside. Well, sorry, Sleepy. Can't help you. I've got bigger priorities and bigger problems. I'm going to go down into here and place a corpse stockpile. I'm going to add this into the burrow. Got dwarves sleeping. Got dwarves in hospital. Got dwarves dressing wounds. That's good to see. Dwarves attending meetings. I need you to go update your ammo. Okay, we're actually getting a stockpile of ammo now, which is good. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do, iron bars, 36. So I got 36 iron bars, math, and we got 23 of those. Let's do short swords made of iron. Let's just do 5. A bipedal creature in Dwarf Fortress can jump up to 6 tiles if they're sprinting. Consistently. Inconsistently, they can jump more. If you play adventure mode and you try sprinting and then jumping, you'll see what I mean. It's pretty clear how far they can go, but... Okay, I think maybe the best way to do this is to just load a bunch of these up and then just open the doors, so at the very least the enemies, when they arrive, will be expected. So once all these dwarves have all their ammo, I can then start working on this. They have to be running, though. Like, you have to do a run and jump. Red arrow? Add work orders. What do you miss? Chat, fill them in, please. I really have to, like, be looking at where the zombies are, or we're going to be in immediate trouble. So, sorry if I seem high stress, but that's where I'm at the moment. Let's allow the dwarves in their bedrooms for this burrow. Okay. I have no idea and honestly don't care because it's not a concern to me. I'm only concerned about goblins, humans, and elves because that's 90% of what I fight. So that's the only thing I really memorized in this game, to be honest with you, Dr. Y. But I don't like playing the animal people in adventure mode, so I'm not too sure. I'm just going to fix my lighting real quick. Sorry, stress is calming down now. Adventure mode intimidates you? Literally just play the character and run in a straight line and jump. Like, set your move speed to sprint and jump. If that intimidates you, mate, it's like not even remotely difficult to get into adventure mode. Like, I hate to break it to you, but adventure mode is like not difficult to get into. Just gameplay wise, it's pretty straightforward. Let's just get rid of these bodies. Television has been found dead. Because there's still a ton of dwarves outside. I'm going to go into here and pause literally every job that isn't me forging bolts. And then I'm going to open this. Why are you running away from? Oh, well, apparently the elves went hostile with us after that siege. So that's not good. But at least I can say the necromancers did it, because I didn't. Places, siege engines, fire at will, fire at will. Fire at will. We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game until the ads are over. Actually, never mind. Places, siege engines, nope. Just these two. Everything else can be off. I wouldn't even say that, Dr. Y. Treat adventure mode as a way to learn about the mechanics of the rest of the video game. Even if it's like just traversal. Because everything that you can do in adventure mode is possible for an NPC to do in fortress mode. And you will learn so much just by walking around a town and not interacting with anybody. It's also a great way to expose things in the overworld, like caves and monsters, and figure out where dragons are. If you want to find a dragon, play adventure mode for 20 minutes and ask some people. It's such a good new menu, Sage Bitey. Take away the battering rams and you're happy enough? Just literally go to the siege settings. I'm pretty sure the battering rams are a siege setting. Well, I mean, actually, not battering rams specifically, but if you remove their ability to break construction walls, they won't bring battering rams. YouTube chat. Okay, so there's something going on in here. Something is fighting. Something is causing hostility issues, because they should have pulled that. Oh, I thought I told them to pull this. Try again. Okay. The way is open. Oh, that's why they were fighting with that elf. The elf went berserk. That makes a lot of sense. I don't blame them. I would have too. Okay, well, there's still kind of a lot of zombies, but hopefully they've spread out enough, as zombies tend to, and they don't have, like, a divisive leader. Or a decisive leader, rather. That's the word I'm looking for. So we shouldn't have too much issue with them not grouping up, unless they're going to regroup. We'll find out in a moment. I don't mind cottage cheese on the right thing. I don't mind it on a fruit salad. I think like maybe like a fruit salad is probably like the only thing I actually like cottage cheese on. It's also good on a taco. I think I should actually move this stockpile to just over here. And remove it from this side. Yeah, it's like a very specific use case addition to a meal is how I feel about cottage cheese. Okay, so here comes the first of the zombies. Mark spurs are firing. First zombie down. Next round of zombies fly apart pretty quickly. Here comes some more of them. They're also falling pretty quick. No, I will leave you unavailable. Here comes the next wave. Continued wave of zombies continues to fall pretty consistently, although they're starting to push back. I'm going to close this. This is supposed to be less accessible than it currently is. Okay, so now they're going to turn around, and we have another chance to shoot. This is like very much an unfinished setup at the moment. Especially considering I think most of these dwarves are out. No, they're not all out of bolts. They're all going to go get bolts. Let's just take this area out of the burrow. For the moment. This is just upsetting dwarves too much. It's not worth it. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. The real shame is, because I have no wind power, I don't actually have a way of powering any of my pumps without dwarves outside. Let's see if I can get these. Actually, let's say load you and you, turn you and you off. Put those two back in. But that pretty much answered your question. Oh, just panning the camera around. It's not small. I mean, it's not the biggest siege I've seen, but it's not small. God, I've lost so many fucking dwarves. It's not even funny. Where the fuck are they going? What the shit? Oh, huh, right. They have a way in. I need a dwarf to destroy this, and then build a stair there. Or and then build a wall there. And then they can't get in. Otherwise, they can get in. Currently, they have full access, actually. And they're going for it. It's going to take them not very long. Shit. But we maybe got there in time? I haven't quite entered the fort just yet. We're working on it. Unemployed. Working on it. Huh, okay, so that's that done. That should cause them to redirect. How's the ammo of my squads doing? My squad's all of ammo again. Let's bring them back. Back down to here. Pull the lever. Places, siege engines. Don't say anything with bolts. So the question is, what route do they take? These guys can't even dig, right? So I will say that maybe these zombies are a good way to test the viability of my current build, which obviously needs work, and I'm aware that it needs work. What are you doing over here? What are you doing? I mean, if you want to be dumb and go die, that's up to you, dwarf. Planned? No, not at all. The shambling undead shamble pretty fast. They've always shambled pretty quick, but it depends on their, like, status of rotting. The less rotted they are, the faster they move. The more rotted they are, the slower they move. So these are pretty recent zombies, probably, based on the speed that they're going at. There's another one. At least we're able to take them out pretty quickly. I also lost my supposed militia commander, which is kind of funny. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I like how they're trying to walk around. Oh, no, they're going for the yak. I was like, I like how they're trying to walk around where my soldiers are stationed. No, they're just literally just going for the yak. Wait, are they retreating? Where are they going? They could also be chasing a dwarf that got out. But they may also be retreating. Oh, or they're regrouping. I like that they go to places of safety and then regroup and then try again as like a little bundle. Oh, okay. My mayor must have gotten out because we just got a new mayor and my population just dropped. So somebody must have wandered outside. Geotrack, the Marksdorf has been missing, apparently. Sorry, Geotrack. More of the zombies are falling. Guy has been missing for a week, finally. More of them are falling. More of them are falling. I should have placed catapults up in here. I'm just gonna turn all of the siege engines off and just stop trying to load them because I do not have the ammo at the moment. I'm going to remove this whole area from the burrow. Okay, here comes another zombie. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I will not name you a lady dwarf until the siege is over. Remind me when the siege is over, please. I need to focus on this or I'm going to lose dwarves. But yes, I will give you a dwarf. That's the wrong thing to say. Just, please wait. What the fuck are you trying to do, you morons? You should all be off. I'm just going to forbid everything up here so that they quit being stupid. Oh, there's got to be something in the fort, actually. Yes. That's the issue. God damn it. I have to build a crack squad after this. Okay, so there's 2 up top. You're there. You're all the way out here. Trying to climb a tree for some reason. Man, this is like the worst place they could be. Quite literally. Like, maybe couldn't be worse. This is awful. Everything about this is awful. Everything. This is like some pathing issues, actually. Okay, so to all my dwarves that are about to fall in the volcano, I'm sorry. Where did they go? Oh, well, that's good. They fell in the volcano. Excellent. Well, that's good. First good news of the day. Where's the, this one. All right, chat. This is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people throw bits and Prime subs at this stream. If you want me to be salty longer, don't give me money right now. If you want me to cease being salty quicker, distract me with money. Otherwise, I will be bitchy for the next 20 minutes. Because I wanted today to start off calmer than this, but I guess I don't get my wish every day. Regardless. Hope you're enjoying this, because I'm not. I mean, it's not that I'm not enjoying this. Shit's kind of stressful. Where are you? Where did that zombie go? Okay, let's just tell him to kill this thing.
Magma shower.
Thanks for the Prime, Sage. I would say it's less of a shower and more of a bath, but I appreciate the helping. Also, thanks, 420. Saying truths.
I have this for you. It's not much. but I hope it reduces the salt by at least 5% less than 3.
And Ash, thanks for the 18 months. Be back in 20 minutes? I mean, hey. Hot tub, sure. It's definitely a time machine. And by time machine, I mean it stops time for you forever. The hot tub. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. You're very kind. And my Bav a new mare. No, that went about as horribly as it could have. Quite literally. It went about as terribly as it possibly could have. Like, I don't think that could have gone worse. I mean, actually, no, it could have gone worse. Everybody could have died. That would have been worse. Let's just fucking kill this thing. Okay, so let's cut the bottom 2 out. Go kill this zombie, please. Diamond, thank you very much for the 53rd month. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack.
Thanks to it QuapMob4 for my sub-gift. Crypt beer, vote gremlin.
There we go. All right, where's that dwarf I got a name?
X100.
Densta, you wanted a lady dwarf. Okay. I'll give you the happiest lady dwarf, but that's not really saying much. The least angry lady dwarf, who's actively making a coffin, checks out. Nesta. And thanks for the hype train, you guys are. Anyway, I gotta make my wall higher. She constantly is ablaze with feelings of lust and has a tendency towards privacy. She is assertive and she tries to do things correctly each time. She has an active imagination and doesn't seek out excitement. Too late. She is often nervous and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and rarely feels discouraged and occasionally overindulges. She personally thinks that it was of the utmost importance to never present a bold face or never grouse or complain or even show emotion, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. This dream was realized. She likes borax, iron, and onyx and guava wood, as well as the color teal, gems, warhammers, and greaves, and turkeys for their snood, and the words of the irons of dye, and the sound of the drums of ringing, and the sight of the couple of glossing, and impossible prefers to consume dwarven sugar and absolutely hates jumping spiders. I'm a little bit annoyed with this map because it said that it had iron deposits, and I've found so few it might as well not. So I'm almost trying to operate without metal in this fort right now, which is a little bit of a bother, to be honest. Our best friend Television is dead, and Shady Shopkeep is her other friend, the broker. And everybody's pissed off. Let's see if we can recover this, chat. Let's see if we can recover this. I'm gonna go up to here. And I'm going to place some more coffins. No, 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 no! What? No! What you want about? Like, no shit. Come on, state the obvious more. Big meanie. It's good to see you too, Delish. I'm gonna shrink you down. I need more of those. Gabriel, thanks for the 25, whatever that is. Money. I don't know what that is.
X500.
So, no.
Here's to a low sodium day.
In regards to whatever that movie is that you're referencing. And thanks for the $5, Fel. and save the game, okay? I mean, it's not like I'm going to save scum, if that's what you're worried about. If the fort falls, the fort falls. Losing is fun, right? I will say the thing that I've always said. Losing isn't always fun. But losing as progression being fun is true. All right, let's turn off these burrows. Ideally, losing is fun. I will say, every single fort I've lost so far since this patch has been fun. Yeah, but I don't know what that's worth, and I'm not going to go do the conversion. Reinhardt? So. I just say whatever that money is. Thanks for the money amount. In number portion. The Darut, the woodworker, has been possessed. I'm also going to go through here and just enable all the other side tasks. What the heck did you just claim? We had Darut went and claimed a woodworker shop over here. Oh, you too, Benjamin? Welcome to the club. Lost 3 of the starting 7 to alligators, apparently. I should have set that to only happen at a few locations. I'm actually going to adjust that. Work orders, rock coffin, 2 shops max, tasks. I'm just going to delete everything is actually what I'm going to do. Everything that isn't build a goddamn coffin right now. Leave those. Leave those. Delete. Delete, delete. Unpause one of those. Leave that. Well, this could not have gone any worse, chat. It really couldn't have. Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said before, when people tip me on YouTube in currencies that I don't know, it is almost impossible for me to not feel bad if I look up the value, because what that is worth to somebody might be worth something completely different to me. So I actually don't want to know the conversion, right? So like if somebody donates what to them is $50 and to me is $3, that's never gonna feel good if I say thanks for that amount, if that makes sense. So just like, look at the everything, new plan. But I don't actually want to know what the value is. If you're gonna tip me in a currency I can't read, that's fine, do it. I'm going to acknowledge it as a tip and move on. Partially because people sometimes do troll with it, and I can never tell who is and who isn't. As an example, some people like to just go to the Zimbabwe dollar or whatever it is, and then leave a tip for like 20,000 whatever non-money it is, and then it's worth like 8 cents for me, not even, and it gets pinned to the top of the stream for the next 7 hours, and there's nothing I can do about it, and like at the end of the day, it's like I will, yeah, anyway. Sorry, I'm gonna start bitching about YouTube. That's not a good thing. Let's not do that. It's not rough, it's just the way YouTube does things, and the way YouTube does things is dumb. Man. Or not the best design, shall we say. So let's move on. Let's not focus on money. But yeah, why so salty? We got attacked by an army of zombies that jumped the walls, which I was kind of expecting, but they did it in a really annoying fashion, and a bunch of dwarves died, and I'm salty. That's why so salty. I don't know. Fucking read the tea leaves. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm salty because the game did what the game does, and sometimes that makes humans salty because nobody's perfect, myself included. And I'm trying to get over it, but it's taking longer than it should for some reason. Mostly because I really like this fort and I don't want to lose it. But thank you very much for the tips, Gabriel. Appreciate you. And not really, because since I get paid by YouTube in Canadian dollars, they will take their cut, and then I will get Canadian dollars. But it's nice to know. And thank you. Did Diamond get destroyed? Fuck if I know. I stopped looking after a while. Did you even have a dwarf in this fort? Geotrack, Gaia, Esmil. I don't think you had one in this fort, did you? Unless I'm going crazy. It's possible. I don't think you ever did. I'm pretty sure it was the last fort that you had nil diamond. Diamond? Who, yes, you did die. Not enough enemies have drowned in lava yet. About half, maybe 5 or 6 did in this. 2 of them fell in a volcano. If that's not enough, then I don't know what is. How many do you want? Oh, also I gotta do this. Shit. And until this is done, we'll just block this off up here. New fort already? 2.5 days ago? 2.5 streams ago. So, yes, that was Trumpet Beans. This is Trumpet Murdered. We are 6 years into Trumpet Murdered? You were here yesterday when I was playing this fort. I think. Were you not? Was that the fort where the air was on fire? We did a bit of math and found out that it was roughly 44 to 45 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Darut the Woodworker has created Astelilahash, a custard applewood crutch, and offers it to the Song of Wind. I'm also just going to straight get rid of this squad. Okay, good. Some of the dwarves are getting put in tombs. I will go look at that briefly. Fitting, though. It's a custard applewood crutch. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut clear zircons and decorated with pomelo wood and oval clear zircons. This object menaces with spikes of pomelo wood and warthog leather and yak leather. An ad is going to play in 14 seconds, so I will unpause, or I will pause the game when the ads start and unpause them when the ads are done. All right, salt's starting to clear now. Coming back down to earth, chat. I do wish I was perfect and that like me bitching wasn't something you guys had to listen to, but I am unfortunately not perfect, so. All right, let's go here. 2 stairs here.
Woo!
Deconstruct that. Cool. I'll speed this process up pretty dramatically. No access currently because this is locked off. I'm going to just put a thing for bodies right here. And I'm just going to flood this again because I do have an easy way of doing that. You can hardly begrudge 20 minutes assault. That's how you make enemies on the internet, but I appreciate the statement. I've learned my lesson with that one, unfortunately. This is also going to take refuse. But we're just going to say corpses, body parts, bones. Actually, only goblin, human, elf, and dwarf. Those I'll ignore. The good news is we have a bunch of weapons and armor that I can melt down. I think that's maybe the best news out of all of this. Because I can just do a melt metal object. That's actually genuinely the best news out of all of this. I don't know. Why do you get Spanish versions of ads? I mean, where are you located? If you're close to somewhere that speaks Spanish, then that would be why you would get Spanish versions of ads. I personally, when I do get ads on Twitch, it's often a lot of French ads, but I pay for Turbo, so I don't have to see that as much. Which kind of just is what it is. Okay, so that can be a place for me to dispose of stuff that needs to be disposed of. This can just get thrown because you're close to up here. That's been blocked off. Has this been rebuilt? No. Shit. Can you please just get that built? Dwarf Fortress has Fog of War. Why do you want to make a game that's already really hard to spot baddies harder to spot baddies? But Dwarf Fortress has Fog of War. If enemies are hidden and there's no dwarves within 30 tiles, you can't see them. Do I speak French? Fuck no. I live in Western Canada. Like, Mexico is closer than people who actively speak French. It would make more sense for me to learn Spanish. More useful, even. That's propaganda that you're actually immune to. I don't know. I got tired of getting ads for things that I couldn't buy because they're not sold in my region on Twitch, so I just kind of decided to just pay for Turbo. Is what it is. This is awful. I'm going to have to expel a bunch of dwarves. There's no two ways around it. Yeah, I don't see this fortress holding up with this population. We were hanging in a pretty thin balance for a while because of the status of this fort. And by really thin balance, I mean, like, we had no beds. We had very few bedrooms. Very few bedrooms. And, I was focusing entirely on just simply trying to build a fortress that could theoretically function. But now we're in this position where I have to satisfy all of these upset moods. And that's going to be extremely difficult. That sounds like you've got bigger issues. That wouldn't have anything to do with expelling people. Why expel? Because it solved the problem immediately. But no, if you're expelling people and somebody freaks out and kills people, you've got bigger problems than what probably wasn't caused by the expel. Expels don't cause dwarves to kill each other. Or really shouldn't, rather, I guess is maybe what I should say. It's going to be a huge memorial site pretty soon. Okay, well that got me up to where I need it to be. Dwarves are going back to putting bodies away. Can they come back at some point? If you control another location, which I don't, you can invite them back. But if you... So right now, the only option I have is to just expel, which I just expelled a dwarf for no reason. Hold up. Make own. Sorry about that. Wait, what? There we go. So this dwarf's going to be frustrated about being expelled for a while. But if you have multiple locations that you control and you expel a dwarf, then they will go to that other location if you tell them to. And them going to that other location means they will come back if you ask them to with a messenger. But I don't have any other locations, so all I can do is expel people. You know, I'm not going to lie, I might actually turn off the naming dwarf function for a bit after this one. Because I don't want to name people a dwarf that just, like, dies. That just sucks, but... it's up, chat, do you guys think I should turn it off or leave it on? It's up to you. Because I feel bad if, like, I give you a really pissed off dwarf and they die 90 seconds later. I feel like you just wasted your points. Forms strong bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She's very quick to anger. She does not trust others, and she is very humble. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she doesn't handle stress well. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this because she values friendship. She's quite ambitious, and she's currently more rude. She's currently more fearless, and is currently more confident, and currently less private, and currently more thoughtless. Which is part of being a dwarf. Leave it, pause it, leave it. It's the fun part. All right, well, we'll leave it. There's enough people saying that that's the fun part that we'll leave it on. Personally doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and does not care about family one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes obsidian and nickel as well as red pyrope and goat leather and ibex hoof. I do have an idea, because I'm trying to think, like, what could be like a, not a fail-safe, but like a relatively consistent backup plan that I could do for this fort, and I'm getting some ideas, I'm thinking. I'll talk once I'm done with this. She likes red obsidian and nickel and red pyrope and goat leather and ibex hoof, as well as goat tooth and the color orange, rabbits for their ears and gecko devils for their rhythmic undulations and the sound of the intricate berry and the sight of the lilac of pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume giant porcupine and cranberry wine and fonio, and she absolutely hates leeches. So here's kind of my idea. Here's what I'm thinking about. I've got these outer walls that are connected to levers, which I can open and close. I need to widen this. My original plan was to add another level on the outside using bridges, but the more I'm looking at this, the less reasonable that seems, because we're going to start getting attacked now. So what I'm thinking is if I just go to the outside and dig a 2-layer wide ditch all the way around the outside, and then just open these edges, we could just we could pump more lava in, dump some of it out, and then just basically fill a trench around the edge of it and just have an extension to the moat. That would make the moat more effective. That's the first thing that I can do. It's not the way I wanted to do it, but honestly, that seems like the wisest thing to do. I mean, it already kind of is a lava moat. It's just going to be a more better lava moat. So if I just do this all the way around, just going to take a little bit to dig with so few miners left, but is what it is, c'est la vie. All the way around to here. To there. To there. To there. To there. To there. To there. And there. So if I do that, while they're putting those bodies away, how many miners do I have at the moment? Actually, more than I thought I did. Cool. My mayor doesn't have any offices assigned because I had like 3 mayor elections. I had 3 elections during that siege. Gonna give them a shoddy little dining room and a shoddy little bedroom, because that was what this was originally for, and then I got sidetracked. Where's my mayor? Modest quarters. This can get replaced to somebody who needs it more. You right here, get assigned to the mayor. I'll smooth those walls. Get rid of that. And go into here and just go statue, statue, statue. There you go. Now you get less upset with your shitty quarters because they look nice because big statue. You here are melting metal objects. We're getting bronze. That's good. Okay, so that's part 1 of what I could do to fix this. Part 2 is I'm going to go from here to here to here. This level right here. I'm going to do basically I'm going to dig out this entire thing, about 1, 2, 3 levels down, with the exception of the volcano, obviously. And then I'm going to fill that up with lava, leaving my stairwells, obviously. That's what we're going to do today. Right here, I'm going to dig a 2Z level deep trench that leads down into that. And maybe make that section drainable. That'll be a big project. But that's the part 2 of this whole thing. If I can do both of those things, I think we can defend this fort. And if I can make it that far, I think we can save this fort. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Watch all this digging, still no ore. Frankly, I don't care about getting more ore right now. You're possibly correct. Who knows? I honestly don't care. The concern right now is, can I defend the fort? Because it doesn't matter if I have ore or not. What matters is, can they get in? Because if they can't get in, then I can defend it. Right now, the biggest threat are the zombies, because they're the ones that keep attacking me. We don't have enough population for the goblins to be a risk. So as long as we can keep the base levels of defense defended, we are in all right standings. Does that make sense? I think we can pull it off, right? I do think that we can pull it off. Good news is we got plenty of booze, and some migrants have arrived. Excellent. All right, I need to stare at each and every one of you and put anybody who's even remotely military aligned into the military. You got some fancy trousers. Look at those. And wait, hold up. Did you have mismatched socks? No, okay. And for a second there, I thought this dwarf had 2 different color socks. I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. I feel like there should be a 1 in 10 chance that dwarves just have miscolored socks. Like that should just be a thing. OSF, Operation Save the Fort. Operation Fort Savers, sure. Anybody who dreams of mastering a skill, regardless of if they're brave, I'm just going to throw them in the military. Or if they have pre-existing skills, potentially, and they like it. Like, you have pre-existing skills. It's fearful. Nope. What really ruined that siege, actually, was the elves that were trading. Because 2 of them went insane when the goblins got in. That's actually what really screwed up the sieges. That's what made everybody start, like, freaking out and unable to reload things and stopped my ammo from being made. That's truly what caused problems for us, beyond anything. Okay, you'd be good. Although, actually, I need a secondary squad, so let's make a militia captain squad and put you in there. You're tough, disdains power. Do you believe... You just want to raise a family. Rovad, you're the most recent joiner. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday. You're married and have 2 kids. Oh, jeez. Rude, cheerless, good spatial sense, strong. Whatever moats your boat. I mean, dwarves don't have boats, but moats, yes. Also, I'm mostly over the salt now. In fact, I would say I'm over the salt now. So thank you, Chad. Thanks for, like, helping me through it. And also understanding. Like, the funny thing about salt, when it comes to me in video games, is, like, I'm almost never mad. I'm just, like, extraordinarily flustered, and it makes me act mad. Does that make sense? Like, there's a difference between, like, anger and, like, ah! I think that most of these dwarves find the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, which I think is kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, you can handle stress. Okay, you can... Mr. Weaver, you can join the military. If we don't have salt, we die. Well, okay. How about... I feel like if I had less mental salt, I would live longer. But I realize those aren't the same thing. New rental, new state. Well, congrats on your safe travels. That was a pretty quick move, although I have a feeling you still have to unpack and whatnot. I like that a lot of people have this one very funny thing in common, which is when you move, the first thing that you set up before you even have like a functional kitchen or food is your internet. I don't know if anybody else here is like that, but when I moved here, like literally the first thing I did was like set up the internet. I had internet before I bought my first groceries after moving. How come I can't click on you? What? Oh, because I had something else selected. Right. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, that's good. We got Zon put to rest. One second, chat. I'm gonna go grab me a bubbly. Returned with a bubbly. DF has a very special way of destroying the little hope one has for their fortress, and you love it. I mean, that like taken up by a factor of 10 as well since this update, right? Just try and get those corpses out of here. With the router going, when you've moved somewhere you've slept on the carpet. The first night I slept here, I did sleep on a bed, but I did sleep on my bed, but I slept with a sleeping bag because I couldn't find my bedding. Which means I should probably have, like, you know, done a better job of that, but... Well, I know that this might be hard to believe looking at the moods, but they are improving. They are, in fact, improving. So I guess that's good. All the yellow new dwarves? Well, we were at 18 super angry dwarves. That's what I mean. Let's also go to... no, stocks. Unforbid. Unforbid. Good thing is that the miners are also pretty good at their jobs. They're working pretty swiftly. We love the bolt throwers and the catapults so much since this update. Catapults deal very cheap AoE damage that wounds and injures groups, making easy cleanup. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Actually, that was the next thing I was going to do. I was like lamenting the fact that I hadn't made catapults. Although I think I made catapult parts, did I not? Like I set up the bolt throwers and I got those up here, but I didn't make catapults yet. Yeah, okay, I didn't even make catapult parts yet. Catapult parts. Although, something that I think is a little annoying is because to make a catapult, you need 3 catapult parts. It defaults to 10. Meaning, if you just use the default numbers, you will have 1 catapult left over, like 100% of the time. And I find that really bothersome for some reason. Let's make some bronze breastplates. Especially when you're mining sand, and most of the stuff that the dwarves are digging through right now is sand. And because most of what they're mining through is sand, they're gonna mine even faster through it. We've also got a dwarf all the way out here. Some dwarves all the way out here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this in 2 chunks. The first chunk is I'm going to turn the upper pump, which is all the way up here, on. This will flood the inner of my fort, but it will also deal with all those bodies that are up there. So it's kind of doing double duty in a way. The second thing that I'm going to do then, once the bodies are all burned, is we're going to run back inside, and then I will actually build a second layer on this, I think. Well, depending on how much this actually overfills, because it's supposed to overfill. I will then, actually, once these are all done burning, I will just pull these and open these 2 and let, like, most of the excess just go in there, because that's where it'll eventually go anyway, so might as well do that with it. And yeah. Hopefully this will all end up being more effective than it was. I should have just done this initially. No, because it uses 3 catapult parts to make a catapult. So to make 10 catapults, you would need 30 catapult parts. Right? Some good music to clean up and unpack too. Yeah, I guess that's an issue. Although the 2 things I set up before I set up literally anything else in this apartment when I moved here was my record player and my computer. So YouTube chat says that they set up their internet so they have music. That's why I set up my record player, so that I have music. Okay, so they're now most of the way down here. Still a few on this side as well. It's good to see them making progress. Do the 10 job 3 times, easy peasy. No, you're right. I can't deny that. You are right. You expect me to unpack without internet? It's called an addiction. You know, to me, setting up the internet right after moving, YouTube chat, is kind of like setting up a phone line for the modern era. You know, like I understand that we all have phones. Most humans have some sort of cellular phone. But that's kind of the equivalent in my brain is like, oh, that's like setting up a phone line. Like if you've just moved town or moved house or moved home, you probably have access to a cell phone. But you have a lot of people that you can't talk to easily without internet. And people like to save their data, even though most people have ridiculous amounts of data these days. Also, I'm just going to take a peek to see if there actually is any ore, which I kind of doubt, actually, based on my luck so far. Yeah, no. I mean, you can still get a landline. The internet provider I'm planning to switch to provides landline service, and it's extremely cheap. Like, I kid you not, it's like $3 a month on top of your internet service or something. Although I did watch a YouTube video recently that Eddie Burback did where he had a landline because he got rid of his phone, and within 3 days he started getting spam calls. So actually, I don't know if I want a landline. Because like that seems real annoying. I feel like I would just end up unplugging it. When you move the first time, good times. You know, yeah, that would be pretty good times actually. Sims has good music, good soundtrack. It's top 10 for sure. It's not my favorite though. I honestly think my favorite soundtrack for a video game is the first Deus Ex. There's a metal band that I really like called Dissolver, and he only has one EP. Well, I say band, it's two guys. It's a guy with a guitar and a drummer, and they're fucking great if you like really, really heavy tech death stuff. Anyway, all of their songs have backing tracks because it's just the two of them. And their first EP, every single one of their songs, please don't tell Nintendo, uses the Metroid Prime soundtrack as a backer. Smittle, thank you very much for the 28 raid. Appreciate you. How's your friends? How's the stream? What were you up to? I'm not salty anymore. I lost most of my dwarves in a horrible siege. It was awful. Everybody almost died. I don't know if we're ever gonna recover this, but I'm trying. I don't think that non-citizens listen to your pathing orders. And if they do, that's news to me. Or if they're supposed to, that's news to me, I guess. But I don't think they do. But Smitchell, how was stream today? How was things? How was dwarfs? Did you have good time? Did you have fun? Did you have good situations or bad situations? Did you get destroyed horribly by a raid like I almost did? Or it's going better than my day? Actually, you know what? I'm just not going to build this. But what I am going to do is I'm going to put a trade depot out here. Just in case traders arrive. Because they will while I'm doing this. You got bored waiting for sieges, so I've been raising Gobbo neighbors to the ground? Oh. I found a bug when I got bored waiting for sieges the other day. I've solved the getting bored waiting for sieges by simply settling right next to a necromancer tower, but the bug that I discovered is that if you have never discovered a goblin site, the game presumes that they have no army because they don't have any army to check for, because the game doesn't hold in memory in fort mode the size of the army unless you visited there in adventure mode or have attacked it before in fortress mode, supposedly. And so the result is you might be in an ad. Are you in an ad, Mitchell? If you're not in an ad, then that's better than if you are in an ad, but no ad, okay, cool. I don't know if you have the turbo badge or if that's a prime sub. Anyway, if you conquer and occupy or demand surrender, if you demand surrender for the first time, having never interacted with that faction before, and you have an even remotely trained squad, they just surrender. So I like captured half of a goblin civ before they attacked me. In this world, I mean, they invaded and took them all back, but which isn't technically a bug because it is the way the game is built, but it's definitely an oversight. Okay, let's just get wood moved over to here. Your reputation preceded you. Yeah. I'm actually gonna do this. It's like, we are the dwarves of the great mountain homes. You shall fear our wrath. We demand thee surrender. They're like, oh god, there must be thousands of them. Anyway, there's 5 guys and they're all wearing different mustaches. And they just keep showing up, walking away, showing up, walking away. Different mustaches. You know, I would honestly fear the dread Raider Urist. I have a question. Was there a battering ram somewhere? Smitchell. Ordered it in a heartbeat? Hell yeah, dude. Marketing works. I hope that it lives up to your expectations. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're doing cool stuff over there. That bug supposedly was fixed, or is supposed to be fixed, not supposedly. That bug is supposed to be fixed, but yeah, that was happening. People were getting stuck in the dirt. With the battering rams, but the battering ram itself counts as an invader, but it's not listed in the creature's screen. So the reason I was asking, like, if they brought rams was under the assumption that if there was rams and the ram wasn't destroyed, that could be considered a creature and could potentially be what's keeping the siege running. That, or they're because some groups of the siege could also be stealthed. Like, so ambushes could be like a portion of a siege now instead of like the whole thing, generally, which is the way that elves used to do it. But like goblins can send like a portion of their army as ambushers. So it's also possible that there was just some stealth guys on the map that like couldn't figure it out. Like, you know how sometimes people get stuck in a tree? Like there could be like one stealther on the map being like, I'm going to invade you. And then like their whole army's dead and they're like, I'm still waiting for the prime opportunity to attack. I'm cold, calculated, and professional. And they're thinking very highly of themselves. And in reality, you're just like, where's the baddies? I'm just waiting to fucking kill them. Yeah, so my assumption then it was probably a battering ram that the game had disloaded, but never figured it out. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. I wouldn't have thought of this, but I think like the ideal thing to do in a situation like that is just like make a hard save, go, where the fuck the siege at? And then like try and fix it and then send it to Putnam and be like, hey, can you find the sieger? What the fuck's happening? Please fix. Game broken. Please fix. All right, chat. How's this look as an expansion to my moat? What do we think? Although I am going to have to fix this once they get to it. Because even though it is currently plugged, I'm gonna have to fix it. How are you planning to plug holes in your lava walls? What holes? I don't know what holes you're talking about. I have constructed walls underneath them, so they're not going to leak. If that's what you're asking. But it shouldn't have holes unless I fucked something up real bad. I really wanted to see that as well, but I'm having to double it up. I don't think they would, because there'd be nowhere for them to go behind it. But once I get this fortress secure, I can do some really silly shenanigans. And I have a few silly shenanigans I really want to try. One of them is I want to make a magma-safe trading depot that I flood with lava every single time I get invaded by things with rams. So as an example, imagine this, right? Except imagine like 10 layers above this or something, there's a giant spout faucet with lava going above it. And then around it, there's walls and a drawbridge. So normally, it's just a trading depot where we trade, right? But if the goblins show up, then I turn on a spout and dump some lava into it and fill it up with lava so that the battering rams go up to it and bash it down and to try to get to the trading depot because that's where the battering rams try to get to. And then they just get splattered with lava. That's something I really want to try. Like, I really want to have, like, a bait depot? Depot bait. That's really something that I'm thinking about, so. Works great with bolt throwers. Oh, I believe. Oh, wait. Yeah, because they would go straight to it, right? Specifically wall breakers and rams do. I don't know about the rest of the invading forces. But wall breakers and rams do, in fact, seek out depots. This is like cupping some sort of norm because one of the happiest dwarves in the fort right now is a child. Kid, you ain't normal. But you might be normal from Garfield. No, don't want that chalk. I want that to be magma safe material. Okay, so down here, actually no, here, I'm just gonna go, only selected do this. I'm gonna select a handful of farmers and pressers. Same with herbalists. Just have a limited selection of herbalists, only selected do this. There we go. Getting back into the swing. What's keeping everyone mad? Well, it's only been 2 months since almost half of the population died to zombies, and then bodies were left everywhere, and then zombies got into the fort, and people watched fights and had to run away in fear. So anxiety is a little high in the fort at the mo. So what's keeping them red? I don't know, you tell me, based on that information I just gave you. Or, I have no idea. It's a mystery. Actually, how many blocks do I have? I shouldn't do this. Don't do the dumb thing, streamer. Don't do the dumb thing. Blocks. How many blocks do I have? Oh, fuck. I have enough blocks. I'm gonna do the dumb thing. The dumb thing for aesthetics. The unnecessary dumb. This is the, I'm gonna take way longer building this for no reason because I can make it look slightly nicer. Dumb thing. Because I have the blocks for it. They're living in the past? No, it takes a while to fix dwarves. They're gonna remain stressed for a while. So laugh all you like, but it's not the reality. Places. Yeah, I just don't have enough bolts, do I? Yeah, because they're all assigned to the squads. So let's just not worry about loading those until I have enough to assign to squads. This, on the other hand. We can start building. I mean, it wasn't very effective as a form of defense, so... Although it's probably already more effective than it was, so there is that. I suppose that's the good news. Except what we're going to do is I'm going to dig out this whole level, but one underneath this. So layer 44, with the exception of the volcano and my stairs, is going to be completely dug out. I'm going to fill that up with lava. A caravan from my mountain home has arrived. Well, that's good, I guess. Let's just sell used clothing, because I guess I have a bunch of it, probably. I'm mostly in bins, but sell the stuff I can. Finished goods bin. And the finished goods bin. Lava mist generators? I've tried like a dozen times. It doesn't work because lava doesn't flow the way water does. It's not worth the tedium.
Hello, everyone. Have a great
The easier way
stream.
to make mist generate from lava is to drop things into lava. So, for example, if you were to make a minecart route that had 2 minecarts that went simultaneously that both fell directly into lava, they'll generate mist. The other reason why I don't think that they're super effective is there's more effective ways to kill your enemy that are less likely to kill your dwarves, because dwarves will just pass through magma. So you are more likely, in my opinion, to kill your own dwarves with magma mist than you are to kill the enemy, most likely. Iron Zach, thanks for the 31st month check. Can I get a round of beers for Iron Zach for keeping that subscription alive for a 31st month? Appreciate you. Let's actually set these dwarves to no orders. I'd like to see what they actually have that they've equipped. Sell the clothing from in here. It's not much in the way of value, but buy a couple bags. Buy meat, because I'm out. Trade. Time to go do some laundry and pet the cat. Good luck with the lava defense. Appreciate it. I need it, probably. You missed the start of the stream. The progress on the fort is looking good. It's really coming together. Yeah, if we can sort these moods out, it'll come together. We'll see, though. The outpost liaison has arrived and wants to know what we would like to import, and I want to import coal. So, lignite, because that's the only coal that this faction has. They want figurines. Cool. Let's see what else they brought. Okay, I don't want to sell them that artifact. Or the books, for that matter, but just about everything else I can sell. I think they literally just wanted amulets. So I don't want to sell that artifact. I need to be more specific with my stockpiles if I want these to be sorted, which I should do. Good news about that siege, though, is it left me with a lot of random clothing to sell. Yeah, it's weird to me that bolt throwers don't shoot at thieves and snatchers. I'm not entirely positive how effective they are as just like a rotating defense, but like I think traps might still be better. It's such an expensive book. The Moving Sun for Everyone. All right, let's do all that. That gives me 3,000 of trade value. Just gonna buy plump helmets, which I realize is a little dumb, but this fort is currently lacking in food and food variety. Wait, what was under pedestals? I saw something. Well, that's a crazy expensive quiver. It's like over 1,000 dwarf bucks. Some nice color cloth. Buy that. Dresses, shirts. Yeah, I'll buy the one nice crossbow. Why not? I think that's all we'll do. We'll give them a nice, good value. And then, pro tip, when you're done trading, click that and click that while the game is paused. So deconstruct, cancel removal, and it'll cancel any other items that were being brought. Pro tip. At least that's something I like to do. I find it very helpful. All right, let's throw another lever in here. And this will be for the... Actually, what? Okay. What in the heliocentric is this? It's literally a book about the theories of how the sun moves around the world. It's a 20-page guide. It's just, like, made out of gems, so it's expensive. Everybody's still alive. Nobody has gone berserk yet. It takes several years of extreme stress for dwarves to actually go insane. Which, like, some people don't believe. Like, they're like, have I gone nuts yet? It's like, it's only been through 2 weeks. Because dwarves take a while to recover when they get stressed, but they also take a while to actually get properly pissed, thankfully. So, it's a bit of a give and take thing. Let's go around. Nope. 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 Right there. Alright. Alright. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Down. There. Done. Over here. Over here. I mean, I think that's kind of pretty canonically correct in Dwarf Fort that the world is flat in Dwarf Fort. Let's hope that they close this quickly. Just trying to get these bodies out of here. Pull the lever. Anytime this year. Thank you. That's fine. That'll get rid of a bunch of those bodies right there. Using extras from the walls. Let's do that. Do it now, quite literally. So, like, they still... Oh, shit, some more migrants. We may have a chance yet. You're a thrill seeker. I know why you came here, then, dwarf. Wait, are you any good in the military? I'm just gonna great work. Come on. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Well, I know you're a weaponsmith, so that would actually probably be wise to make you a weaponsmith, but what if I just didn't? You right here. In terms of mastering a skill. Thrill seeker. Will do. The worker of wax. You can join. Yes. Guve guy. But I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what the strongest stone is. That's just the one I have the most of. And so it's also going to be engulfed in lava. So I'm under the moronic assumption. Still gonna set it to everybody does this, but the ones that actually have some skills in it, I will highlight. So I'm under the moronic assumption that dwarves like colors as much as I do, and I want my colors to match. Some people want all their fortresses to be perfectly symmetrical. I want the colors to match. Well, please don't hit me in the head with a pickaxe then. Ping, my dear, because I feel like that would be bad for me and the goatee. I did grab this bubbly and I haven't started drinking it. I think you were saying something about that yesterday, Lennox, weren't you? You were saying that was supposed to get cold. Can you be that bone doctor? Which is that bone doctor? Which doctor is that bone doctor? Was it somebody that just walked into the map, or like Zaten? It is lime flavored, so yes. Because I think I just threw them in the military. I mean, are you talking about this one? No, you're a weaponsmith. I don't have a bone doctor that just arrived. I had a wax worker, a lime maker. Oh, that one. Okay, literally that one. Never mind. Sorry, I'm dumb. Hi, I'm dumb. Nice to meet you. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She's conflicted by this as she values artwork in its creation. She has a greedy streak, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can handle stress. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and believes that peace is always preferable to war. She doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Like Scabbro and Copper and Christicola, as well as the color pumpkin, toy boats, and the words of the Wanderer of Walking, and Impossible prefers to consume turnip wine and absolutely hates lizards. Doesn't care so much about food, though. Has no family or friends to speak of. And that is my arch nemesis. Which one of you morons brought a guinea pig? This is a crafts dwarf who's clumsy and hateful, and is a marks dwarf with does respect martial prowess. She seeks short-term rewards. She doesn't handle stress well. I'm not going to make you a military dwarf. You right here. Should be a bit more tumultuous, ambitious. Acts with the narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and tries to get things done perfectly. Okay, I will just leave it. It's freezing in the UK. It's like 5 degrees Celsius outside, which is actually kind of chilly. I could see my breath when I woke up this morning. Which is always a good sign. I'm going to actually go up here to up here, and I'm going to place 3 pedestals up here. Now, I need them. Need to make some pedestals first. Rock, pedestal. I'm also going to go here and go thunk, 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 thunk. Let you guys do other things. Same with you. Because most of the digging I need is done. It's just building now. And it is just a whole lot of digging that need doing. Except for this, apparently, that isn't done yet. But all of this building needs to be done because the digging has been done. It's 21C where you're at? Is it supposed to be colder? Like, you could be in Brazil for all I know. I've had some funny conversations with people in Brazil where I'm commenting, where they complain that it's cold, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, it's 25C. It's like, what? You're from a different planet. Practically. Or different ends of the planet. Literally. You're in East USA? Oh, geez. It's okay, so like, I know a couple people live in the East Coast, and they were complaining it's been cold recently. Like a friend of mine, who I was talking with a couple days ago, was saying that it was like snowing where they're at. Is this gypsum? Oh shit, we have gypsum! I always have to look up what you need to make gypsum plaster, but... You had sleet yesterday? Yikes, that sucks. I think you just grind it. Yeah, but I can never remember if it's querns or millstones or both. Also, I can never remember how to spell quern. Or if it's kilns, even? Is it kilns?
Thanks for all of the YouTube tutorials, Blind.
Like I said, I always forget. Zaboomba Foo! Holy shit, I haven't thought about Zaboomba Foo since I was 6. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription for the 3rd month. I probably have said something about that before. Or since the last time you resubbed, I don't know, either or. Gypsum is a kiln? Alright, well we're making a kiln then, boys. Kiln Majaro. Uh-oh. A giant named Cod Nanoguk Smosp has come. A gigantic creature. Resembling a human. Almost. Unparalleled. In size. I mean, my dwarves have been killed mostly, so... I think the dwarves are dying. Ooh, and you brought an artifact, which is a human skull totem that has no value because it's just a fucking human skull. Although it may have been made out of somebody important. All right, well, let's just send the military right there and hope that they're close by. Because it's close by. Oh, it's in my moat. So it's bad timing. Okay, well, thankfully Snail is jumping away, hopefully quicker than not. Please keep dodging. Okay, who died? Who was that? That was Logan? Okay, phew, nobody named. Man, chat, this fort just can't catch a break. Really, Swifty was found dead as well. And so is Snail. And Toast Cat. It's always when the named dwarves die that I feel like shit. And I feel sad. Come on, dwarves. We got... Okay, kill the goose. That's fine. Nobody will mourn that loss. And it's already lost its lungs. It's going to die of suffocation. Unless the dwarves can hack it to death first. Rest in peace. You good dwarves. You didn't deserve that. Man. Magu Come.
A year from the southwest of Brazil where 25 degrees Celsius is a neat temperature.
I mean, 25 is like peak summer
It's
for
nice
here.
being here.
Like, genuinely peak of summer. Like, absolute hottest weather we will get in a year is usually around then. Well, the good news is I already have enough tombs made. The bad news is more dead dwarves. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Toast Cat and Snail and Swifty? And can I get a round of beers for the 1 year of subscription from our friend here? Every year is hotter. I mean, hey, same. How do you get the dwarves to empty the trade hub? You need to have space in your stockpiles, Dread Dog. Like, check this. Hit U on your keyboard. Go to places and go to stockpiles. How full are your stockpiles? Generally, when people make that complaint, half their stockpiles are packed. So if you don't have space, they won't ever put it away. Otherwise, you need to make sure that there's enough dwarves available to actually haul things to your stockpiles, which is an extremely low priority task by default. So you either need to specialize your dwarves as haulers, empty out or create new stockpiles, or specialize haulers. I don't know why I said 3 options, it's one of the 2. Or make sure that you actually have stockpiles assigned, because half the time I just don't, which is why they end up leaving stuff. Thanks for the $1. Darius? Is what you would call a drizzle everywhere else. Yeah, and it probably shuts your city down. The thing of, although it's reasonable when like you don't get rain very often, because then it just turns into mudslides, right? That shit's dangerous. Hold up. Oh, you're cleaning. It almost looked like that they were putting the fire out on that skeleton, which they weren't doing, but. Fs are expensive? How so? Well, I mean, it costs dwarves, right? I mean, I don't know what a direction is, so. Thanks for the 1600 bits. I don't know how these combos work. They make no sense to me. Telenortho, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Mods, can I get a shout out for Telenortho? We're about to get an ad, so I'm just gonna pause the game until these ads are done and not miss it this time like I did the last one. It was like a nice, pleasant 60s, like mid-60s Fahrenheit legacy art games for the last, like, I don't know, month of summer here. Like most of September, it was around that pleasant. It was nice t-shirt weather. It's very nice, especially when it's sunny. How was the read and raid? How was the stream? I think you were playing Dwarfs, weren't you? I was looking at the directory earlier. Hey, Drew Bloodstone, hello. Hey, hi. How's things? Welcome, raiders. We had a horrible siege that damn near ended the fort, and still might, actually. And so I'm trying to update my defenses by making my moat not shit. That's what I'm trying to do. Who killed your legendary siege operator is throwing a tantrum? The dwarf manatee. Unrelated with the dwarf manatee. Such a horrendous situation. Also, it sounds like you should probably just simply teach your captain of the guard some combat skills, so that when you have a problem and you convict them of a crime, they just get their head exploded instead of having to starve them to death. Missed the raid, what happened? 100 zombies, maybe not quite 100 zombies, 60 zombies. And my wall wasn't ready yet, and so they skipped the wall. And we kept running out of ammo. A bunch of them got into the fort. We had traders on the map at the time. The traders went berserk. It was hell. I don't want to talk about it, but it was hell. It was one of those fights that, like, it's either I'm going to do nothing and die, or I'm going to try my damnedest to save it, which I did, and it's going to be really tedious and frustrating, and it was really tedious and frustrating. But made it through. If you could have a dwarf manatee, you would get a saltwater pool to put him in. I mean, you would have to. The elusive real-life mermaids. Captain is a legendary swords dwarf, but he merely beat the tantrum thrower within an inch of his life. It's not good enough. Let him get stronger. Let him keep training.
Crypt beer.
Poor dwarf. It's always sad to hear when things have to go that extreme, though. Might be Goose. Thanks for 12 months. But I can't say that I haven't done it, because I've absolutely had to do it before. At least some dwarves are putting items in tombs now. Hey, having a gig is better than no gig. Check, can I get a couple beers for 12 months from Might Be Goose as well? You know, it's kind of funny. Some people ask me why I don't move somewhere in the world that's cheaper, Magakome. Because, like, you know, I live in Canada, right? And, like, every now and again, I think everybody who has any kind of private business talks about money. And sometimes when I talk about money, chat will be like, why don't you just move to insert, like, Eastern European country or, like, other country here or South American country here? Why don't you just move here? Because rent is so much cheaper or housing is so much cheaper. And my response almost always is, because it's really hot. Or, like, no healthcare. So always one of the two. But often it's because it's really hot there and I don't like heat. And, healthcare is the big one. Like the actual reason in a lot of cases. But the other, like for the places that do have the healthcare, it's really hot. Or weed isn't legal. It's always one of the three. Why don't you just move to Mars? Because I'm not a moronic, self-absorbed billionaire. Yet. I think I'd be very bad at becoming a billionaire. I'm nowhere near big enough of an asshole. Mars, Ohio? America. Healthcare. Next question. Yeah, but I can't speak the words. I know that, like, I can't speak the language is, like, kind of a dumb thing when it comes to places like Poland, but no, I would never move to Poland. Sorry. I would love to visit Poland. There's a lot of places in Poland I would like to go. Also, I have lots of games industry friends who live in Poland. Looking cozy? Yeah, aside from the general quality of stress. The peasant has been taken by a fey mood. Cool. I want to say that, honestly, the scariest change that they've made since the Siege update is the change that makes sieges appear at any time of the year. I think that might actually be the scariest change. And then just goes back home. I'll be honest with you. I think, like, the least consistent part of Dwarf Fortress for me right now might actually be parlays. Because one of two things always happens. Either it works and they tell me what item they want and then something causes it to break anyway, or it just breaks. I'm not sure. Did the box pop back up here? Because if it didn't, then I have no idea. If it did, Look at the name of the item and make sure that it's like accessible before you accept it. So if it's like an artifact that they want, if it's on a pedestal, remove it from the pedestal. If it's assigned to a person, remove it from the assignment. If it's locked behind a wall, remove where it's locked behind a wall from. Mops Plays in YouTube chat just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Never even made any demands? Yeah, because you'll get a little pop-up. So, like, the mayor goes but then doesn't come back, or do they come back? Because, yeah, parlays are, like, kind of odd. Like, they have worked for me in the past, but they've just never been consistent. So I don't know. My condolences, I guess. I mean, that's kind of why I lost the last fort, was a parlay failed. The parlay just doesn't take place. That is weird. That seems like a bug. I'm not sure how to help you, to be honest with you. Earth the Peasant has created Stuleshom, a chalk manthul, and offers it to the Song of Wind. No, but they still tell you what item they want. That's the thing, Bone Doll. Probably an instrument? It is an instrument, it's a drum. This is a chalk menthol. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with warthog bone and leather and encircled with bands of tapered baguette cut green glass. And this object menaces with spikes of chalk and moss opal. On the item is an image of Etor blue armor, the dwarf and dwarves in chalk. Etor blue armor is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Etor Blue Armor to the position of General of the Lance of Men in 126. The mantul is a mid-sized handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a wooden triangle, and the musician plucks the triangle. The instrument has a single mid-high pitch. The instrument has a noisy, light, dark timbre. It's not timbre. It's timbre. I always say timbre. It's like a triangle drum? Drum. It's a triangle drum. Right next to Tweedledee. Tweedledee and triangle drum. Yeah. Well, it is a percussion instrument, and drum is the only, like, approximation that triangles have. Actually, why don't I just remove you? Keep you as a minor. I am gonna go into tasks though. I'm gonna pause all of the make rock blocks jobs and make coffins. Okay, so this whole wall all the way along here is done. Oopsies. Need this. That. This. That. Just a few more, mostly down at the bottom here. So far, so good. The thing is, they're recent terrible moods. they haven't been there for a long time, so most of the dwarves that are really pissed off, like, I'm just gonna grab one. And see, like, this dwarf is as angry as you can get, but they're not stressed. You don't start getting bad situations happening until they get the stressed or haggard, like, trait basically attached under healthy, like health condition. Because once they start developing negative health conditions associated with poor moods, then things get awful. So we're not quite there yet. We've got a little bit more time before that starts to get that bad. They're constantly trading. I mean, it's probably going to trade like every couple minutes. Gunmetal. Like, 2 dwarves have 2 positive thoughts. They bump above the most upset, and then somebody else has a happy thought, and then they get less upset. Like, you're still pissed, but you are currently there on the list. But no, we're gonna need to have a long festival with food and drink and all that jazz as soon as this construction is done. I'm also considering, well, I don't really have an easy way of doing it, and it would take a bunch of legwork, but I should probably also build a mist generator to keep the dwarves happier, but I don't want to have to resort to that. I was really hoping that I could skip that step, because I kind of don't like using mist generators. I kind of feel like I'm cheating when I do it, because you really don't need them. Like, in my opinion, if I'm using them, I've failed. Because I've managed to keep like 90% happiness, 95% plus happiness percentages in my forts without them. So I want to be able to pull that off if possible. So if I don't, I just feel like I'm cheating. Pretty much, yep, in regards to the Fallen Carnival. No, absolutely, but this fort claimed to have an aquifer, but it's really, 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 really deep. And the nearest water's over here, and apparently there's no wind, so generating power is kind of difficult anyways. So that actually makes, like, moving water from place to place extraordinarily inconvenient, which is kind of a bummer. It would be useful to have an emergency shower. Sure, but I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, cleansing, like, grime and filth off of dwarves, there's other ways to do that. But we're getting there slowly. So bars. Cool, I do actually have 2 silver bars. Silver Warhammer. Let's make 2 of them. And class. Okay, I'm not. Make plaster powder. And you're going to take from, well, actually, no, don't take from anywhere. Let's just do 1 task of that. Let's see if that works. Oh, actually, did they need a bag? Yeah, they require empty bags. Screw that. Hold up. Don't have empty bags. Can't do it. We'll do it later, though, once I have bags. You really like to take care of your diggies? I do genuinely feel that, like, if you need one to save a fortress, though, the fortress deserves to have fallen. Like, that's just kind of a me thing. Like, I build them sometimes. Like, on paper, I don't have anything against them, but, like, personally, I would rather not. Like, if I have the option of either A, build a mist generator, or B, suffer with a pissed off fortress, I kind of would rather suffer a little bit, because it I don't know. I feel like it's a bit disingenuous in the actual success of the fortress. I make erosion slightly harsher, and I have wider caverns, and I lower the amount of minerals by a lot. That's about it, Kylo Sierra. I don't really have, like, anything I do super consistently, though, so I don't have any, like, links or anything to what I do specifically. I am, however, going to do this. And deconstruct you. I need to pump this out. Guess that goes all the way down to there. Oops, this needs to be finished. Corner needs to be finished. You all the way up to there. You all up to there. You all up to there. Okay, cool. Ladies and gents, forts and friends, we have a wall. We have a moat. That should be usable, more or less. Once this is done, I'm gonna forbid everything in the moat, and then we will dig it all out. What's the best way to handle a cloth industry to not run out of cloth? So, I haven't done this in this fort. But usually when I start a fort, I make a job that's just process plants. But because they've changed how dye works, probably what I'm going to end up doing going forward is I make a stockpile specifically for rope reed and pigtail and cotton or whatever, like, plant cloth variety I have in the fort, and then connect a farmer's shop to it and just set that farmer's shop to process plants whenever there's 10 plants in that stockpile. Unless you have, like, access to tons of webs, in which case just build a loom, and you will just have perpetual silk. So if you're underground in the caverns and there's webs everywhere, just use silk. And then I just schedule about 30% of my dwarves' amount of clothing per year to just repeat in the manager screen. So right here, you have this button here. If you click that, you can set orders to daily, monthly, seasonally, yearly. So about 30% of my population. So if I have 50 dwarves, I'd probably do 20 of each piece of clothing. And when I say of each piece of clothing, I mean, like, what they're currently wearing. So 20 socks, 20 shoes, 20 gloves, 20 trousers, and 20 shirts, and 20 dresses, because I see them all wearing dresses. A lot of them wearing dresses. Maybe robes. And that's basically it. I mean, it's like, you set it up, you automate it, and if you start noticing dwarves that are running around with old clothing on, so clothing with X's, just up the numbers a bit. That's how I do it, generally. I haven't done it yet in this fort, because my population was really low, and I was doing a lot of construction. And then things got bad, and now things are bad, and now it's like, well, Speaking of now things are bad, let's get the dwarves inside, shall we? Because it's time for us to flood our moat. Although, actually, before I can flood the moat, I need to do this. Let's actually also put them in this one. Not this one. Right here. Flip. I need Gabbro. You. Dwarf coward. I cannot give you a dwarf coward. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Coward is way too specific. I'll just put you in not the military. And if they say super brave, I'll give you somebody else. But beard or no beard? Beard, okay. Do you want the super happy child, or do you want somebody else? Because I could give you this guy. I could give you Olin or Katten or Ashen or Thob or Fath. Just basically pick somebody with a beard up here. It's up to you. We did get 2 migrant waves in pretty rapid succession. We got one at the end of summer and one at the beginning of autumn, around the same time as we started trading. So we've more or less recovered our losses, but it's still tough. I mean, I don't think that you have to relive your trauma. I think that this child arrived after the siege. Yeah, no, this child is like, I mean, this child's seen some dead bodies, but like, you kind of missed the worst of it. Viking. Ball. Let me know if you want additions made to your name or changes. He often feels filled with joy and is nervous. He is a nervous wreck. Oh, okay, well, you wanted a coward. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He almost never feels discouraged and is a pessimist. He is slow to trust others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is quite polite, and he often feels lustful. He doesn't seek out excitement and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and skips over to others when meeting them. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a deep dislike of the natural world, values independence, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes bauxite gold as well as rock crystal and muskox tooth, giant pond turtle shell, and the words of the wanderer of walking and the sound of the flowery skirts. And when possible, prefers to consume saffron. And when possible, prefers to consume ratweed and carrot wine and peas, and absolutely hates large roaches. And he also likes the sound of the something euphoria. The saffron euphoria. His mom is in the military. His dad is a stonecrafter. He's got an older sister in the fortress as well. He's a member of the Moral Coven, which worships the same god everybody else worships. It's just a less popular denomination. Welcome to the fort. Glad it fits. You ended up with a coward anyway. I don't go for specific traits because sometimes I have to dig to find them, and it's like kind of a bit more effort than I want to put into searching for a dwarf. Okay, so once this is all done right here, which will take a sec, I'm gonna pump this into here, into this area. And while this is happening, man, I could just use this side as well. I'm actually just going to go up here. I'm gonna open this. North gate is gonna get pulled. So we are going to open up these 2 gates right here. We just need to wait for a dwarf to go do it, which shouldn't take too long. And now that it's open, there isn't a ton of places for lava to go because the lava is actually below the flooding level currently. What are my computer stats? Exclamation point specs! They're not like top of the line or anything. I have a pretty good CPU, but that's like the best part of my computer by a lot. All right, the other thing I'm gonna do is right here. Deconstruct you, because I also need to pump this out. Although the 18 terabytes of hard disk is no longer the case, because I have a NAS now, so I've removed those drives and moved them elsewhere, or emptied them and moved them, because I bought new hard drives. And using the NAS is a better method. Correct. That hasn't changed, John. Okay, so I hope there are no dwarves out here, because if there are, they're now officially stuck out there. We're also gonna pull this. Done. And then whenever they pull this, I mean, actually, now I can actually just turn off these burrows for a little bit. Just let this stuff get done. You're done over here, so let's pump you. Actually, okay, they'll probably all just go up there, so that should be safe. So this is just going to be manually pumped by somebody. You do realize that I record about 30 gigabytes of footage from my streams per day, right? It makes a bit more sense when you realize like what I do for a living and the type of YouTube content that I make in regards to like the amount of storage that I need. I am not your average consumer. So yes, I do have 64 terabytes of cold storage on my NAS. Does most people need that? I would say no. I don't think so. Some people certainly do. I do not. Or most people do not. I don't have a petabyte of storage. I mean, I wish I did. It'd be nice, actually. So I'm just going to get this down until it's shallow enough that so that it's no longer a concern. This can go right here. It's good to know that the lava's not spilling over. I can then pull this one and get this chunk overflowing. But yeah, no, I mean, all of my storage is literally just for video. Because that's how I make the big videos, is I record every second of all of my footage. Like, every now and again, my camera disappears like this. The reason it's doing that is because I'm resetting my recording. Basically, like, I like my files to be a little smaller than, like, 30 gigs a piece. So I turn my camera off every now and again to break up the files so I don't need to re-render them. And it's recording that feed. It doesn't record my microphone, and it doesn't record any of the notifications or anything, or any of the sounds from my desktop, just the game sounds. I mean, it's lovely. I mean, the best part about my NAS is that it has a 10 gigabit connector port, and then I put a 10 gigabit upgrade port in my working computer, and I have a used network card that has 25 gigabit actually capacity. It has 2 ports that are 25, and then 6 10s, and then a bunch of 5s, and several 1s. And so I actually edit off of my NAS now when I'm editing bigger projects. I mean, you can blame all of the sickos that love playing games in 4K for game sizes being huge. And also skins. Like, the reason a lot of games are huge is skins. Like, the only reason Rainbow Six Siege is such a massive game, like, literal size-wise, is because of all of the skins. Like, quite literally, that is the reason. And that's why, like, Call of Duty is, like, ginormous. Although they actually shrunk Call of Duty kind of a bit, believe it or not, with the most recent Call of Duty. Like, it's no longer, like, 700 gigs, which is nuts. It was, like, 650 at one point if you installed everything. Oops. Ad break. Back in our day, though, Airsick, I don't know if you can hear this, I might be in an ad, but I'm going to throw a little bit of shade. Games were a lot cheaper, made by less people, employed less people, and weren't updated. So, back in the day, the games that had skins as rewards also put out a new version every year. with one new character for $60 rather than, you know, adding new characters in post. At the end of the day, I've just kind of accepted this at this point. The live service games that I have no interest in are made for a different generation of people, or alternatively a different kind of player altogether, and they are not for me. And I've kind of just learned to accept that. Quite literally. Like, it's a part of the industry that I'm not super fond of. I acknowledge its validity, and it's not for me. And I think that that's fine. I'm glad that games are big enough that there are games for me, and also games for people that I never want to interact with in my games. I think that's good. I don't actually think that that's a bad thing. It still is, Voids. Also, YouTube folks, to those of you out there, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. I'm lurking. With 12 different languages, all of the audio is entirely uncompressed. You know what's funny, Nixeth? Dwarf Fortress is like... Dwarf Fortress on Steam is like 300 megabytes, right? As far as I know, like 200-ish megabytes of that is the sprites, so like the graphics. And the rest is the .ogg files, and the actual game itself is like 30 megabytes. Because if you download the free version on Steam, it's like 45 megs because there's 2 uncompressed audio files in there. So it's almost all ship textures. Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. I'm actually like a little bit disappointed that Star Citizen is only 200 gigabytes. I feel like Star Citizen should be like in the 700, 800, fucking 900 gigabyte range. Like, they should just intentionally uncompress shit and make that game huge. For no reason other than, that's about it. I mean, a lot of games like this. You know what else? Another game that has a ridiculous number of sprites is Alona. Alona also has a absolutely ludicrous amount of sprites. Okay, so while all of this is working, I'm gonna see what I can do for the rest of the fort. This was supposed to be food and like an expanded farming area, so let's actually set that up. Let's actually set that up a little bit. Those will be kitchens and stills. That could be a butcher shop. I'm also going to need a farmer shop, which I can put over there. Let's just go all the way around here. Do all that, do all that, do all that, that. I am amazed that that's being held up by anything. And we'll get to it. This is the second world I created after the siege update. I created one and then I created another one. And this is my second fort. So like a week, maybe? No, this is... No, Cool Beans was the last fort. Cool Beans is dead. Rest in peace, Cool Beans. It wasn't Cool Beans. It was Trumpet Beans, but that fort was pretty cool. It also wasn't cool at all. It was actually very, very warm. This can be my farmer's shops. And maybe I'll also expand it a little bit to get butcher shops in there. Okay, how's this drainage going? Getting there. You know what's ironic with me doing this? Is these are probably just going to fill back up after the fact. So I should probably stop it. Okay, well, let's let that unload and drain into the moat. As this slowly cools off. All right, let's turn on this. Remove everybody from here. Keep the dwarves inside for a little bit. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to tell them to start smoothing. I'm actually going to do this on really high priority, and I'm kind of doing this specifically. So I'm going to pull a lever now that may set some doors on fire, if they are not where they're supposed to be. Well, not pull a lever, actually. I'm going to tell a dwarf to do a thing that maybe could set some doors on fire if they're not where they're supposed to be. Set you up here. And go. How are the dwarves enjoying the central heating today? Terribly! We had a necromancer siege that almost ended the fort. But thankfully, instead of ending the fort, it just simply ended a lot of my dwarves. Which is very unfortunate. Games have ballooned in file size after a certain point, not just for a push for quality and texture and audio, but because of increased storage size and became more readily available. Devs had far less impetus to compress their games and to fit into smaller storage mediums, and were quick to ship entirely in uncompressed files. And I mean, certainly, yeah, no, that absolutely happens, but I do know that specifically Rainbow Six Siege has like 400 gigs worth of textures that they sell on their store. I haven't decided if I like it yet, mostly because I don't like people complimenting me. But I also haven't decided if I like the beard yet. So this is what I mean by this is going to cause some flooding, by the way. But it's also going to burn up all these bodies for me, which is what I actually wanted to do. Mild? No, it's major. It's not mild. This is not mild. This is intentionally major. Because it's also, like, filling this up pretty quickly, which is what I want it to do. Because it needs to get all the way around, which is, again, what I need it to do. Because it's basically spilling over there and also bubbling up this side. But it's also giving me an idea of what I need to do in order to stop this from overflowing. Because I need to basically get walls along here. So I'm thinking about maybe changing the entryway from over here to over to here, or just like putting a bigger bridge on top of this. The other thing I could do is I could also pull this lever. Now that this is here, which will stop some of this overflow, because it'll put a bit of a roof on it. Right now, see, it's still overflowing on the sides, but it's overflowing less because it's coming out of here. So right there, if I could basically put like a piece right there, then it'll overflow less, but it's actually like getting pretty high up, so. Good news is though, this is doing what I need it to do, and it is filling this up. It's made it all the way to here on this side. Which is good. That is good. Controlled flooding good? Well, it's the natural burn of things. I could actually... Okay, who's brave? Go start pumping there, because they can drain this faster than this can fill. so up here, let's unforbid this. Smooth that bottom chunk. And then this right here is going to be a pretty specific food stockpile. By that I mean it's not going to include a bunch of things, but it will include most things. So this right here is going to be a food stockpile. I'm not going to put any seeds in it. Any seeds. I'm also not going to put pastes. I'm not going to put any of that nonsense. Those. I will put prepared meals in there, though. Or any dye in this stockpile. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to go to this stockpile, and I'm going to say, food, none. Just don't put food there. They're going to start moving stuff now. Then over here, I'm going to make a very specific seed stockpile. This is going to specifically be for plump helmets, pigtails, cave wheat, and sweet pods. I'm going to make another one, or another seed stockpile, up here for all other seeds, in case I decide I want to start farming above ground. So food, seeds, all, but no plump helmets, no pigtails, no cave wheat, and no sweet pods. This one here, I will remove barrels. That one I will not. Trust me, Nexeth. I agree. I completely agree. However, the funny thing about that, like them probably needing to take another look at that menu, is it used to be so much worse. Like, it's hard to explain, but, like, it is better than it was in a lot of ways. Which I do realize isn't great, but it's the reality. No, I wanted them to burn. I wanted those to burn. Those were not my dwarves. My dwarves have all been buried. Oh, I can also do this back area. Forgot about these two. Which will start some of this draining out pretty quick. So most of the influx is coming from right here. Every fort having to create ones is a pain. I don't know if I agree with that. Because it's just 4 things to type in. It would be nice if they had like more presets for the stockpiles that make logical sense that a lot of players like to do. Like, not necessarily underneath like this screen, but like if you go into custom and then like say go to food, they have some wasted space down here that they could use for like presets or something, or maybe have like another tab like over here or something for like preset stockpiles. I'd be okay with that. I think that would be nifty. All right, let's go. Farmer shop up there. Let's do. Oh, those are both farmer shops. Why am I running on automatic? Let's do a still. 2 stills out of rock salt. Let's do a kitchen out of granite. Granite countertops, you know? And I don't see myself using it right now, but I'm going to put a fishery right here. Just in case. This area also needs to be filled in a little bit. Let's just do granite. Maybe not granite, I don't quite have enough. What do I have enough of? Let's use Gabbro then, why not? You'd like a copy? So, if it's on the same level, you could sort of just expand the stockpile, which I've definitely done. Yeah, copy-paste buttons are one of those features that seem like they should be really simple, but every time I hear developers talk about it, it seems like it's not actually that simple. But yeah, it would be nice. I'd be lying if I said I also don't want, I don't want that. So let's get rid of these and that. Also just make totems. Is there anything I can do with hoof? Decorate with ivory and tooth. Decorate with horn. Let's get rid of the tanner shop. Move the tanner shop up to here, possibly. Also going to make another farmer's fields, two of them. Let's go here. Do this. Just build a nifty little pathway. Let's do a little bit of this. Cool. So something about volcanoes is they take a little bit to fill, or a little bit of time to fill. So top of the volcano actually is getting a little bit shallow right now. So this is the rate at which it's filling is slowed down quite considerably, which is actually very good for us. Even though it's overflowing slightly, it's still very good for us. But this level's a bit... I'm actually going to close these two. Slow down the speed at which this is draining. On this side here, specifically. Let it go out the other sides. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have enough dwarves until pretty recently. To reasonably be able to distribute fat and stuff. Or use fat. For much of anything, so... Now that we're in that situation, I can start doing that, but... Hold up, I need to clear my nose. Annoying head cold, which thankfully is mostly gone at this point, but... It's still keeping my nose, like, annoyingly unusable. So this is starting to overflow again. But it gave this a little bit of time to drain a little bit. I wonder, is this full enough to actually just fill up? It might be. I think I'm just going to turn the dwarf at the top. Tell this dwarf to stop pumping right now. And let's turn the burrow off for a little bit. Because almost immediately this will stop overflowing. So this will continue to fill into the edge. The lower level will continue to spread. And in like a season, we'll see how full it is. Because I think that's probably pretty close to where I need it. Your dwarves find food all the time. Is kitchen really worth it? So if a dwarf eats uncooked food, they don't get a happy thought. If they eat the same uncooked food repeatedly, they get a bad thought. If a dwarf eats an even mildly well-cooked meal, they get really happy. Like, it gives them a really positive thought. So, it's a way of keeping your dwarves happy. Also, there's a strange mood happening, and they're playing party music. So, fuck yeah. Also, I just realized the music's been way too loud today, so I'm sorry. Clearly it hasn't been that bad because nobody's complaining. Is that a statue of a goat? Yeah. It's a statue specifically of a goat, which was made by Kubok. And this is a statue of a jumping spider by Oz. It's not been louder than me. Yeah, it's when I listen. Yeah, I guess. I think this might also be another one of those I have headphones that are too good problems. For whatever that's worth. Because when I listen to my VODs, when the music is as loud as it's been all day today, it's like overpoweringly loud. Well, that's a cool dance that they're doing. Look at that. Standing in fun patterns. Pretty horrible, Al. Somehow you've survived, though. And you're one of the lucky ones that has a bedroom. Maybe not 1%, but you're like at least in the 15%. Currently, we are filling the outer portion of our lava moat, which is currently dribbling a little bit, but you know, it's making progress. Hopefully, there's enough lava in here that it can get all the way to the other end over here, which it's almost there. Bearded dwarf? I'll try and find you one that isn't pierced. How's Kikros the Weaponsmith look? Drill glazed? Oh boy. That's the name. How does Mr. Kickroast drill glazed work for you? Also, for the YouTube folks, don't panic. It was intentional lava flooding. And the weird droplet things that you're calling cheese, I'm pretty sure are melting rocks. They changed the sprite for them pretty recently. So does that work for you, Ledren? I'm waiting for you. Thumbs up? Yes, no? Yeah, but when we talk about wanting features, Jybrain, we're not talking about in DF Hack. We're talking about in the proper game, because then it's useful. If it's in DF Hack, then only a small minority of the players actually get to use it. I don't want to have this conversation 2 days in a row. Defeats the whole point of asking for quality of life features. Well, craft me weapons. All right. He is confident under pressure and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is not particularly ambitious, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, as he dislikes the natural world. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and often feels discouraged. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is very humble. He likes to take it easy, and he scrambles his head when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste. Respects the law and does not care about fairness. He likes saltpeter as well as nickel, and almandine and clear glass. Muscle parchment, not Russell parchment, I don't know who Russell is, but, and animal traps, as well as, when possible, he prefers to consume pineapple wine. He hates slugs. I also hate slugs. Only good slug is a dead slug, I say. You remember... Oh, you are in a squad. That makes sense. You're in the Squished Corridors, which is my my second squad. So you are in the military, which means you're currently wielding a iron short sword, a bronze shield, and a bronze breastplate. I also need to go all the way up here. And go short sword, silver short sword. I go all the way up here and then go, tunic? No. Shirt? No. Dress? Robe? Totem. We'll do that. Then over here, what was the other one? Greaves. Huh? Oh, you have those equipped. Oh, never mind then. We'll just let my military use them then. This, however, can get moved. We talked about DFHack for like an hour and a half yesterday, and I really don't want to do that 2 days in a row. It's just such a monotonous, samey conversation for me. Maffle the Shearer has created a Summum Sedish, a chalk crown, and offers it to the Song of the Wind. Well, at least we have another chance. Another chance at fort. Actually, I'll put that in the temple. I mean, not temple. I mean, my place for where they train. No, or maybe. Mostly you're just getting yelled at by unhappy citizens because you're the Holy Cradle, so you're a religious figure in this fort. That's a Crundle statue. Look at that. What do I do? You are the Holy Cradle of the Hateful Communion. So you get yelled at by unhappy citizens, and you feel empathy. That's your profession. As to whether or not the empathy is legitimate or real, I don't know. That's up to you. Yeah, I mean, I'm partially doing this for the VOD viewers and also my own sanity, Benjamin Kane. It was a conversation that started the way this one is right now and went for about like an hour and a half of yesterday. That's it. If you guys want to babble about it, I'm just not going to interact. But feel free to babble about it. I just won't be acknowledging it. So like if don't think I'm ignoring you. Because, like, often my job can feel like Groundhog Day. Because I have this joke when people are like, oh, no, I missed today's stream or I haven't been by in a while. It's like, my joke response to that is almost always, oh, it's all good. You know, every single stream, I talk about the same shit. I play the same game. I play the same game. I talk about the same shit. And I tell the same stories on, like, a 3-month cycle. So, like, at the end of the day, sometimes I gotta say no to a conversation and do it tomorrow or the day after. Like, we can talk about it on Thursday. Tomorrow I'll be over. You're in customer service. Interesting. I mean, streaming Fishbone is kind of like a mix of customer service and public speaking. So yeah, maybe like I am just like the equivalent of that religious figure. People bitch at me and I don't feel empathy though, so. People bitch at me and I go, oh well, can't help. Too bad. Don't know. 2-day cooldown on chat topics. That is not true. Some topics are evergreen. Such as, what's the deal with airplane food? Was so good. Also, speaking of yearly tips, Sloth Dad, here's another one. If you have a mayor, which I forgot that I have, flasks, right? So they're going to ask me to make flasks, probably. If I just say, make leather water... That probably counts as a... Although they might specifically want flasks. Can I make glass flasks? Or are they vials? Yeah, it'd be vials, right? Anyway, let's just pretend that it's somebody who's got a request that I'm willing to listen to. Let's say they want crutches. I could just say, make wood in crutch, right? And then say 2 per season, or if they're asking for 3 per season, because they'll only ask once per season. And then just schedule it to seasonally and forget about it. Literally, I do that, because it shows up at the start of every season. That's it. And you do that for all the requests, and forget. And then, like, that noble dies, and then 10 years later, you're like, why do I have 1,000 crutches? I've noticed my nobles asking for a wider variety of things, like 4 to 5 different things. Okay, so say Bobby McZasset here is my noble, right? Check their personality, click preferences. Generally, unless something has changed, and if something has changed, don't mind me, sorry, I may be wrong, but historically, this dwarf, if they were a noble, and they wanted an item that was specific to their needs, they would want something that includes warthog hoof, or milk opal, or panda leather. So they might want a panda leather bed, which would be like, what the fuck? But actually, I don't think they could ask for that. But they could ask for like a milk opal bed, which would be a bed encrusted with milk opal. Now, they like shields, windows, and animal traps. So they might request shields, they might request windows, or they might request animal traps. Once the first one's completed, they'll request the next one. Once the next one's completed, they'll request the next one. Once the next one's completed, they'll request the next one. So just schedule all 3. Or fire them out the airlock. Up to you. The thing is, it's not seasonal, Alf, but it takes 3 months, which is a season, for them to get mad at you for not making it, okay? Sometimes they'll request it once a season, sometimes they'll wait a season, but if you make it, they'll and they want to demand another one, they'll automatically redemand another one, and you have 3 months to complete it. I think it's a little more than that, actually, but roughly 3 months. So they'll demand it, you make it, and then at the start of the next season, which is like, what, 2 months later or whatever, you'll make it again and they'll be fine. That's like just enough time to get it done and not piss off your nobles. Holy fucking bags, Batman. Okay, so I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna go to my kitchen menu, and I'm gonna say don't cook any of my booze. Holy friggin' wine. Don't brew pigtails. I want to make those into cloth. And actually, don't cook most of these. I just want to make these into, or don't cook most of these. I want to make most of these into drinks, or at least I should read both menus. Because most of these I think I've purchased, so drink variety is good. And then let's go seeds. Okay, so now seeds. Pigtail seeds, don't cook. Plum helmet, don't cook. Cook, cook, cook. Cook, 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 cook. Don't cook. Don't cook, cook. And then I'm gonna say meals. Let's say make 150 to have a head start. And meal, lavish meal. If number of prepared meals is less than 25, make 50. And we'll do that seasonally. All right, you here. Let's just do another season round of sweet pods and plumps. And pigtails. And pigtails, same with you. Plumps. Sweet pods. Pigtails. And plump pellets. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go to plants, and I'm going to type in pigtails. Because that's probably going to be where most of my cloth is coming from. I'm going to remove pigtails. And then I'm going to make a separate stockpile up here. Go to plants, pigtails. Take this workshop. From where this workshop will take items, right there. So this workshop will only take items from this stockpile. And I'm going to go here and say process plants. 10. When the number of plants is above 10 in that stockpile. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's going to go globally. So instead, I'll just say monthly, because it's going to take a little bit. I will increase that number as the stockpile fills up, though, because there's only like 6 at the moment. And all right. And then down and in here, make a stockpile for just prepared meals. And you are going to take from there. And over here, this is just for drink. Yeah, I think that's like one of the biggest noob traps in Dwarf Fort is like people thinking that they need farm fields the size of Anno farm fields. When in reality, that's just like not the case. Although that's also one of the mechanics that Tarn has expressed massive desire to make more believable many a time. So I think that the days for that mechanic are numbered, but maybe not as numbered as they should be. Okay, so moods are still pretty shit. But less shit than they were. I'm gonna go down here, and I'm just gonna go craft store shop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's also look at this moat. Moat is full, my friends. Good news, everyone. The moat is full. Sweet success. Which also got a siege update. It needed it. That combat was terrible originally when that game launched. So let's see what we grab for meals when our next cookie gets here. Okay, so we've got yellow bullhead fish. No. I'm not sure how much I like the new liquid sprites. Mostly because they look like a floating sphere. Like, they don't look like liquid to me when they're not in a container. Got strawberry seeds, taro. Look at these vegetarian dwarfs. This is how I get rid of my seeds, by the way. I just tell them to cook them all. Sometimes if I have like more seeds than I know what to do with, I literally remove all other cooking ability to cook things and just allow like seeds to be cooked in the kitchen. I will often do that. Because it's like, sometimes you just need to get rid of a bunch of stuff for cooking. And there's like no other way to do it. Well, maybe not no other way to do it, but like that's just the fastest way to do it. We'll make another farmer's shop over there. Because this is specifically for pigtails. You get a kick out of letting dwarves access auto buy. So if you make a zone that's public, so like a tavern or something, there's 3 buttons up here. This one, and this one. If you click this button, visitors will come and you'll get thieves. Click this one, you won't get thieves. But you have to set literally every zone like that so that only citizens can visit it. Otherwise, you'll get thieves. I should just dig all this out, actually. It's actually the easier way to do it. Okay, we are still making pots. So that's good. Getting all those bones out of there. Let's also make totems. I don't know how many skulls I have, so let's say 12. The number of skulls is greater than 50. No, okay, so we got less than 50. Let's just hit this down button. Okay, so we got 13 skulls. So I will make 13 totems. I mean, it's fine, like, abstract did later on, but, like, I don't know. You know, I'm looking at this tavern. It kind of looks like a pixel art head of E.T. to me. Let's make 25 bags out of silk. Or maybe 20. Silk, bag, 20. And let's unforbid all of the jobs now. Everybody get back to work. I'm also going to go... I actually need to hotkey the game now. I'm going to go all the way back up to my temples. And up here, get both squads melee training. And I'm going to put a chest in here. When did the chests look different now? I guess I haven't built chests since that patch came out. And I'm going to set this with a specific setting, which is allow ammunition to be stored here by the geared bolts. And this can be the sticks, the sharp, nope. The pointy sticks. Excellent. I actually have some competent fighters. I don't know if any of them would actually like it. Nil, would you like it? You want to fight, cause trouble, impatient, high. Okay, you're strong. Okay, yeah, you can do this. I'm gonna throw another kitchen over here. Granite countertops. Yeah, that's actually something I often do very early on, and then by mid-game, the only artifacts I end up getting are usually weaponsmith guilds. I'm going to make a... I'm actually going to deconstruct, I think, a bunch of my mason shops pretty soon, but I'm going to make a siege weapons guild. I think if you want to wait before guilds require Grand Guild Hall, it's best to keep skill sharing limited. I mean, I would rather make one Grand Guild Hall set and forget and then not get 40 demands for a bunch of small guild halls than have 40 small guild halls, but that's just me. And I'm going to, I think, just build a room. That can be a bit of a pattern for the floor. And then I'll go back to the walls tool. Okay, so, and then for the different color. Do 30 granite. Make the rest dacite for a little bit of variety. And then this won't, the color tool or the different material types don't matter when you're building over top of something. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. Floors, there we go. So now I can just do this, 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 that. And I will put 2 doors right there because this is going to be a bit of an entryway. Also going to start deconstructing these because I don't need as many of them as I have. I mostly just did that to satisfy a bunch of needs and also get rid of a bunch of bones. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't want those jobs canceled. All right, now let's just let them construct stuff. But yeah, I've been experimenting a lot with making siege engineers guilds, which actually just ends up you requiring a mechanics guild, which is fine. Legendary mechanisms are really useful to have. To the big beast that was found earlier? I don't think I found a beast in this fort yet. So I'm not aware of any gunmetal. You might be thinking of a YouTube video that you watched. I did have some, like, forgotten beasts in the last fort, though. But that was a different fort. Well, at least these dwarves are enjoying learning about striking and whatnot. You've got funny colored pants. No, you just don't have the right trousers. That's fair. Bars! I love the fact that just all of my marks dwarves are just pissed. I may actually just go to all the most upset dwarves, one by one. And if they're in the military, take them out of the military for the time being. So you are the leader of this squad. Replace you with Eustace. Tubby's also pissed. Just remove you. Kogan's pissed. Watch them all just be pissed. Just because I want them to go figure out what they want from their lives that isn't going nuts in the military, you know? It's just not worth it. That's Oh, I see. It's TIR. You're actually not all that pissed. You do really want to pray, though. I'm just going to give them all a break. In a test range? Yeah, I was thinking about testing that, but, like, things got a little rough. Because you can make wooden ballista... Oh, you just assemble wooden ballista arrows. I'm going to make some wooden ballista arrows. Let's try that. Because that seems like a fun thing to do. Because all dwarves need a hobby. It also seems like a decent method of, like, accidentally shooting your dwarves in the head with a ballista arrow, but, like, we'll see. Let's get some more of these deconstructed. Maybe, oh, also ballista arrow parts. Ballista arrow part. Or not parts, parts. Ballista parts. You would move into the Age of Legends before you hit the end of it. There is an age that indicates that the majority of the mega beasts and titans in the world have died. And I think it's the Age of Legends? I think? Oh, that's Dayside. Wrong material type. Well, just get rid of these for now. Just let them finish that. And dig. Well, we got a little bit of waiting to do. You'd have to look at the calendar, though. It's the same for all ranged weapons, Wheel Day, and also melee combat. All combat-related things train 7 times faster when they are training on live targets. And if they're considering the Marksdwarf's targets to be live targets, then that would explain it. But Marksdwarves also train exceptionally quickly because they, what's the word? Are generally training off of live targets most of the time. Thank you, Silver Sheet. Have we recovered? No. Is it less bad? Yes. I just had to retire most of my militaries, so, like, there is that. I mean, like, yeah, I need to get you out of the military before you kill somebody. Or go nuts and have to be removed forcibly. Wait, hold up. Why do you... Oh, I see. Because I clicked the wrong button. That's why. Name something. Happiest dwarf. Well, that's a challenge. Rovod. Militia Commander. You're not going to be the happiest dwarf for long. Do you actually want a happy dwarf? Or do you want a dwarf that's currently happy? Neezer, hello. Thanks for the 31st month. Welcome back. Hello. How to do, man? That's fine. Okay. Lazy. Lazy is 21 years old, and she's my militia commander. She's satisfied after learning about wrestling. She never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations and has a strong sense of duty. She generally doesn't think before acting and has an active sense of humor. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to be tight with resources when working on projects, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she is very humble, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She chews her lips when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. This is like the most military dwarf. She personally sees introspection as important and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. All good? That's like a question as to like, are you not good? I am not good. Yes? I don't know. That's one of those kind of loaded questions. Let me just turn on my light here. Fix up my... Does it seem that I'm not okay, short caveman? I mean, I'm chronically depressed, so I'm usually not good, but I'm overthinking this question, aren't I? She likes zinc, pink, garnet, and the color olive, as well as rings and whatever the fuck that is, colcants for their coloration, and the words of the born coasts, and when possible prefers to consume alfalfa, guttercrewer, ew, and artichoke hearts, and absolutely hates bats. I ain't no D&D bullshit character. I'm a human. I'm more complicated than simply neutral or evil. Because neutral or evil is a matter of perspective. And having alignments such as that means that there is some sort of governing body that determines what is good and what is evil. Something that I do not fit in with. And it would be very silly to assume people do. Oh, is this another one of these weird situations where... Okay, you know what? Fuck it, I'm actually just gonna get rid of this squad. Some elves have arrived, apparently. Crossbow. Eustace. Do that. And this. Colcants are a type of fish? Ah. They bring zombies into the fort? Well, if you word it like that, I might as well just not trust you, because I assume that you are the one who's letting them bring the zombies into the fort. So I trust the elves generally. I don't trust you. But it does mean it's been a year. Which traders went berserk? The elves, because I locked them in because we were under siege and then they were attacked. So no, actually I should specifically trade with them. Because if I trade with them, then it'll be more likely that they won't invade me. And believe it or not, I don't really want them to invade me. And while I realize that that might sound crazy to some of you nincompoops in the chat, I don't care. I don't really want them... Well, I mean, they're not going to, like, invade me after the first time something goes horribly wrong like that. The second or third time? Oh, yeah. First time? Not so much. It's kind of funny, like, players of Dwarf Fortress almost often assume that the elves are as petty as they are, but the reality is they're most of the time. They're a lot more lenient than I think people give them credit for. I think it's also like how dwarves are way tougher than people give them credit for. Like, I always go back to that live stream that Tekka did when he set his frame rate to 5,000, turned off any migrants, and then just did nothing and waited to see how long it would take for his dwarves to die of starvation. And it took like 4 years for everybody to die. Not on my screen, you didn't. Oh, I see. Yeah, you did. All right. Yeah, the reply tool on for Dwarf Fort is kind of not ideal. Or on Twitch is not ideal, rather, not Dwarf Fort. What the fuck am I saying? This kind of looks like a funny little monk. Just need to give him a staff. This can be a meeting area. This is going to be a siege operators guild hall. The armors of helping. It's gonna be set to citizens only. Honestly, I don't think it's got anything to do with how the elves talk to the player. I think players are just very, very used to fantasy tropes, and the fantasy trope is that dwarf fight elf. Like, even Tolkien, like, you don't even need to go that deep into fantasy lore to find that. Like, it's like it's up there with, like, human tall and hobbit have hairy feet. Like, any fantasy lore that has both dwarves and elves almost always abides by the trope of dwarf don't get along super well with elf. It just kind of is what it is. That goes to my mayor. But I have nothing against elves, personally. I don't even mind fighting them. Fighting them is fun now. Ever since Tarn fixed the creature... what's the word? Taming rates, which is when trolls were fixed on paper. They've been a lot more fun to fight because they actually bring interesting animals now. And now they're scary to fight because they can bring flying animals. So now I want to maintain some positives with them because they do actually kind of scare me a little bit. Just gotta move a cable here real quick. Gotta keep away from a power supply. I was getting crackling in my audio because there's a power supply near my PC case and it was causing some crackling. I'm gonna throw you into the military. Wasteful, shameless, you only want friendship. Yeah, no. Yeah, but when it comes to tropes and memes and fantasy slurs, a lot of people don't care about nuance and storytelling. They just go, dwarf hate elf. Which is always why, even my friends too, sometimes I'll raid somebody and they'll just be like, the other day I raided somebody and this isn't his fault necessarily, but just the first thing he does is state, oh yeah, and when we stole all the stuff from the elves. Because that's what you do. It's like, well, do you have to do that? That's not the only way to play the game. Also, Gunmetal Unicorn, I'm making you into the militia captain. So I don't know, I think it's just reinforced repeatedly over the years and just kind of is what it is. Regardless of if I like it or not. I don't know, it's not really up to me. It's fun to kill elves, Sloth, just like it's fun to fight the humans and the dwarves and the goblins. But you know what gets a little bit grating? And this is actually the issue that I take with it, is fantasy racism. And now, every time I talk about this is also one of those subjects that comes up frequently enough. Somebody's just like, oh, you're overthinking and whatnot. It does get a little bit grating as time goes on for me. And there is points where I'm just like, come on. I ban people for it, McLafferty, because I don't tend to, how do I put this? Tolerate racism of any kind, real or otherwise. So I will generally, just ignore and not really care if people in my chat say something like knife ears, because generally whatever. But if you're constantly insistent on it nonstop, I will ban you for it. Because if you're that comfortable with blasting out slurs in my chat, I don't know if I trust you that much. I mean, you can say it occasionally, and I don't super care, especially if we're at war with them. But if that is the only thing that you want to talk about in my chat, and I absolutely have encountered those people before in my chat, I don't want you in my community, because I don't like being around you. Like, it sucks. And I'd feel the same way if you were talking about the goblins, right? Sure, but I'm trying to make a point, Lafferty. Because, like, if you pop into my chat and make an extremely racist joke and say that you're being funny, you've already been banned before you can say that you're just trying to be funny, because that's how I run my community. I have a life, says Chill in YouTube chat. Also, the goblins are more fun to fight. Elves need a PR manager? Yeah, they tend to appoint diplomats that kind of suck, don't they? But anyway, babble all you want about murdering the elves. I don't super care. But, like, if that is the only thing that you want to do in this game and it starts to get grating, I will just remove you from the community. Because I don't know. I just don't like it. And at the end of the day, my sanity matters more than a subscription. I think absurd humor is fine, but you need to have more than one joke. And if your only joke is, I'm not racist, but, you're not funny, you're just racist. And that's it. And if you're hiding that racism behind the safe walls of, oh, but it's a video game and it's pretend and it doesn't matter. You're still comfortable saying that kind of thing about something. And that's not cool. So, anyways, I am looking for dwarves that can be thrown into the military still. This one sees war as a useful means to an end, has a sense of duty, etc. I mean, that's like a fair take. I actually really like that ideal, or that concept rather, is that they're all just young and immature little twits. But then in that logic, in this universe, then elves would love goblins. I just like the headcanon that, like, the trees are their phone lines, and so you chopping down trees is like shutting off their internet. Because that just to me is one, a funny mental image, and two, I don't know, I see it. I see it. Makes sense. They don't get along with gnomes because gnomes can't communicate and all the gnomes do is steal their booze. At least in Dwarfort. They're the only thing that can outdrink a dwarf. I think dwarves don't get along with gnomes because dwarves see gnomes as a threat to their alcohol supply. Well, I have a question. So, Sapphic Megalodon. I'm just gonna call you Megalodon because I don't know how to say the first half of your name. Let me riddle you this. You've settled in a forest, probably, right? Or near wood? If there's wood there, that's the elves' natural land, and their factions existed long before the dwarves were popped into existence by some silly god or whatever. So you're colonizing their land. They're also vegan. Why can't you be a little bit respectful to people with a different culture? They tell you not to sell you something made of wool. Okay, don't sell them something made of wool. That's rude. Period. Just don't do that. It's rude. It goes against their religious ideals. They tell you not to chop down the trees, but they let you chop down some. They're giving you a way out. They're not like the goblins that just discover that you exist and then invade you. Who also, by the way, have the same religious quirks, if not worse. Although, what's really fun to me, for this game specifically, and I feel like it's like once a week I pop up the screen. In my humble opinion, you can disagree if you like, the humans are the evilest faction. Here, let me show you this. So, dwarves, if you kill another dwarf, that's capital punishment. For elves, it's justified with extreme reason. Okay? Humans, it's justified with good reason. Elves, goblins, it's a personal matter. It makes kobolds' brains malfunction and they just kick you out. For killing somebody who's neutral, okay? Not somebody from the same faction. That is fine for dwarves if you've been told to do it. For elves, that's just acceptable, right? For humans, justified if you don't get caught. Goblin, required. They are legally obliged to kill anything that isn't on their side. Kobold, required. They are legally obliged to kill anything that isn't on their side. Mountain dwarf, acceptable for killing an enemy. So if you're killing an enemy, that's fine. Killing an elf, for elves, killing an enemy, that's acceptable. For humans, killing an enemy, that's acceptable, and kobolds and them, it's required. For killing animals, for dwarves, that's acceptable. For an elf, that's justified in self-defense. For humans, that's acceptable. Goblins, it's acceptable. Kobolds, it's acceptable. Plants, dwarves, it's a whatever. For elves, killing a plant is unthinkable. For a human, it's acceptable, acceptable, acceptable. Torture, as an example, for dwarves is unthinkable, elves is acceptable, humans is acceptable, goblins also acceptable, and then kobolds unthinkable. Torture for information, misguided for elves, unthinkable for dwarves, acceptable for humans and goblins. And kobolds don't understand language, so they don't torture for information. Torturing for fun is unthinkable for both the dwarves, the elves, appalling to the humans, and acceptable for the other two. Treason for the dwarves is capital punishment. For the elves is exile. For the humans is capital punishment. And everybody else it's a capital punishment, except for the kobolds who don't understand what treason is, so it's unthinkable. Oath breaking. Capital punishment for the dwarves. Exile for the elves. Capital punishment for the humans. Personal matter for the goblins. And these are all not applicable to the kobolds because they don't understand it. Vandalism, it's serious punishment for the dwarves. Reprimand for the elves. And personal matter or serious punishment for the humans and goblins, respectively. Trespassing, similar. Same with theft, similar. And assault, similar. So goblins, assault is just a personal matter. Slavery, capital punishment for the dwarves. Exile for the elves. Acceptable for humans. Unthinkable for kobolds. And personal matter for the humans. Eating sentient creatures. Unthinkable, unthinkable, unthinkable. Personal matter for the goblins. Okay? Unthinkable for kobolds. Making a trophy of a corpse from the same race. Appalling for a dwarf. Unthinkable for an elf. Acceptable for a human. Acceptable for a goblin. Unthinkable for a kobold. Making a trophy of a corpse from another sentient race. Shunned by the dwarves. Unthinkable for the elves. Acceptable for the humans. Acceptable for the goblins and unthinkable for the kobolds. Meanwhile, making a trophy from the corpse of an animal. Acceptable for the dwarves. Unthinkable for the elves. Acceptable for the humans. Acceptable for the goblins and unthinkable for the kobolds. So, unthinkable or appalling? Appalling is not as bad as unthinkable. Unthinkable is like the most the worst thing that you can possibly do without like getting executed, more or less. The kobolds are just really dumb. Like they don't understand what language is, which is why most of these are not applicable. But like to me, the humans are actually eviler because killing the same entity is fine with a good reason. So it's except for the goblins that just everything is just they're libertarians basically, except murder is legal. And because it's a personal matter. Neutrals justified if no reason. So like if you don't get caught, you can kill anybody who isn't in your faction in human society, according to their ethics. So to me, it's like that to me is worse than required. Like, being required to kill neutral entities that aren't part of your faction, if you don't get caught, is worse. By kind of a lot. Especially, like, when you get down to eating, like, things. Because the elves only eat, like, are cannibals under extreme duress after they've killed something in battle. It's, like, a religious rite for them after a fight. Whereas, like, for goblins, it's just a personal matter. Like, if you want to eat something, just go eat something. If you're hungry, just eat it. Whereas with I don't know, to me, it's like humans are the evilest race to me. The only reason the goblins are, like, the bad guys generally is because they attack you unprompted for no reason, whereas the humans don't. Ergo Goodies, hello! Thank you very much for the 6 months. Welcome back. Check, can I get a round of beers? Goblins have fun with that were-tortoise? Were-tortoise. Who is a were-tortoise? Tortoise? Where? Tortoise soup? Single-minded, distrustful. Yeah, I mean, changing the faction, like, desires is not too difficult to do. Can I just say, by the way, that I'm super amused by the fact that Krug Smash made a graphical mod the other day and didn't put it on the Steam Workshop. He just, like, uploaded a, like, JPEG. Humans are a warmonger entity. You've changed goblins to be more normal and the elves, you do diplomacy and trade. Yeah, no, I mean, changing your own faction ethics is actually not all that hard to do. The guys who are making, what's it called? Master Fork should, like, ask Krug Smash if they can put that in their mod. And credit him. I need to, like, redo my cabling, apparently. Because I'm getting static interference. Scanning. Because he hasn't uploaded a video to YouTube in 9 months, Dominok. Apparently he's working on one, though. He recently posted a new intro on Patreon. I think he was just burnt out. Which happens. Where did he post? He posts on Blue Sky and on his Patreon, mostly on his Patreon. But he's never really stopped posting stuff on his Patreon. He took like a month off at one point, but... Do you mean in-game or in the metadata? In the metadata. Like, that's modding. You have to go into the ini files and just edit stuff. It's not too difficult to do, though. It's also quite easy to add other factions, but... Not good for military. I have been in this place before. Thanks, Shark. I love how somebody found that the other day and now everybody's just fucking jump scaring. Don't tell anybody, though, that 91 also has a unique sound. Does not often feel as well flights of fancy. Prefers to present himself modestly, acts with an air focus on the current activity, occasionally overindulges. You could do okay, but you're a bit too creative. Have you been in this place before, Megalodon? I haven't listened to that song in a long time. I legitimately also forgot that that was the sound command in this chat, and then somebody used that, or cheered 90 bits, and it, after I finished, like, sweating, I eventually relaxed. Shady Shopkeep, can you please go trade? That'd be nice. I cannot name toys. Toys are not nameable. Next thing you'd like to name, El Rey? When I look left, it's literally my monitor reflecting off my glasses, I think. I'm also trying to figure out exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's my monitor reflecting off my glasses. Mark all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Done. Thanks for the food, friends. A rock throne. I think I only have wooden ones, but I'll give it. I'll give you a one and a statue. How's that? And it is in fact a very high quality. It is in fact a superior quality chair. And I'm also going to give you this for fuck's sake. The werechild Osta Zanaxlu has come, a large bear twisted into humanoid form. Why are they always children? This is starting to get a little fucked, actually, because we killed the last one. But I think every single were creature I've had in this world has been a child. Anyway, it is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow orange. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. I'm going to pause the game. Oh. Well, I'm just going to forbid everything in here. I'm starting to think that the game is trying to start a war. Well, it's certainly not the mines in regards to the children yearning. The best part is I still have migrants coming into the fort, I think. Or maybe they're all in already. Well, maybe that elephant will deal with the problem for me. Well, that's a shame. That is a shame. What are you doing? The elephant misses it. Striking the elephant. Oh. So the were creature has equipped a shirt and is basically towel whipping this elephant with it. However, the elephant can't breathe. It's a goblin child! I've never seen a kid goblin in fort mode before. He's so cute. Look at this little guy. He's delightful. That's an incredible name, actually. What's the delightful? He's delightful. He's a very angry goblin. Okay, this is what happens when baby goblin has a temper tantrum. Can we keep him? No! He bites. She bites. You know, I'm gonna name her, Delight. So if she comes back, we'll recognize her. Minus 18 years old. Well, can't legally drink, we know that. Good luck, Missy. No, instead we just get a dead elephant. Godspeed, little freak, yeah. No kidding. All of those of you who want the wars with the elves, you're getting your wish. Remember, they can attack whenever now? Oh, I know. But I doubt they're going to attack me on the same season. I mean, we're still at peace, right? Like, they'll attack me, don't worry. I'm not worried about that at all. That'll absolutely happen. It's just a matter of when. Speaking of when, though, I do need to hedge my bets. So, let's build a watchtower. I mean, this is maybe me being not cautious enough. It's entirely likely. But I would generally assume that they won't attack me the same season that something like that happens. Because they still need to get home to tell home base that more people died, right? Or home base needs to get suspicious. One of those two things needs to happen. Is a clock tower designed to be worn on your wrist? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think that's true, actually. Did you know that a pun tower is a joke designed to be that built? That's the CN Tower. Right, synthetic. Thankfully, the tickets have no value, so it doesn't matter if you keep gambling. All right, chat, I need to take a toilet break. It's been a while since the last one, and we're in an ad break at the moment. So you guys can follow, I don't know, this miner. You guys can follow Shem. Enjoy following Shem. I will be back in a moment. Okay, and I get back right as the ads start. But anyway, as far as that dwarf goes, or that goblin goes, I think that's a bug. I don't think that, like, I have a feeling that were creatures aren't all supposed to be children, and I think that there's a bug right now where, because there was something about that in the patch notes, and I don't think that it worked. That or maybe it's world dependent, because every single were creature I've had in this world has been a child, and they've all had, like, negative something silly age. I think it's kind of hilarious, though. Hold on, I'm just gonna close the door. canceled some mining jobs? What do you mean? Oh yeah, well those are gonna get canceled because there's lava above it, so that makes sense. I do need to pump this lava out of here, though. Yeah. It's because it's too close to the moat. Too close to the moat. But yeah, when they get over to this, you can start building over here. Apparently I ran out of day site. Well, that's interesting. About that months ago? No. This is not an old world. This is a brand new world. No, this was literally like... Here, let me show you. This was like 3 days ago. So they fixed an error on Monday that says fixed error making certain creatures like ogres appear with incorrect ages. I have a feeling this is also affecting children. Because I generated this world last week. So it is entirely possible, in fact I would pose that it is likely, that that is one of those world gen dependent things. That doesn't really matter though. It's not like it's game breaking. You choose to believe that they were born worshipping unknown gods who are angry? Sure. Let's get rid of these bits of corpse. God damn it. You had one job. It's like you're supposed to throw it in the lava. Sillies. We'll throw it into the volcano at the top then. It's further away, but they can just do that. Maybe the bug affected were creatures too, not just ogres. Yeah, that's my theory. Which, not unoften am I correct when I make theories like that, so we'll see. I mean, I don't really know. All I'm doing is guessing. Actually, I just pump this into the... Yeah, why don't we? Don't actually pump that yet. Let's go over to here and then make another one that goes this way. Gabbro, that, and that. I could just deconstruct this after. Just trying to move this lava from down here into here so that, you know, I don't have to worry about this continuing to cancel digging jobs. Not that it super matters, but... we'll do this as diorite. Okay, what? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now that should be fine. They should make it through this time. There they go. And then I can make a little tower there. Maybe put some siege engines up there or something. Should be good. Gra, thank you much for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Welcome, raiders. Are you still astronautsing? How much do you have to astronaut before you become astronauty? It's an important question. I'm wondering about this. Oh no, your voice is from the voiding. Okay, so you're avoiding the voices. You know, I try to do that a lot, but they still just hang out in my head for some reason. It's crazy. You were born astronauty. Is this what we call a horty ostrich? Like, I'm trying to think, what is that word? What have I done? Anyway. I hate this. Hi, welcome. I play too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes I play other games. Mostly I play Dwarf Fort. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. Hope Voices from the Void was treating you voidly. I don't know where I'm going with this. Hopefully you did a good job avoiding the voices from the void. I mean, I think this fort's kind of terrible because we almost all died once. But depending on your definition of good, this fort's been great or terrible. One of the two. Quayron, thanks for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. That's just normal proceedings? Well, I beg to differ. The idea is to try to not make everybody almost die until the fort dies, right? Like, I would argue that, sure, the fortress dying may be inevitable, but you want to try and delay the inevitable as long as possible. Can I get a couple extra beers for Quayron, brand new Prime sub? Chat room, please. But, like, you know, at least in my case, I would like to delay the inevitable for as long as my little dwarf legs can carry me. The fort will last? What are those? Are those geese? No, it's a dodo. I see what you're doing there. Oh no, it's a dodo. But this is a volcano fort. Part of it looks like a ball sack, and that's about it. As for the fort itself, if I like scroll down through it a little bit, we got the ball sack layer, which is my bedrooms, and then down here we've got a toilet layer, which none of this was intentional, and then this is the fort. It's ugly, doesn't have much going on in it, and I think it kind of sucks. But we are doing some work on it, and we're making it better. And I need to make a place to train ballistas, so we should probably do that. Very much an experiment. It might go on for a while. You didn't see that ball sack image. What am I talking about? It's either that or like a bent rocket ship. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's either a chode or a bent rocket ship. It's one of the two. Like, kind of tilt your head to the left a little bit. Maybe if I do that, it'll help. Maybe a chicken. It's a really weird looking chicken. Kind of also looks like a fish cracker. It's all good, Elfie. It already happened yesterday. Here, I'll show you. What could go wrong? This. All right, well, sorry, that's me. It's me talking. It always scares me when I hear me talking. See, it's me. Okay, right. So I edited this yesterday. Enjoy. All right, we'll let that do its thing. We'll get our first bedrooms up. That's what goes wrong. Why, where, when, what, who, how, what? Oh, Jesus H. Heck. All right, well, I'm stupid. All right, we'll let that do its thing. So that's what could go wrong. Oh, true. It could be like a goblin child theft. Baggy. It's like a Dwarf Fortress panic rap. It was definitely panic. Like, let me tell you. Panic at the Dwarf Fort? Maybe? Okay, let's just move the piggies over here. Panic at the Dort. Sure. I would almost pause to say panic of the dwarf, but although let's actually do fortifications for the end here. I'm actually just going to get rid of these because I want to do some of this in a different material, so there's some variety. Okay, so this is going to be for training my ballista. D-O-R-F-F-O-R-T. Panic at the Dwarf Fort. Because disco is 2 words, because I'm assuming that's what this bit is it's a Panic at the Disco bit. So if this is a Panic at the Disco bit, then like that would make sense. We've been sieged. Yes, it went horribly. That's why we have 18 pissed off dwarves. S in the YouTube chat. Actually, twice, technically. Plus an Etten and a giant. And 2 were creatures. That's today. All in all, it's a miracle this fort's still standing, frankly. Fun times? Eh. It's times, all right. Something, something best of times, something, something worst of times. Hi, back, I'm blind. How goes the fort? Check. Can you give them the TLDR? Because I just gave them the I just gave you the TLDR. So this is like your test. It's like the oral exam. But like less pressure, because it's just a video game and nobody actually cares. Sieged, well, not that early. Sieged at really bad point in time. It's going swimmingly. I'll have you know, only about 5 of my dwarves have fallen into lava and died. 1 of them had lava fall on them and died, so none of them have intentionally swam in the lava to die. Thank you very much. It's more like surprise microwave instead of intentional microwave, you know? Let's not do bolt thrower. Let's do that way. And that way. And that way. Oh. They don't quite fit. That's slightly frustrating. Okay, so instead I'm going to do this. Let's do... here. It'd be really nice if they remembered the direction that I was using, but I felt that way ever since pumps, but these just have so many more directions than pumps. And then let's go here and say SIE GMO. Quality is whatevers. I just want them made out of wood. Turn off siege ammo. Let's move them. How do you clean up after sieges? I cry, and my tears wash them away. In all seriousness, it depends. Usually I just dump lava on it. If I'm set up enough, I just dump lava on it. Otherwise, I cry and hope for the best. It changes in every fort. In this fort, I probably would try to just dump lava on it. It depends on how much of a plan I've built up. In this playthrough, probably lava, yeah. I might make 2 of these batteries, one mirrored on the other side, pointing in the other direction. Ettin Slayer the Woodcutter has been taken by a Fey mood. The Feyest of moods. The mood of the Fey. And they claim a craft store shop. And they grab chalk out of the wood stockpile. And we're finally done making rock blocks. Just gonna make 200 rock block, 1,000 rock blocks. And I'm just gonna put a big old stockpile for boulders, which I don't actually have right now, like right here. Everything except for metal ore. And we'll let you get to it there, dwarfs. We got a dwarf carrying a baby, just walked right in front of your catapult firing range. I'm going to tell you this. I think I've had more catapults friendly fire when trying to use catapult ranges for training than any other siege thing. And the only people that they have friendly fired is the dwarf that is doing the training. Because what happens every single time I try to do it, even when I have like blockages or try to fire them down a level, is the shrapnel comes back and hits them in the head eventually. Which is why I'm trying these now, because I don't think these ricochet. We haven't had to worry about that since late 2022. Or in 2023, rather. Not 2022, sorry. Jedi XE. Because that was a line of sight thing, which is now multi-threaded, and also just Putnam is like optimized line of sight so much that it kind of doesn't matter. I remember the first Putnam optimization was line of sight from cages. And when that optimization hit, my frame rate on the fort that I was playing at the time went from like a steady 30, like 25 to 30, to like 80. Like whatever my cap was at the time. So use hammer dwarves if you want less, like, bits and pieces everywhere. What are you doing, dwarf? There's no zone here. Are you asking for the sweet release of shoot me in the face with that ballista, please? I don't understand. It's like not even like they're trying to build something. They're just like standing there. So these dwarves are all just socializing because nobody has skills in siege weaponry. But once we get this training, they'll start to develop them pretty quick. Siege operators plus medics. Medics can't do much if the dwarves' head and brain are both completely gone. Which is what happens. It's like, destroys brain. Pfft, dead. Maybe necromancy if you have that, but... I did a bunch of necromancy around October, and I'm good for a couple months at least. Unless there's some heavy, like, changes to how those work mechanically. Let's go over to here. Yeah, let's just go to here. Deconstruct all these. Don't deconstruct that bottom one. Alright, so now you, once this is done... What are you doing? Oh. Right. You can do that. That's I'll allow it. Let's get these loaded. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to assign some of my old militia dwarves to be siege operators, such as Etten Slayer, Tubby, Manbeardorf, Kubuk. And then I'm going to set just these dwarves to do these tasks. Only select to do this. Let's train up a few dwarves. Can you channel to save the bolts? Yep. That is an exploit, though. I used to do that, like, exclusively when the ammo assignment stuff wasn't any good. But now that it's kind of great, I just let them do it. So now I'm going to do it this way. Make wooden arrow? No. Ballista arrow. Wouldn't it be wooden ballista arrow then? Yeah. And I will just say, because I told them to make 50. Exact bearing plant siege ammo. That is... okay. When that amount of siege ammo is less than 30, make 25. Or make 50. Moreb. Happiest dwarf. Do you have preference of beard? Moreb. I hopefully that just explained it. Although I have changed it so that you can only redeem one per stream as of this morning. No beard preference? Okay. Well, you get this dwarf, who's currently in the military. Moreb. Mo problem. He easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He's confident under pressure and is stingy with resources when working on projects. He prefers to be alone and finds obligations confining for more than one reason. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He personally is envious of others. He personally often feels envious of others, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is stubborn, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and occasionally overindulges. He has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and is put off by family and does not particularly value the truth. He likes sylvite and iron and honey yellow beryl, unicorn hoof, the color fabric, and the color spring green, cabochons and fists of coral, fists of Serral, not coral, for their unsettling origin. Interesting. You like necromancer experiments. He likes beet plants for their edible roots, and when possible prefers to consume giant walrus and perch and strawberry wine and flax flour and tomatoes, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Sorry. I'm choking on my own spit. So if a mama dies, it looks like no one, including their father, looks after the baby. I think they bring them water and give them food if you have orderlies assigned, because I've seen them doing that, and I presume it's orderlies that assigns that. But yeah, and it is kind of sad. Dwarven adoption is in kind of a horrendous state. I'm just gonna make sure these don't bounce. Oh, I set them all to fire at will. I'm stupid. Bile train 1. Bile train 2. And bile train 3. Hop on the bile train. And places siege engines. See, now we got them all loaded up right there. Nice, nice, nice. I'm actually curious. Okay, sweet. I can actually load these. You're already proficient. You're just dabbling. Adequate. Let's get some siege operators up in here. Synchronized firing, yeah. Now it's based on who is the most skilled for the speed at which they reload. Now since this is just going to start causing a lot of those to get used, this is where the arrows are getting assembled right now. Let's move this entire industry down here. The first shot was, yeah, because they're all different skill levels. Like, this one... Wait, what? You need a shirt. 16 pigtail cloth. Guess I don't actually have that much pigtail cloth lying around. Thought I did. Suppose I don't. Let's just run that for a little bit. Let's also do silk shirts and just do 20. Did I have 20 silk? Actually, do I have 20 silk? Cloth. Sheep's wool, llama wool, alpaca. No, let's do 10 pigtail shirts. Do 15. How long do clothes last? There's no strict amount of time because clothes take damage from a variety of things. I don't know how long they will eventually rot away because they will just take wear and tear damage. But if a dwarf is in a fight, the clothing blocks damage and takes the damage. So like if a dwarf gets into a fist fight, your clothing is going to disintegrate like immediately. I don't know. I often build wide open areas. I've heard people tell me that it's bad for frame rate, but I haven't noticed it. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I don't know. It's not, the dwarves don't care really. But your mileage may vary when it comes to like how good it actually is for frame rate. I like wide open areas, but it's about a year-ish. And then it goes into their cabinet if they have one. Which, speaking of, I should probably queue up some cabinets for bedrooms. Or actually, just build some more bedrooms. While we're in this ad break that's currently running. So let's say bed, 15. And just say, whenever there's less than 10 beds, make 15 beds. Let's just assign some cabinets. Oh. I don't have any. Rock cabinets it is then. Rock cabinet. Rock coffer. 40. 40. And I gotta go up here and make more bedrooms, because, I mean, how many bedrooms do I need? Like, a lot. I think that I've only noticed dwarves having issues navigating hallways if the hallways are tighter than, like, how do I put this? If the hallways are tighter than just if the hallways are tighter than only a couple of tiles wide. So if they're like one tile wide and there's a lot of dwarves going through them, they all lie down and go over top of each other, and that can be kind of a nightmare. But if it's like 2 or 3 wide, it's generally fine. Historically, tighter fortresses are better for frame rate, because the dwarves don't have to see as much, and the dwarves are constantly processing what they're seeing. As in, like, that's a thing that your CPU has to think about. So there is that to keep in mind, but outside of that, I don't know. I just like big forts. I like big, wide open forts because I've got a lot more creativity to work in. Fall over 26 fat cats, face bump. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like you're talking about most people's fortresses. Falling over cats and whatnot. Like, that just sounds like most fortresses. So this is gonna be the knowledge of sieging. Bit on the nose with the name of that guild, I think, but I'm sure it'll work. Only every 5 years? That's like every 3 months in some of my forts. It's not bad. Or like the only thing the dwarves eat. Why would I lie about it? Gangajin? I mean, you other jurists can't deny that when a dwarf walks in to a itty-bitty space and there's no place to... I don't know where I'm going with this. When a dwarf walks into an itty-bitty space, they go, I'm claustrophobic. That's how that goes. That's how that song goes. Definitely. I mean, my FPS cap is 60. I currently have 60 frames per second right now. So I am currently operating at the highest possible speed that this fortress is permitted to run at the moment. What are you guys wearing? Okay, we need greaves and we need helms. Iron greaves. Iron helms. Hematite. Got 1 hematite in the fort right at the moment. Let's melt these. Keep those. Unforbid that, unforbid that, unforbid that. Melt that. Keep those. Keep that, obviously. Keep those. Melt down the bronze. I want to use bronze for armor. Keep the 16 iron picks. Get rid of the worst ones. All the pikes. Pike, halberd, 2-handed swords, iron mauls, bronze mauls, great axe, melt, 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 melt. Flail we can melt, bronze flail we can melt, Morningstar that. And let's go to armor. Keep those. Keep those. Throw these out. Holy cat. Suits of cat leather armor, huh? Lovely. It's time for spring cleaning, literally. Normally I would just wait and sell this stuff, but... Also, you are completely correct, and I was mostly joking. I haven't had, like, an animal overpopulation issue in a fortress since I've intentionally... Unless I intentionally ignore them, generally. And every now and again I do. Lizardchi, chilled? I know. Or every time I intentionally do ignore them. Or every now and again I do intentionally ignore them, but the vast majority of the time it's just dealt with and it's a non-issue. But I'm the one often reminding my chat that the opportunity is gelding. Or the way to deal with it is gelding. Make a point of neutering goobers? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's my current animal population. Granted, it would be higher, but a bunch of them all died to lava. It was very unfortunate. Speaking of, I should probably geld that bunny. And that, before that becomes a problem. Is it bad practice to dump boulders so forts looks cleaner? Let me ask you this. Is it bad practice to do a thing that you want to do in your own private home, in your own private single-player video game? If yes, don't do it. If no, do it. Does it matter, really? Okay, what do you need? Tantides. Okay, so you've got... Start off with stone. Marking glass, tantides. Oh, you need more tantides. Well, I gotta butcher things anyway. Perfect. Because, hold up. Leather. Oh. Well, that's the issue. Literally have one leather in the fort. Speaking of. I just don't care to empty up bags. You monster. Raging Furball. So you will take items from here. And you will empty out these goddamn bags. So I'm currently setting my kitchens so that they only take items from this stockpile. The only items in that stockpile are seeds. So we're going to have a lot of very seedy meals. See? Alfalfa seeds, tomatillo seeds. And then whatever else is left. I need to empty some of these goddamn bags out. Let's look at this. It's silly. It's gosh darn silly. All right, let's throw some wood down here into a stockpile. And I also get rid of this wood stockpile. And now I'm going to go find my carpenter shop. There it is. And you can get deconstructed, you can get deconstructed, and you can get deconstructed. In this case, it's to clear seeds. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of anything as long as it's getting disposed of quickly or in a reasonable manner. In a reasonable manner. As long as it's getting disposed of, it doesn't matter. But that's like the concern. It's like, is it getting disposed of? Well, I guess that doesn't work then. I was like... I mean, there's tons of wood on the map, but it's supposed to get queued up again. So let's see, is the manager gonna go queue it up then? Or is the manager just really busy? That's certainly possible, they're just really busy. I mean, they're a valuable trade good. I might actually sell them if I get an excess. I used to never sell meals because it always felt like cheating. But I don't care so much now that they've balanced it in a more reasonable manner. All right, well, in that case... I don't know what's up with you. Oh, there you go. Now you're going to go do it. Let's see if that... Okay, never mind. You're going to go harvest plants now. I should set that to only farmers harvest. Why do I never remember where this is? Oh, there it is. Only farmers harvest. And then the other one. You know, fun fact. In an older version of the game, before the UI update, I turned this off once and my fort died. Dwarves ignore food. Can just make the stockpile bigger, though. I need the bags, and I need them separated so I can have a glass industry. So it doesn't really matter if I can separate them. That's kind of not the point. The point is I have piles of alfalfa seeds, so we're going to roast some alfalfa seeds like this. This beautiful stack of 3 exceptional prepared alfalfa seed roast. The ingredients are, I quote, strawberry seeds, masterfully minced alfalfa seeds, exceptionally minced strawberry seeds, and superiorly minced alfalfa seeds. Seeds. Seed what I'm talking about? And let's also just do wooden wheelbarrows. Speed this process up. That's an adamantine ballista arrow. Wooden wheelbarrow. Yes. 30. Just get rid of that. Man, you really are taking your sweet time with this, aren't you? I may have to assign a new manager if you fail this again, dwarf. A human caravan has arrived. Oh, that's the first time. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, these particular dwarves, maybe. Also, the Gib in YouTube chat is correct. There is a hide function. Like, if you don't want to see something personally and it bugs you, just do this. I do that with rocks that I'm never going to get to again, like if there's a magma-proof rock at the bottom of a lava reservoir or something. It's quite endearing. I don't think of dwarves as part rodent. More like part gravel. Oh, did I not make a tanner's shop? Shit. Oh, yeah, no, I fucked up. I didn't make a tanner's shop. I deleted it and then never made a new one. Also cloth. That's what I'm talking about. Have you ever made a certain specific wood bins for specific productions? I don't think there's a way to, like, decide what type or, like, material of bin goes into a particular location, so no? No, I have not. Although there are times where I specify specific materials for specific bins. And the reason I would do that, and the reason I've done that, is sometimes I get it in my head that I might want to get a bunch of items out of a bin quickly. And the easiest way, it turns out, to get a bunch of items out of a bin is to literally go to your magma smelter and type melt an item and then assign like the bin or whatever as to melt. And if you do that, then the item just disappears. And then all the items come out of the barrel. And it's kind of lovely. I mean, I didn't say it. Chat said it. Laser chill. I think to whomever called the dwarves part rodent, you've offended the entirety of YouTube chat because there's only 2 of them, and I think they're both offended. And there's more than them, but there's 2 actively talking at the moment. And they have expressed their disapproval of the opinion that dwarves are part rodent. I could not give less of a shit, ADJ. So no, I have not. You'd be hard-pressed to find something that I care less about. Can you have a bald cook? The only cook I have is, in fact, bald, so good call. Mr. Mondays relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and has an overbearing personality, and it's hard to read when the game is moving. Has an overbearing personality and is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He likes to take it easy. He likes to keep it practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he enjoys the company of others. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects. He's quite ambitious, and he clicks his tongue constantly when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Do ballista bolts break regardless of gap underneath, like arrows? I mean, they could break, but I'm using them to train... Like, I'm using this for double duty. It's training my, my engineers as well as the operators. So everybody's getting trained basically off of it. He personally is repelled by the ideal of honesty and lies without compulsion. He truly values merrymaking and parties, but is he lying? And he sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish. Hold on, I need to check something. Okay, so you got your second piece of leather. Hold up. Where's raw green glass? Tanned hides, cut gems, raw green glass, tanned hides, rough gems. What's the next thing? More tanned hides? Gosh damn almighty. I think we'll just buy some hides from these friendly humans over here. I was gonna say, unless they brought none. Oh, no, they did. Just gonna buy a bunch of fabric, and we're gonna make a clothing industry. I feel like This is maybe just me, but it's almost always more valuable to build a clothing industry than it is before building a lot of other things for the fort, like bedrooms. Like, I would rather have a functional clothing industry than most other things in Dwarf Fort. Let's actually trade that real quick. And then go here and go totem. Sure, bring that. Yeah, I can just sell that. That's fine. Can sell everything in that except for the... Hold on. I'm gonna go to the mayor. Mayor, you can have that. So you go equip it. Yeah, I currently don't have enough cloth in this fort to even set up dye crafts. Oh, I never actually did this. Just sitting here training another pumpy. Got a talented pump operator. At least they're liking their new employment. Time since I accidentally sent a dwarf to, like, exist to do nothing but pump at a screw pump for all their eternity. 0. I do that more often than I should. Okay, dwarf, you can go do whatever. Dwarf up here, you can also now go do whatever. Let's trade. Is there an artifact in here? I can't remember. There's that one book, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Sure, we'll buy those barrels. Then, oops, no. Trade. Mark all. Fuck. I keep hitting the wrong hotkey. My keyboard's in slightly the wrong spot, apparently. Mark all. Barrels. Bag. Fuck it. We'll buy the cheese. Buy the thread. Seeds and other foods, etc. I won't sell you that. I will add what I need. There we go. Done. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, these dwarves are still working at this. What are our skills up to? Adept. Let's take them off training. Let's get them loaded. So I got 2 experts, a competent novice, and 1 skilled. I'll just chuck you in there. So hopefully these dwarves can now go into there and start teaching. While we catch up on ammo, among other things. It's been pretty good, Sam, I guess. How about yourself? So the other thing I would like to do is I would like to throw you into a volcano. But the other thing I would like to do is this is the level that we're going to dig the whole thing out. So I'm going to go here. And do that. Oopsies, that is not what I wanted. Just the corner. That. Oopsies. That was the wrong key. Okay, so now I need to obviously make sure that they don't, you know, dig through the volcano. Because that would not be great. So maybe just like... Just kind of go from here to here to here to here to here to there. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And that. Let's do something like this. Something like that. And that, friends, is going to be the rest of the moat. I don't have a commands command. I obviously don't have a coins command. What command are you looking for? You'd get further if you asked than just typing in random things. That Gios helped. I try to pester people into asking the question to get the answer, but it doesn't always work, turns out. So obviously they are going to cancel some of these areas, but... Meanwhile, Nil the Etten Slayer, aka my woodcutter, has created Adil Tuman Thunendum, a chalk scepter, and offers it to the Song of the Wind. Well, I've got a perfectly good place for it. I think that should go directly in my brand new sieging guild, which has one worker so far. Let's get these practicing again. He would love a chalk scepter. I don't think those are the type of scepters they are, but these are more like a conductor's scepter. But there used to be a mod that just renamed them to dildos, because Dwarf Fortress players are very mature. Adequate. Oh, you're a novice mechanic, I see. You're adequate, you're competent, dabbling. Gotta dabble somewhere. There's like 4 different shapes for volcanoes. Laser chill. The World Gen of Dwarf Fortress is ironically, like, the history generation is one of the most advanced, interesting parts of Dwarf Fort. Ironically, the World Gen is one of the least advanced, most in need of a redo parts of Dwarf Fort. Let's just do cabinets, because we're in an ad break, and this is what I was going to do in the last ad break, and then didn't get around to it. And then we're going to designate a bunch of housing, I think. So I can get some of this clothing put away. Oh, did I not make... Did I deconstruct the... Yes, and then I didn't make another one. Typical me. You know what? I also disabled chalk because I thought I was going to make steel. I don't think I'm going to make steel unless I can find a huge iron deposit, and I'm getting less and less hopeful about that. Do we always have to be mature? No. But Be mature when it matters. Because I don't want to have to turn on the 18 plus rating on Twitch. Or, you know what I mean. Don't get me locked in horny jail by getting me in trouble, please. That's my only real request. No, you're a rad bug, right? As opposed to a bad bug? Or a bed bug? Most of these dwarves are just grabbing barrels and stuff from the trading depot. You right here. Hopefully not a bed bug. I had bed bugs in the first apartment that I lived in, and I have not had them since I moved out of that apartment and got rid of basically everything I owned after that apartment. And I still frequently, like, check my mattress for bed bugs. Frequently. Like, that's gonna stay with me forever. It's like, as far as I'm aware, I don't have any sort of PTSD, but out of everything that's wrong with me, that is the one that is the most obvious. Or things that have fucked with me for the rest of my life. That is the most obvious. Purge that house? Yeah. Were you renting, or did you own the place? Can you elaborate on the world gen being so bad? When did I say it was bad? I said it was in need of an update. World gen was something that was made when the game went 3D, and then was adjusted slightly when the game gained more mechanics in the 3D era. It is simply old. And the game has evolved and changed, and a lot of mechanics have changed and been updated. Something that I hate about the internet, and I think I will hate about the internet or maybe it's just humanity. I don't know if it's the internet specifically. Everybody works in extremes, and it's impossible to say anything without somebody assume that it's the most extreme possible variant of the thing that you said. Like, I was pretty clear, I think, that I said that the world gen needs an update. And Volcanoes is one of the examples of that. It does. And they're just like, it's so bad. I didn't say it was so bad. I said it needed an update. Oh, that's unfortunate. I feel like whenever I hear stories about people who have bed bugs, it's almost always like an elder relative. It's one of those things that, like, I don't want to speak for people, but there's a certain type of person that if something bad starts to happen, they just kind of eventually get used to it and then just assume that it's normal. Like, the other weird thing about bed bugs, and sorry for the bed bug talk, it makes my skin crawl too. The weird thing about bed bugs is there are some people that just aren't allergic to them, kind of like mosquitoes, where if you're allergic to them, you notice it right the fuck away and you hate it. If you are not allergic to them, they, like, basically have no effect on you. Like, when I had bed bugs, my ex was extremely susceptible to them. I didn't even notice them. Like, I was still getting bit, but they just didn't really cause any negative side effects. Like, I didn't get itchy or anything. So I, like, didn't even dawn on me. You got 20 more dwarves now? Yeah, and you're dead. What's up, Wretched? Someone had brought some to the house from a blanket or something. If they ever traveled, like, that would do it. How'd you die? Zombie. Stabbed you repeatedly in the forehead. I'm actually not sure how they stabbed you, but goblins, or goblin, elf, and human zombies. A pretty big siege, about 50 of them. Maybe a little more than that, but yeah, you were one of many who died. We went from, it was like 55 dwarves down to low 30s. And that's why we have 18 pissed off dwarves. I'm still trying to recover it. Made you ease. Turns out it happens a lot in this stream, so I've gotten used to it. I'm happy you see the comedy in it. A very scientific zombie, if you will. Well, good news is I have at least one dwarf who's assigned as a siege operator. I don't know why you haven't claimed a new shirt. I've made shirts several times. Are you zany? Do you own shirts? You literally own an artifact shirt. What? This dwarf confuses me, chat. After experiencing trauma, he lives a fast-paced life and likes a little excitement now and again after experiencing trauma. So wait, he likes violence more? Well, I mean, he's still pissed off, so. That's his looking at shirt? True. Yeah, it's his art piece shirt. It's in a frame in his cabinet. Still making bone bolts. Still at it. You're all skilled. You're getting better at dodging. Let's try updating this. See what else we got. There we go. Get the rest of you guys armored up fully. Go get him, lazy. Now we're talking. I have the best shirt, better not get it. I mean, it is true. He does. It is literally an artifact that was brought here by an Etten, so. Now he's refusing to wear a shirt because he's already got the best one, but also doesn't want to wear the best one because it's not Sunday yet. Unfortunately for that dwarf, dwarves only have a 6-day week. That's not true. They probably have a 7-day week, but like, dwarves don't have Sundays. So it's his Sunday best, clearly. I mean, what else could it be? I mean, there's nothing else it could be. All right, I think I've got too much shit going on. I can't get dwarves to, like, put basic shit away, so clearly we've just got too many tasks running right now. I think it's... Let's just go with places, siege engines. Let's go dunk, dunk, dunk for these 3. You're still smelting metal objects. Let's check bars. Got a bit of bronze, not much else. Still making rock blocks. Actually gonna go to work orders. Where's the rock blocks order? It's the big one. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4 shops maximum. So only 4 of these shops can continue making rock blocks. And that'll slow down that construction quite a bit. Yeah, because everything is way too goddamn slow at the moment. It's like a famous football player's jersey, except it was a giant that brought it, but yeah. Does it fit? Oh yeah, no, it's sized for dwarves. If it wasn't sized for dwarves, it would specify. Which means it's either elf, dwarf, or goblin sized. Scepters go there. Speaking of being immature, I once had a scepter that was made out of pink tourmaline, the gem, and it was called the Pink Impaler. That was pretty funny. Are volcanoes infinite lava? Yep, just like rivers. Some migrants have arrived, despite the danger, although they don't refill instantly. Strong high willpower, recovers quickly. Dreams of seeing great natural places of the world. Actively avoids exciting and stressful situations. Well, welcome to the fort, I guess. Wasn't exactly the skill set I was looking for here. Now this, okay, strong, good with language, tough, high kinesthetic, poor empathy. Dreams of mastering a skill. Oh. Wants to avoid physical confrontations. I mean, that's fair. Likes a little excitement now and again. Get into the stab face squad, you butcher. Butch is on in the stab face squad. You got poor memory. Excellent. You'll forget all of the trauma immediately. It's like, oh no, I saw something terrifying. Anyways. What did I see? I don't know. He's a pessimist, that's for sure. He likes a good party. How about a party where you have a sword, Thresher? Kumil, you're frail. Ooh, yeah, go be a crafter. You're too much like me, too frail. Good analytical ability, the tough, shameless, unfazed by the thoughts of others. Good stuff. He's a mastering skill. Likes a little excitement now and again. Get in the military. What's your name? Zephon. Zach Zephon. Oh, wrong Zephon. How about you, Woodburner Saigan? Whitebeard Dwarf? This one? Who I just threw in the military? Akios? Wretched, respectfully, wait until tomorrow. Let the dead dwarves lie. I actually restricted it so that people can only redeem one dwarf a day. As of this morning, so. Just, you know, sharing is caring. You were the expedition leader. The dwarves need to mourn. Wow, Crafted Sinew. What a name. Although I did see somebody make like a mushroom hunting knife earlier on YouTube while I was getting ready for work, and the knife was like held together with sinew. So anyway, he is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, lacks confidence in his abilities, and greatly is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He often is sad and dejected, and he can be very happy and optimistic. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas. Obviously, he's open to changing his mind, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship. He likes a little excitement now and then, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and tends to avoid crowds. He often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and when he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and he's put off by family and values good craftsmanship. He likes saltpeter and aluminum, as well as smoky quartz, silvery gibbon bone, and reindeer for their sight and the wispy style, and when possible, prefers to consume giant monarch butterfly. He likes to consume beauty. And date wine. How fancy. And absolutely hates flies. Me too. He worships the same god everybody else does and is a member of the profane doctrine, the less popular of the two religions. Welcome to the fort. Dwarf. Yeah, you can just go. That's a peacock. Not creative and poor memory. Slow to anger. Hates merriment, knowledge, and resists sickness. This dwarf's traits. Hates merriment, hates knowledge, resists sickness, has bad memory, is not creative, and is slow to anger. What do you do? Like, this dwarf's like, hates everything. It's like, sometimes people ask, it's like, why can't I make this dwarf happy? And I'm like, I wonder why. Okay, well, you like excitement. She sees merrymaking as a waste, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Man. What an unlikable twit. I'm not gonna lie, I too would date a bottle of wine. We had a horrendous siege that damn near ended the fort, and those are mostly the people from that time. Striped anime pantsuit. We had a bunch of zombies get into the fort, so like it wasn't a situation where just the military got caught up in it. It was like the military, the citizens, and a trading caravan. Chadsky? I don't know. I feel like this person deserves a nickname for how unpleasant they seem. HR. Human resources. More like DR. Incel? Nah, I'm out. Never mind. I'm just gonna pretend. Move on. Pretend that. No, never read that. Moving on. We got a poor spatial sense, bad at everything. Likes music, though. You are a doctor by trade. Adequate. Actually, hold up. Put you to work in the hospital. I should probably upgrade the hospital, eh? I've actually got a few doctors, turns out. Including like a high master surgeon in here. And an adequate surgeon. Good stuff. Throw another bone doctor in there. Throw another doctor in there. And also, let's go here. I think it may actually be time. Chat, it may be time. Do you know what it may be time for? Can you guess? I think it may be time for a forced chillax and not freak out o'clock. That's what I think it might be time for. Which basically means turn on this burrow and pause every single job in existence. It's never Adventure Time. That show was canceled, wasn't it? I mean, I think that's just lumped in with surgery. Have you ever, like, sat and watched the actual jobs that they do while they're doing surgery? And, like, watched the dwarves, like, go through each and every single thing? It's like, remove dead skin, apply stitches, like, do this, do that, do this. Like, it's quite the involved process, actually. There's, like, 24 dice rolls. A lot of it is based off of combat and or butchery. Anything that requires accuracy is a combat roll, like a kinesthetic roll. It ended? Same thing. Same diff. I guess. Not actually, but same diff. One time it removed like 30 wounds of rotten flesh from your army dwarf's eyes. I just gained a lot of question about the dwarven eyeball anatomy. What the fuck's going on in their eyes? Save the game? Can do. Give me a sec. Almost got to make the good times last, Mass Morass. Did he even have eyes left after that? I mean, that or like they were like using the world's smallest tweezers for surgery. All right, dwarves. Let's turn on this burrow. Take everybody off of this one. Whoopsies. Okay. Let's keep this in the burrow right now. We'll permit that to be in the burrow. Let them, at the very least, get around the edge of you. Just get everyone back inside. I mean,
This is your livelihood, so I'ma throw you some coins for the Twitcher.
Thank you for tossing a coin at the Twitcher. Although, depending on what generation you're from, that sentence might mean something very different. Thank you, Tony, for the 9th month. Welcome back. Actually reminds me, I wonder how close to the minimum I am. I haven't even looked. But thank you much. No, it's party time. Festival time. Celebration time. Dwarf take break time. Oh yeah, no, we've surpassed the minimum. Cool. Love to see it. At least I love to see it. People who dislike me probably don't love to see it. You know, it's kind of...
Closer now. Button.
I mean, we've passed it, but... passed it further! Speaking of closer... Thanks for the 97 months. Oh, unless you're talking about the months. Yes. We had a 101-month resub earlier today, Fog. It's fucking nutty. Absolutely insane. And also that the fake brewery shirt that you designed a while ago may or may not have gone to Warped Tour. I may or may not have photo evidence of that shirt at Warped Tour. Not that I went to Warped Tour, but somebody I know did. I haven't dropped... Is anybody else having stability issues? Because I haven't dropped any frames. Weird, Matt. I mean, it could be your connection to the server. That's usually the issue, like, on any streaming service. If there's, like, weird, anomalous frame issues or stutter issues, it's usually the user's connection to the server. At least in the case of Twitch. So it could be, like, whatever server is closest to you is, like, stuttering or having some sort of connection problem. Or, you know, maybe the server that you're closest to has somebody with 200,000 people currently streaming on it or something, because that sometimes slows down other people on the same server trying to watch. It's a whole thing. YouTube is always delayed. YouTube has two options, which is low latency and ultra low latency, but ultra low latency has a big asterisk warning next to it that says if you enable this, some people may not be able to load your stream, so I don't really see the point. I think it's, like, better for people to have a bit of a delay, but be able to more consistently load it. I'd also note that no delay on any streaming platform in the modern year, current era, is worse than streaming, because like I just celebrated, well, not really celebrated, but yesterday was kind of a weird milestone because I've been streaming now for 12 years. Because I've been streaming for 12 years. 12 years ago, every single channel who streamed on Twitch had a delay. Every single one. Like, you had no option. You had a delay. Which is one of the reasons why, like, Twitch getting bought by Amazon was one of the best things to happen to the platform, at least at the time. Purely because, like, suddenly all the delay went away. And it was glorious. It mostly just makes my hair slightly grayer looking when I look in the mirror, Thorn. Maybe you're too distant. There's several Twitch servers in Brazil, so I don't know what's up with that. But who knows? Maybe somebody's, like, clipping the cables between you and there because maybe there's a war happening in EVE Online or something. You have slightly receding hair? My hairline ain't perfect, but certainly not balding. It lags from time to time? Yeah, but I don't have the ultra low latency on. I just have low latency, which according to YouTube's little question mark icon thingy is like 3 to 15 seconds, depending on the user. Ultra low is just like no seconds, which, like, obviously no latency is better than some low latency, but the lowest latency possible is obviously the best, but I'm never sure if you're receding or if it's normal. That's got to be a lot of unnecessary anxiety. I don't know, man. Seems like kind of painfully stressful. I'm actually just going to make a little pen pasture right here and put all the annoying animals I don't care about seeing here. So let's put a lamb there. Let's put the bunny there. Let's put the cavey there. And then let's go out here. And then put the rest of them out here. I'm good. My hair is shaped like a pear, Echios, so I look kind of like a stereotypical alien if I have my hair not long. So I don't think I will ever have any other looking hair because I just do not like the way I look with short hair. But as of late, you had a lot more trouble having your hairstyle sit the way it should. Uh-oh. I'll be honest with you, I've never actually had Arby's in my life, Rook. I don't think. It's like that and Taco Bell. If I could disable sports gambling ads from my stream, I would do that because I do not support that message, and you should not gamble on sports. Or gamble, for that matter. Like, I'm not even one of those, like, you know, oh, you know, everybody's an adult, you can do what you want. No, you just shouldn't. Just don't do it. It's bad. Don't do is bad. Okay, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Unless you got a time machine, Taco Bell ain't worth it. Trust me, if I had a time machine, the last fucking thing I would be doing would be going to a Taco Bell. In fact, I don't even think it would be the first 35 things I would do. What's the first? I have to think about that. Probably go visit my grandma. But on a less depressing note, yeah, actually, no, I would go to, oh boy, it was like December something, 2011. Me and my dad were in the car, driving to my, no, it would have been summer 2011, because we were driving to my summer job at the time, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, because my dad started his shift at like 5:15 or something, and I worked with my dad at the time, and my shift started quite a bit later, quite a bit after his. So I would literally go to work like 2.5 hours early and then sleep in his office, and my dad would do overtime. And we were in the car, and my dad was talking about something, and I was like paying almost no attention because I was like trying not to fall asleep in the car. My dad mentions this thing that he was reading about called Bitcoin. And he was like, yeah, it's this like internet money. He was like trying to explain how it worked. And he goes, yeah, no, like, it's one of the guys that I work with bought some of it. He mailed a guy a check in Ontario because there was no way to buy it online legally in Canada at the time. And we like talked about it for a little bit, like it was this funny thing. I would go back to that moment and say buy it because it was like pennies for a coin. Like I remember, or it was like $1 something for a coin. Like I remember the guy, my dad's friend, buying like $100 worth and getting like 70 something. Anyway, if I did that, my presence going back in time would have actually made cryptocurrency never take off. And honestly, that probably would have been for the best. Hey, Clino. You had a Bitcoin that you mined? And got stolen. Oh no. I mined about $30 in Litecoin at one point, and then got busy and turned my computer off and stopped caring, mostly. And then several years later, I looked at how much it was worth and moved it from the wallet that I had it in into Coinbase. And then traded it to Ethereum. And then around that time, I also put $100 into Bitcoin. So it would have been 2016. And then Bitcoin had a spike in 2017. And around the same time, my ex lost her job, and I just cut my hours back at my job to do this. And I paid my rent for like 3 months off of cash they took out of a Bitcoin ATM before she found another job. Hello, Fowl. Welcome back. You made $30,000 from mine to Dogecoin? Yeah, I don't know. Cryptocurrency at this point just kind of upsets me a little bit. Not because, like, I think the technology itself is bad. I think the technology is kind of fascinating. But it upsets me because, like, the fact that the vast majority of the uses for it are money laundering or exploitation. Like, the amount of, like, awful people just, like, doing awful things with cryptocurrency, like, I don't know. I feel very similarly to the gambling industry. It's just kind of like, this just makes me feel ill. See you later, Mr. Mondays. We'll be on tomorrow. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. It's like, I hold some crypto, but it's not as an investment. It's how I pay one of my artists. Because he lives somewhere where it's difficult to pay him. Doran the Boyer has been possessed. But, like, I don't know. It just kind of makes me sad. There's significantly better, stabler, safer ways that you could invest your money that actually helps people around you. That isn't that. I think that's the main reason it bothers me, is because, like, you could invest money, especially if you have large sums of money. Like, you know, people investing small amounts of money, like, you know, you do what you gotta do to get by. That's not the people that I'm talking about. It's the people that have large sums of money and put it in crypto. Because essentially it's just high stakes, high end gambling at a point. I mean, I don't think people are using Bitcoin for currency. Alphanaut. People use Bitcoin to move currency. As an example, it's not a good idea to, like, be a criminal and try and use Bitcoin. Really? There are more anonymous tokens that you could use for crime, but it's not a great idea because, as you said, people think it's anonymous. I think smart criminals don't think it's anonymous. But what it is really good for is you could take $100,000 cash and cash it into a private wallet pretty easily in most Western countries. And in a matter of minutes, send that directly to a private wallet in a different country that they can then cash into cash very easily. It's like essentially just evading the international banking system. Yeah, and it's a very easy way to move cash, not untraceably, but if you have a new wallet that isn't connected to a network that isn't associated with an ID, it's relatively private. It's a relatively private way of moving money. It's certainly not anonymous, but... YouTube chat, Giant Sparrow killed 2 of my starting dwarves. Didn't like you cutting trees. Can't catch a break today. You should name him Jack. All right, let's do this thing. Let's go down here. Pause. Pause, 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 pause. Pause, 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 pause. Now, dwarves will keep putting stuff away. And by that, I mean they'll fill the stockpiles up. And they're hopefully go teach each other things. Although I might actually remove the tavern from the burrow. Although they really want to sing and dance. And you know what? I don't blame them. Oh, hey. It's the new one. Banger alert. Certainly, Alpha not, but I'm not trying to explain to you base explaining how to do a crime, but if you say have 1,000 wallets, and you make new wallets every time, and you send small amounts of money through multiple different wallets through automated systems to then appear in other places, there's ways to make it difficult. You can't hide it, but you can make it difficult, and is basically all you can do. That's true. And it's a lot easier to put a bunch of money in a crap coin, or a weird anonymous coin, or a less obvious coin, move it somewhere, and then take it out in cash than it is to put it in a shipping container. Anyway. They're on Bandcamp. DJ Empirical, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, you brought tots? Well, I've got, whatever this, Danger Room. It's Simon Suewer and, who I always butcher the last name of, and Dabu. And it's all on Bandcamp, so I think it's on Spotify. I don't know, I don't use Spotify. But this is Danger Room. What's the name of this song? But how was stream today, dude? I just gave you a good idea. Did I? Have fun with your crimes. Good luck getting arrested. Or not getting arrested. Doran Deductost has created Taranthum, a pomegranate wood crossbow, and offers it to the Song of Wind. You get a cool new crossbow. Yeah, definitely do all of your clothing laundrying. Oh, okay, so it's not just me then. I was getting some reports about people having some connection issues, so maybe that's what's going on? Someone earlier was having issues connecting with the stream. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I haven't had any disconnects, but I've had some people comment that they've been having issues, so. This is a pomegranate wood crossbow. Okay, so this is an artifact crossbow. Why doesn't it have a sprite, though? It's just a normal crossbow. It's decorated with pomegranate wood and encircled with bands of pomegranate wood. Weird. That should have a sprite. I'm still gonna use it, though. Pissy dwarves get bedrooms first, because they need them more. Gobak was one of my ex-military dwarves. Sure, but generally it's the ones with modifiers that don't have sprites. So, like, if you get, like, a thin crossbow or, like, a bulky shoe, those won't have sprites, but that's just a normal crossbow. And normal crossbow artifacts have always had sprites for me, so there's something weird there. Cool, we're actually getting dwarves learning about siege operating. That's what we need. I mean, you are a high master siege operator. Which is the thing I want to see. You're conducting a meeting. Enraptured after performing the rites. Despite the danger, really? I haven't lost that many dwarves. What is this slander game? High Master, damn right. Maximum stank. Cheerful, not vain, merciful, unassertive, low stamina, hates cooperation. Yeah, no, absolutely. Wretched. Okay, faceted metal stuff should... Okay, so, like, did you select what they are, though? Because faceted metal is a generated god sprite. Those often have modifiers. Like, there's actually a mod... Sure, Jakurzo. Do you have preference of beard? There is a mod that removes all of the modifiers that don't have sprites in the game right now. But usually God and the generated artifacts items are either weird shapes or weird sizes or something. I don't think it's material specific. I've never seen like a godlike metal thing that didn't have sprites though. Unless like it had a modifier on it, like bulky or something. Yeah, I mean, that's stuff they need to work out. Absolutely, Slot Dad. Yeah, I was talking... I had a brief back and forth with Tarn a couple days ago, where he was saying that, like, he's... More or less, there's a lot of issues, and they're working their way through it, because there's a lot of edge cases. Because, like, they do have internal testing for Dwarf Fort, but, like, their team's small, right? Like, there's not that many people working on Dwarf Fort. So because the team is small, and they only have so many people, they all have like their ways of testing and the ways they build, but when you get the world playing it, you're gonna find all the edge cases where shit just breaks, right? Okay, with Beard's gonna be a little harder, but we'll see. Or specifically with Beard, it's gonna be a little harder, but... Yeah, I don't have any siege operators that specifically have a beard. I mean, I could give you this dwarf who's assigned to learn it. Who's okay, you're proficient. We can do that. You're just not assigned to the actual task. Jerkso. But you do have the siege operator permitted. Didn't feel anything while crying on a priest. Too relatable. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He's curious and eager to learn. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this. He values artwork and his creation. He generally he finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he takes up help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. How they aren't running into your kill box, but watching them and trying to avoid it, it just kills your frames. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what they need to optimize, right? Also what Alphanaut said, I was going to mention that. The Rams sometimes will pass... If the Rams have access to a trade depot, they will try to pass to it. But there are certain things that they can't pass through. Like, it doesn't... Like, I had an issue in my last fort where I had a ramp going up, and right at the top of that ramp was a drawbridge that was raised. If that drawbridge was raised, then the Rams would short circuit, and my frame rate would go to 0. But, like, if I lowered that drawbridge, they'd start pathing, and my frame rate was fine. So, like, there's some pathing tuning with the Rams that seems to be a culprit. But I also had an issue where I don't think they can break through a wall from underneath. They can break through floors, and they can dig through natural walls. I don't think they can break through natural walls from underneath. And I had one fort where they were trying to build up and into my fort, but got stuck underneath a wall that they couldn't get through. And when I deconstructed the wall, the frame rate came back. So there's some weird things going on. That's interesting. Is there also a thread talking about the pathing issues and how we can solve them? That's what I'm more interested in, Clito. But it's cool that it works with custom races. Anyway, he personally values a harmonious existence, values peace over war, and finds those that deny their impulse somewhat stiff. He does not really value skills related to fighting and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes graphite and steel, as well as plumagate and the color grass, green, and warhammers and shields and quivers and cabinets and dogs for their loyalty, the words of the irons of dye, and the sight of the wispy style, and when possible prefers to consume rice beer. And he's a proficient siege operator. He's 18 years old, recent, or has been in here since he was a kid, technically. These dwarves over here are all teaching each other the important tasks. Actually, I'm going to grab you. Expand that. I wonder if I can make this look more like a little face. I don't know why I'm making this little duder, but it just looks like a little guy, so I'm making it look like a little guy. What's my advice on setting up wells? You tried a few times, but you can't seem to figure it out. It's like you're missing key info. You need water, and you build the well above it. I like making them above an aquifer. I don't actually have one in this fort, oddly enough. But there is this, down in the cavern layer, there's an aquifer right here. So this layer is an aquifer. So I just channeled down 2 levels into it. And then I just have this puddle here, which I've set as a water source. But if I want to be nice to my dwarves, which I probably should be, then I can go in here and I can go to well. And I can go, well, I need a chain. If I had a chain, then I could permit that. Although maybe they just can't access it because aquifer or because of the burrows. So let's do this. See, do I actually have chains? No. Okay, so if I make a rope or a chain, I can make one. I don't really know what you could be messing up. So like, what's the issue, I guess? Can you stack wells? Yes, I've seen people do that. I've never done it though. And the bucket does take time to get down to the levels, so maybe don't make it too high above the water. There we go. It's a little guy. Would love to learn. It's one of my most viewed tutorials. You just need a chain, a bucket, and a mechanism, and you put it a few tiles above water. And if it's salt water, it doesn't work. And you kind of want the water to be too deep, because then it's better for the dwarves. I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? What do you think, chat? This is up to you. Yes or no? Do we accept? How's it going? It's all right. It's all right. That's how it's going, Zeus man. It's all right. It's all right. Why? Oh, that wasn't me saying why. That was me stating why. As in, chat is saying yes. Well, I want somebody who isn't pissed. Who also, like, doesn't have a ton of demands. What are your preferences? Likes chestnut wood, large rat leather, giant grasshopper bone, the color emerald, and rabbits. You're hired. It's been here most of the year. Dreams of raising a family. He's not married. Seems to get along with people. I mean, I'm very bummed out that you died, okay, Ilmirin? Don't rub it in. I mean, rub it in all you want, but, like, I'm very bummed out that you died. I think Mondays is hired. You did, in fact, save us with the pump, though. And then your partner died in, like, the same siege, too. Actually, let me check something else. Wow, you're like recovering. That's crazy. What do you dream of, dwarf? Dreams of mastering a skill? Like obsidian, red pyro, goat leather, ibex soft, muskox tooth, the color orange, rabbits. Gecko devils for their rhythmic undulations. I think I'm gonna give it to that dwarf. Because that dwarf was the most upset dwarf in the fortress at one point, and I think it would be fun to try and bring them back from the brink. Let's do that. And what do I want them to bring? I want them to bring. I'm just gonna ask for bags. Bring me bags. They have a need for cheese. Nah, I want bags. Lignite's a bit redundant because I don't actually have that. I don't actually have that much stuff to make getting lignite all that worth it. Because I don't have that much iron ore. So lignite's not all that useful. Because I won't be making steel unless I have iron ore. Wow. Prepared food's still valuable, turns out. And let's just allow this for right now. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Not that burrow. Let's just allow this right now. You missed it. Who got Barony? You! You won the lottery. It's gone from late to early in the UK, so you're going to have to take your leave. We'll see you later, Fog. It's good to see you as always, mate. We should chat sometime. Catch up. It's been a while. Mayor's been re-elected. I'm just going to let them carry all the items. I'll pause on the trading screen. Oh, the Hateful Communion now requires a temple complex. I can't remember the last time I slept for 12 hours, Rat Radis. What world is this? The same as the last fort. It's the second world I've generated since Siege update released. Okay, there we go. We're going to pause here. Yeah, see in there, they don't really bring that much lignite. I mean, it's useful if you're making steel, but I would rather they just bring more stuff and bring a ton of lignite that, like, I can't really use for much of anything. It's so needed. I envy that. You have no idea how much I envy that. I think I've slept an average of maybe 4 hours a night, give or take. for the past week or so. Oh wow, I can just buy all those bins, which I will. Buy 2 anvils, buy the food. Oh, can't buy all of it. That's fine. Buy the chain leggings. Actually, no, it's just copper. Buy that. Never mind. Why are those so fucking expensive? Holy shit. And trade. Done. Why can't I use lignite? So lignite is coal, right? I could use coal, sure, but we have volcanoes, so I'm not using much coal for most of my smelting. And I have, apparently this mountain has iron ore in it, but I've found very little of it. And currently I have like 5 or 6 iron bars total. And in order to make one set of iron bars, you need iron, coal, and it's like 2 iron and coal to make pig iron, and then you need iron, pig iron, and coal and flux. No, you need iron, pig iron, coal, and flux to make pig iron. You need iron and flux to make pig iron and coal with coal, and then you need pig iron, iron, and flux to make steel. I actually can't remember which order it is. You need all those things. You need a lot of iron to make only a little bit of steel, and because iron is already at a premium in this map, which I wasn't expecting, there's like no point to worry about importing coal because like I don't have enough to make iron in the first place. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, I've been tested for sleep apnea, which thankfully I don't have, I guess. I just have things wrong with my brain. All right, let's go up here and go up here. To right here, I think. Yeah, it's the Hateful Communion. So this needs to be upgraded to a temple complex, which shouldn't be too difficult. Is steel superior to iron? It's lighter and sharper. Do with that info what you will. I wouldn't say it's necessarily superior, but it's lighter and sharper, which are 2 things that you want when it comes to making weapons. Choose stone. You've never made steel? Sure. Which is why I'm not bothering. I mean, you don't really need it. It's nice to have, but like I would rather have fully armored iron-based soldiers than partially armored steel. Well, heavy is better for hammers. Sharp is better for swords and axes, so steel is sharp. Spears is a weird one, because spears also do a lot of blunt damage. Because if you look at the combat logs for spears, they do quite a lot of damage by bashing them with the butt of it. So there is an argument to be made for silver spears. So spears are a little bit more of a hybrid, but axes are sharp, so you want sharpness. But axes are heavy, so a low skill axe dwarf is worse than a low skill swords dwarf. That being said, because they're heavy, they have like a higher damage ceiling, so a high skill axe dwarf is going to do more damage than a high skill swords dwarf. I like spears and swords for vibes reasons, although I will use hammers if silver's all I got. Sometimes I'll use maces for variety. Pick dwarves are OP. Until they try to mine something. I don't think they're worth the tedium, personally. I don't like using things that aren't supposed to be weapons in the game as weapons, purely for that reason. It's because they're not supposed to be used for combat, Dan's Labyrinth. They have, like, uniform conflicts. Because you end up with them. I mean, anywhere with tetrahedrite hammers are the go. Giant picks? Dwarves can't make those. Also, the great picks that, like, the new factions have, maybe I'm going crazy, but they seem to disintegrate when the guys carrying them die. Because, like, I've never once found them in loot after a siege is over. So, like, I kind of swear that, like, they self-destruct or something. Because I've specifically gone looking for them a couple of times, and I know that dwarves can't wield them, but, like, I wanted to melt them down and see how many bars I got out of them. Oh, really? I couldn't even find them when I searched for them in this dock screen. Kazoo. They weren't in... I looked for them after the first few sieges. They weren't in tools, and they weren't in weapons. So maybe they're tucked away in some weird side menu. Oh, that's cheating. I don't do that. But fair enough. And Zeusman says that they imported some? Really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly care about great picks. Foreign weapons to me are something that I personally feel are not even remotely worth it. I just don't bother. Like, the second, like, it requires me importing something and I can't just make another one, I don't want it, because I want to be able to add and subtract items from, like, the, like, task list, if you will, for when I need them, for whatever reason they're needed. But if, like, I can't do that, I don't know, I find that really annoying and just don't bother. I don't think that's a concept. I think I think it's a bug, actually. Synthetic Cackerel. Also, disposable self-destroying weapons are called goblins. I don't think that's assigned to anyone. That's all I have to say to that, Tenuous Rock. You feel what I'm saying? You wonder, though, do those two-handed weapons do more damage? They break dwarves' physics and also break their uniforms, because dwarves can't dual-wield a weapon and hold a shield. And they will try and equip shields, and they won't single-wield a weapon. It's not worth it. Let me tell you this. After messing with a lot of foreign weapons in Dwarf Fortress, the only one that I personally feel is worth it enough to actually mess around with, and even then, not the majority of the time, are whips. Because they're very easy to import, A lot of people have them. Goblins drop them. Humans bring them. They're pretty valuable. They're pretty strong. Whips are the only one I think are worth it. And largely are the only one that you'll ever see me use. Outside of that, though, I don't think anything's worth it. I don't think any of them are worth it aside from that. Oh, and halberds work as axes, so dwarves can chop down trees with halberds, which I think is really funny. In regards to... Wait, hold up. Are you talking about battering rams? Because everything displaces grass. A helix of calm traded has formed at nearly a day's travel to the south and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. I don't know about thriving, but... Guess it's back to work, dwarves. Oopsies. Drink 150. Getting there. Oh, you're talking... Oh, I understand. You made it through the 8 FPS siege. You know, it's really funny to me that you're talking about the 8 FPS siege, Slot Dad, because in older versions of the game, when the game ran a lot worse, sure. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Pharaoh 9. The reason I think it's funny is because that used to just be normal for a siege for me. In version 47 and before, if a siege was bigger than like 50 goblins or humans or elves or whatever, my frame rate would inevitably drop like below 10. Did not matter. Frame rate would drop below 10. And it would take a while to recover. We used to call it the dramatic slowdown in this chat. Weeble Beard? Okay. And it was like, oh, it's a slowdown for dramatic effect. Anyway, it's going to take... I remember once building a fortress where it took 30 minutes for the goblin army to get from the side of the map to my fort, and it was a 4x4 map. Just by walking there. Ironically, it's not multi-threading that was the huge FPS gain. It was offloading graphics from the CPU to the graphics card and SDL2. SDL2 was the big shift for me. Because that was before multi-threading, I think. Or around the same time. But just the shift from SDL1 to SDL2, I will never forget because I had a fortress and I was streaming when the patch came out and I had 30, 40 FPS on that fort. And it wasn't locked at 40. It was like running at 30-ish, 40-ish. And I loaded it. I like turned off the game and restarted it. And my frame rate went to 80. And then I bumped it up to 100. It went to 100. I bumped it up to 120. It went to 120. And then I reloaded a fort called Waterlungs, which you can go watch VODs for the end of Waterlungs on my YouTube channel. Waterlungs finished at about 15 frames a second. Because I was getting tired of it being so slow. And that fort ran at 70. Like, fine. It hit my cap. So 409. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is unfriendly and disagreeable, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is a pessimist, and he presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and he is slow to trust others. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and holds his breath when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, so he passes out on the first date. Got it. He personally thinks that that the pursuit of skills of warfare is a low pursuit indeed, and dreams of raising a family. He likes real gar and brass, as well as blue diamond and giant puffin leather, and deer men for their grace, and the words of the intricate berry and the sight of the couple of glossing, and the sound of, and when possible, prefers to consume pendant amaranth, beer, and prickleberry seeds, and light cheese, and hates hamsters. And is good friends with Deagle. Wait, hold up. Deagle is friend with Deagle. Huh. Okay. Got it. Unrelated to that, in regards to hamsters. Oh, hold up. I got a phone call I got to respond to. Getting a poster framed and the frame is ready to be picked up. All right. In regards to hamsters, there is a fact about hamsters that I love, but I also agree with you. I think hamsters are terrible creatures. I think that hamsters are absolute monsters and make terrible pets. But as far as hamsters go, they are the creature on Earth that can consume the most alcohol based on their size. No, those would be giant hamsters or giant capybara. Because if I Google hamster alcohol tolerance, courtesy of the Atlantic, They can quite literally drink up to half a liter of Everclear per day and have no ill side effects. If you try to make them drink more than that, though, that's kind of unhealthy for them because they're just like waterlogged. Because they are designed in the wild to like, what's the word here? In the wild, they are designed to eat mostly fermented foods. No, I mean, they could, and your pet, if you have a pet hamster, it can outdrink you and you will die of alcohol poisoning before it stops being thirsty. Like, I don't know, hamsters are these weird fucking creatures that for some reason I have like kind of a lot of respect for just because of how they evolved. Like, they are bizarre, but at the same time, I kind of hate them. They are vile little monsters and that is all. It's probably because of their alcohol problems. That's definitely why they're such vile little monsters. They would be better pets if they weren't such raging alcoholics, you know? You mean they need alcohol to get through the wheel spinning day? Because I'm pretty sure that's what they actually need. I'm Corian. Thank you very much for the Prime and the 11 months. Appreciate you. So you might be like, what are you doing? I'm building a baddie entrance. If they breach the wall, and if they get into my fort, this is going to be their way in. And it's going to have several layers deep fall down to here, which is going to be several layers deep once again. And that's going to have lava in it at the bottom. So they're going to have to walk through this room, probably all the way up to here pretty much. Where's your hat? You have to get a second pair of you have to get your pair of glasses, and in order to make sure that they fit, you have to take off your hat. It's just for a month. You'll get your hat back. Don't worry. Freeways. Then you get hat and glasses. I'm not trying to say that you're getting old, but like, that's where your hat's at. Bring up the lava or bring down the sand? Whatever requires less walking in the end. I mean, you could also bring lava. I would actually say probably bringing the lava up to the sand would be less work in the end, but that is just me. Also, a sock moving at terminal velocity in Dwarf Fortress can kill a dwarf if they get hit in the head by it, so I would be a little bit cautious about that. Am I going crazy, or does caving in dirt make the dirt become the level that it lands on? Because I'm pretty sure if you cave in like sandstone from the surface and it falls down to like layer 42, it'll become salt, rock salt, or like obsidian or whatever's on that level. I'm pretty sure it does that. Yeah, I tend to do what Clino says as well. But yeah, well, it depends on where the caverns are at, Clino. You can filter sand in that method. Okay, well. IDK then. Let's do all this. I don't know if this is actually looking as cool as I think it does, but I'm hoping it'll look cool by the end. Let's chuck a few beds in the end here. More ballista arrows being made. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to make ash. Oops. Make ash. Make lye. Make soap. Get rid of the adamantine ballista arrows as it is. 25, 25, 25. And then let's just go here. Go soap maker shop. I've used an iron bar, so that's a waste. Let's try that again. Let's not miss this time. And let's make a ashery, wherever they've hide those. I always forget where the ashery is. There it is. If a map is without sand, but it has loamy sand, you can do a cave-in for loamy sand to make the grass industry sand. I mean, the loamy sand is still sand, sure, but I could bet that that would work. But I think that that's a niche case scenario that's actually getting sand in a different way, which is simply exposing sand on a lower level. Because there are some layers that can have sand as a floor layer, but not as a tile layer. Specifically, caverns often have those, and certain types of dirt can have those, but they're not technically sand. So I think that more likely what that's doing is exposing sand that is there technically, but isn't technically sand. Especially if you've tried it without success, then it probably doesn't work. Like, there's a lot of things that seem like things that you should be able to do in this game that then when you actually try them just straight up don't work. And then you'll have people that claim that they do. Stuff that I've encountered over the years. Which is always surprising because so often you try bullshit and it does work. No, absolutely, that too. Also, nothing against Steam and Steam threads, but the last place I would trust to find accurate information would be a thread on Steam. Mostly because, like, there's a lot of unreliable narrators on Steam forums, is what I would say. Do dwarves reuse the bags for sand? Yep. Just, they usually end up filled with seeds. Speaking of sand, do I actually have free bags? Hermigdude, I do! Holy shit, I can make some plaster powder. Because I actually have gypsum. They're used for casts. Also, we're in an ad break. Also, hey, Agamemnon? You have a very similar name to somebody else who watches. Unless you changed your name. Either's possible. The sand filter trick. You were Googling how sand worked and all you could find was loamy sand and your embark said you had sand. Oh. That's weird, actually. If your embark says that you have sand and you have loamy sand. Try something I would try. Go to the surface or the layer above the loamy sand and try building a tile and then unbuilding it. And also try it again in your cavern layers. Or just chopping down trees. Because sometimes I get sand and then don't find any sand layers, but then either the surface or one of the cavern layers, if you build something there and unbuild it, it has sand. And then you just have to build a grate on top of it so that it doesn't regrow. No, because glass isn't well, Yes, as a base material, radbug, so you could do glass, metal, metal. That would probably be pretty strong. I don't know, actually. I don't know what the strength of glass blocks are. Okay, so let's just do collect sand and green glass block. 1 hundo. And 1 hundo. And then you. No. Yes. Green glass. We'll just say window. I'm presuming I have extra sandbags somewhere, so. And I was right. Yeah, a grate. Grate'll do it. A grate or bars. Either or, actually. Change standard selections to blueprints. Just do like this half. What? Oh, makes sense. Yes, by putting a grate on it. Or if you have proper sand blocks, just designate the sand wall to be the place that you pull the sand from, because that will also satisfy it. Building a gate. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I was going to say building a grate on top of the caverns doesn't work, but then I realized what you were trying to say. Okay, let's keep going around here. All right, I do think my brain is starting to shut off a little bit, which means my pills are wearing off, which means it's been a long day. That's been a bit of a long day. We've been on for 8 hours and 41 minutes. Man, back in the good old days, I used to be able to just stream for 20 hours at a time. Or whatever. And I'm on pills, and it's like, I feel like my brain fell out of my ear when they wear off. There's also that. I always forget that roads exist in Dwarfort, so it's mostly a me problem. So I think I'll build a bridge across to here, and then a bridge across to here, and then these will just spread out to this kind of directly. And this leads them up to here, which lets them off the map and over to my trade depot, which is going to get moved into here at some point. This is maybe the squarest fort I've built in a very long time. But I do think it's got a very fortressy... what in the shit? That's unacceptable. There's a floodplain right here. A pond, if you will. My fortress has been completely compromised. Was that a volcano? I mean, it still is. I am very glad I saw that. I swear if a siege showed up and just climbed into the fort, I would be pissed off. No, so these are puddles ponds. It's pretty hot on this map, so it dries up in the summer. But in the winter, it rains a couple times usually, and these fill up with water. So this has been filling up with water and flooding that. Wow. So no, not a landslide, but kind of an equivalent, if you think about it. That's kind of terrifying. Oh, you're gonna die, aren't you? Huh. Okay. Stores make me nervous. All right, chat. Viking Ball says post beers, and my brain says I need a break. So I think it's time for me to call it for the day, chat room. I have squash soup to go eat because I made a big batch of it on Monday. 'Twas a fun one, friends. Sorry for the salt earlier. I think the plan for tomorrow is it's a hard decision, but so many options. More of this. We'll be live at 9 a.m. Pacific till my brain turns off. Till my brain tells me it's time for bed. That's what we will be doing tomorrow. So for those of you on the YouTube side of things, if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow at the normal time. And I do have a bigger video in the works, but it's going to take me a wee bit. I don't think I'm going to do a Friday stream this week because I would like to get that video done this weekend if possible, or at least get some good effort into it. But it highly depends on how I'm feeling Thursday night. If I'm feeling good Thursday night, maybe do a short stream Friday. I don't know. But yeah, that. Before I go, one piece of housekeeping real quick. I did a little bit of work with the people over at Game Music Records. I provided a wee bit of art for this. This is the Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode soundtrack, which is available for pre-order right now. Now, I'm not getting paid to provide that art. The art, by the way, is the beautiful background there, that ASCII art. That's one of my fortresses. Several screenshots of it stitched together, actually. So the kind of, how do I put this? Thing that they are doing for me is they're sending me a copy of it, which is cool for me, and providing 3 copies to give away to you guys. So I get to give 1 copy away per month for this month, next month, and the month after. And the way that I'm doing that is through my blog, which can be found at blindirl.com. If you are part of my newsletter, I will be drawing an email out of that newsletter list using the CSV and reaching out if your name gets pulled. So I will be doing that behind the scenes, but we will be doing 3 drawings of that. So if you are interested in potentially winning a copy of this, that's an option. Otherwise, it's available for pre-order. And that's it. That's me. That's the stream.